Hope. There is no such thing. We cannot fight climate change. We refuse to believe that our generations can build solutions for a sustainable future. The world will never switch to clean energy. It's a lie that we can change the course of global warming. Power and profit are more important than sustainability and responsibility. There is no silver lining. We no longer believe that there are solutions for this climate crisis. It's in our nature to destroy the environment. We cannot imagine climate change can be slowed down and even reversed. Intense heat waves will multiply forever. Ice caps melting is permanent. The sea level rise is inevitable. We don't think that we can build a better future for all of us. But what if we could choose to rethink our tomorrow? We can build a better future for all of us. We don't think that the sea level rise is inevitable, ice caps melting is permanent, intense heat waves will multiply forever. Climate change can be slowed down and even reversed. We cannot imagine it's in our nature to destroy the environment. There are solutions for this climate crisis. We no longer believe that there is no silver lining. Sustainability and responsibility are more important than power and profit. We can change the course of global warming. It's a lie that the world will never switch to clean energy. Our generations can build solutions for a sustainable future. We refuse to believe that we cannot fight climate change. No such thing. There is hope.
Good morning, and thank you so much for joining us for the second day of Climate Change Summit. You saw our video manifesto, and in it, we say at the end, and sort of at the beginning, that there is hope. Because if we are just pessimistic about it and have no hope, most likely we will not really be in the position to search for viable solutions. Now, I hope that you will have a great day today. Thank you so much for joining us so early on. And thank you so much for the people that slowly but surely are joining us online. Yesterday, we had a peak of more than 5,000 people from all over Central and Eastern Europe and the world watching us. And I want to start by thanking our partner from WeDon'tHaveTime.org for supporting this shift and for supporting the fact that climate change has no borders. My name is Ciprian Stănescu. I'm President and CEO of Social Innovation Solutions and the organizer of this event. In brief, about us as well, because we got a lot of questions. Our mission at Social Innovation Solutions is to empower individuals and organizations to understand the transformations of the future and to develop sustainable tech, policy, and entrepreneurial solutions. We do that through our many incubators and accelerators in Central and Eastern Europe, like Future Makers, Social Impact Award, Switch or Transformator, and many of our conversation platforms like Climate Change Summit, Future Summit, Sustainable Futures, and many others. But before that, actually beginning, I want to ask you kindly, and this is not really something that we do in events, but I think we need to do more. I'm here, but without the people around me, I could not be here. So I want to ask you to give a round of applause for the tech team helping us with the Răzvan team in particular. So thanks a lot, guys. And also to the tech team, the support team, and the leadership of the Teatru Odeon. Thank you, I see down there in the backstage. Without the backstage and without the people pushing us to actually create the change, nothing will be really done. Now, as I mentioned yesterday, excuse me, and if the tech team can help me to move the next slide, I want to thank our founding partner, but at the Groupe Societe Generale for their trust and energy put in the last months. And of course, our many other partners, and I'm gonna, it works now. Our partners, sustainability partner, MasterCard, our partners from Microsoft, Société Générale, Global Solution Center, Auchan, and NL, the official car, Mercedes-Benz, and the strategic partner, the Secretary General of the Romanian government. As I mentioned yesterday, it's difficult, if not impossible, to do all of these things without great partners, not just from Romania, but from all over Central and Eastern Europe. You can see, I think, yeah, on the screen behind me, some of the biggest business associations in Romania, great NGOs, Chamber of Commerce, and companies, entrepreneurial companies, and sustainable companies like Turo Taylor, who's actually addressing me yesterday and today, and of course in the future. I also mentioned yesterday a bit of why we do this, but there's, I think, a deeper question that I posed to all of you yesterday, which was, why do I do this? Why do you do this? Why do you come to these events? Why do you try to make your company, your bank, your NGO, your community to go forward? And I think one of the reasons why we do that is it's the only way that we can be. So the question is, how can we empower others to act, not because somebody tells them, but because they feel it's important to do that. And we will have some presentations later on. I'm very happy to also tell you that Julieta Martinez from Chile has joined us and will share her stories about how do you create change from rather early age, I'd say. That was a teaser. Now, the next speaker is and is not with us. And that means that in this hybrid world, we can actually be in more parts than one. Our next speaker is called Ingmar Rentzhog. He is founder and CEO of WeDon'tHaveTime.org, one of our media partners. He is an official eco-warrior according to The Sun. Is a serial entrepreneur and recognized at global level. He's a member of Al Gore's Climate Reality and European Climate Policy Task Force. He's running We Don't Have Time, which is the world's largest review platform for climate solutions, a member of the European Climate Policy Task Force, and advisory board member of Climate and Capital Media. We're going to make this a special moment. I kindly ask you not to get afraid, not the people on the online, but the people here. We're going to close the lights in a couple of seconds, and we're going to introduce to you Ingmar Rentzhog from Sweden.
Hello everyone, I would like to thank the organizer for hosting and inviting me to this amazing and very important conference about climate solutions. We have a big problem today, and that is that the climate movement is starting to lose momentum. I know many people that have reached out to me lately, and they're starting to tell that they are giving up, that the problem is too big to solve. I don't agree on that, because I have seen and witnessed how the momentum was gained and built up from the beginning. And I think we can do it again, and this time we will really make the change happen. My own journey into the climate was that I used to work in the finance industry, where I was running a financial communication firm in the Nordic market. We had big clients such as BlackRock, JP Morgan, UBS and Deutsche Bank and other financial players. It was quite successful, and I didn't really think of the future long time ahead. But everything changed for me when I got my first child, my daughter. I started to look into the future, and I started to read about the climate. And I got so shocked, because the information I took that I read it was really terrible. It was not something happening in the future, in a distant future. It was something happening here and now. This was this huge crisis. And most people were not aware of this crisis. They thought that climate change was something in the future, something to fix later. And our leaders were not really acting on it. And my tipping point was when Donald Trump came into power in the US election 2016. That was the point for me when I realized that our world leaders will not fix this problem. They don't care. And Donald Trump were maybe just perhaps the first leader speaking the truth about it. And if they won't fix it, who will? That was a starting point to create a global platform that is today We Don't Have Time. We connect everyone that is working with solution to work together on a platform, to amplify that. And I quit my career in the finance industry and started to build We Don't Have Time. 2 years later, we launched this platform on Earth Day 2018. And we didn't want to do like everyone else. We wanted to do things differently. So instead of flying around the world and advocating for change, we wanted to have as less emission as possible. I haven't flown myself since I started We Don't Have Time 5 years ago. And we are today a very international organization. You can do that. And what we did 2018 when we launched We Don't Have Time was that we created the very first no-fly climate conference. We invited speakers from all around the world without having anyone flying. Today, many people do those digital events, but this was long before Corona. And one thing we wanted to achieve was that we wanted to change the narrative on how to talk about the climate. We wanted people to realize that this is a crisis that we need to solve now, that we don't have time to wait. That was not acceptable to say, because if you were telling the truth, people would just call you alarmist. So that was something we started to change back in 2018. And I'm now going to show you the short summary of that conference.
Oil drives you crazy. Oil corrupts politics. Oil buys politicians.
Some scientists are indicating we should make plans to adapt to a 4-degree hotter world. While prudent, one wonders what portion of the population could adapt to such a world. My view is that it's just a few thousand people seeking refuge in the Arctic or Antarctica.
Business as usual means about 4 degrees warmer, which is approximately 1 ice age in the opposite direction. So this is really, really huge. And I need to stress this, that the Paris Agreement is not a walk in the park, it is half an ice age in the other direction.
One example that Martin raised in terms of sea level rise, based on today's temperatures, we are going to hit 2 meters of sea level rise, no matter what.
500 million people are affected in India alone.
Most of Europe will experience about 4 degrees of warming by the end of the century, which is pretty disastrous.
2017 was a record high for fossil fuel CO2 emissions.
We have to move to decarbonizing the world energy system.
And that means a lot of the known fossil research needs to stay in the ground.
We really need deep sustained cuts right now.
Previous speakers have made clear that we're coming into a very difficult time.
We are in a race against time.
It takes a double whammy to understand.
It takes repeated shocks.
Governments and the media simply cannot say that they did not know.
What the hell are they thinking?
We don't have time to speculate.
We don't have time is absolutely correct.
As we know, we don't have time.
There's no more time.
Yes, we don't have time.
We use the hashtag
We don't have time.
We don't have much time.
We don't have time to wait. Something amazing happened to that after that conference. A lot of people, high-level people, influential people, were picking up the phrase, we don't have time. And suddenly we got a lot of change happening in how the conversation about the crisis. It was more okay to tell that this is a really crisis we need to solve now, not later. But to change the global narrative is very hard, and of course we can't do that ourselves. But the climate movement had some very, very important thing going on just a couple of months later. And that was the now famous 15-year-old girl, Greta Thunberg. I happened to be there on her first day of the school strike. Someone had told me that there's going to be an activity in front of the parliament in Sweden. So I went there together with a colleague that have a camera. We didn't really know what to expect, but we wanted to report the story because we thought that this is something interesting, someone are trying a new thing, and we wanted to report that to our followers. We had gained so many followers since we had this first conference. So we really had a good international network. What we saw there at the site was very strange. You had this girl sitting in front of the parliament, totally alone. I never seen a more alone person before. And you had a lot of people, kind of busy street. They were just walking by. So we sat there for a while. We filmed those people walking by, and I walked and started to talk with the girl sitting there. And she told me what she was doing. She was striking until the Swedish election two weeks later. And she had some pamphlets with the message that we need to act now. It was very in line with the We Don't Have Time message. I asked her if she were willing to tell her message in front of the camera in English so that we could share it to our international audience. And she did that instantly, talked perfectly English. Was not planned or anything. So we recorded that, and back home we shared this message. And it got instantly viral. The world really, really wanted to hear about this. And it was so strong picture to see this lonely girl speaking truth to power with most people actually ignore the message. So what you have here is the very first 50 seconds of what today is the global Fridays for Future movement. So Greta Thunberg basically changed everything. Suddenly, world leaders invited her to take selfies of this girl telling that we don't have time, that we need to act, that we are in a crisis. Governments started to communicate that we are in a climate emergency, and millions of people were taking to the street. We really saw the momentum growing there. And so many people started to realize and wake up about the situation we are in, that we really are in trouble, that we have a climate crisis. So many people opened their eyes because of Greta Thunberg. It's really truly amazing what she has done. But the time has passed and the world goes into other problems. First we had the pandemic. People were sitting at home. And after that we had this terrible war. So today the world is filled with those problems we have. Climate crisis, war, pandemics. And I think this is overwhelming people. This is the reason why people are giving up. They see so many problems in the world. And they also see those world leaders that had took selfies and told everyone we're going to act on this problem. They're totally ignoring it. We have a new election here in Sweden in 2 weeks from now. And the climate is not even on the agenda. And this is creating so much depression. And people are confused. People don't see how they can fight this anymore. So this is the reason why we now are risking of losing this momentum. So how can we change that? I believe that we now need to focus on the solutions. Because we need to show everyone that we actually have all the solutions. That is what your conference is all about. We have the solutions, but people are not aware about them. People don't know how many leaders, companies and organizations that are actually implementing those solutions today, and that we're moving fast and leaving the fossil fuel economy behind. People don't know that. We need to get people to know about that. We need people to engage in those solutions, share those solutions, embrace those solutions, and show it to our political leadership that we have the solutions, that we want the solutions, that we demand the solutions. Because we have no reasons anymore why we shouldn't change, why we shouldn't fix the climate crisis. We will build so much better societies by implementing those solutions. We don't have time to wait, and we don't have any reasons to wait. That is how we are going to give people hope. That is how we are motivating people to fight for something. That is how we get people on the street again. Let's create a movement and create awareness about the solutions. People need to know about the problem. They already do. So now we need to do the same thing and create those awareness about the solutions. And that is what we don't have time. We are working very actively on. And we have seen so many solutions. If you download the app, you will see and discover solutions every day. And you can also engage in this, share the solution, and reward all those that are actually implementing the solutions. So in June this year, we had this big conference, UN conference here in Stockholm. It was the 50 years anniversary for the very first environment conference that UN hosted back in 1972. And we don't have time, we have grown a lot, and we're doing a lot of those global no-fly broadcasts. So we did a broadcast together with UN. We've invited our partners, we've invited people and leaders and corporations that are actually acting on it. And that those people, those actors, wants the political leadership to do more. They demand that. And what I'm going to show you now is a short summary of some of the content from this conference, and you will see another message. It's not about the problem anymore. It's about the solution and awareness about how we should implement them on scale.
We have to mobilize the whole of society, not just national governments, but businesses, investors, whole value chains, cities, and civil society.
We have the solutions to halve emissions by 2030.
If we're going to solve this, I think it's very, very important that we believe that it's doable.
We used to be one of the most fossil fuel intensive companies in Europe, but we transformed.
And countries like India are going to post 88% of all the additional demand for electricity over the next 2 or 3 decades. So if we don't solve it for the emerging markets, if we don't solve it for the developing countries, then we don't solve it for anyone.
Energy efficiency, that is not an if, it's a must. It is the simple and impactful solution to a very complex crisis.
The other good thing about energy efficiency is that the solutions are already available. They just need to be implemented.
The customers are coming to us and demand reductions now. Not only because they want to stop climate change, but also to gain a competitive advantage in the climate transition in their sector, and to avoid the CO2 tax coming.
Collaboration and the value chain perspective is key to making this happen at the speed that we need.
I am the Zero Emission Children's Health Campaigner, and I highlight the benefits that zero emission transport has on children's health.
The shift to electric vehicles is the single biggest and fastest destroyer of demand for oil.
There are no major obstacles left when it comes to technology. What we need to focus 100% on now is the large-scale adoption.
So to put it simple, we have no safe landing on a stable climate nor a livable planet without a food system transformation. We will not hold the 1.5 degrees Celsius landing zone on climate without a food system transformation.
We are running out of time. That's the fact.
1.3 billion metric tons of food is wasted every year. That food waste represents a solution that we need to address.
We're looking at transforming our supply chains, but having a bigger effect than that, advocating for change, encouraging others to go in the same direction. Regenerative agriculture is not just about carbon, it's about biodiversity, it's about water, but really crucially, it's about better lives.
Now let's use
technology to make the most exponential transformation needed so we can protect our planet and move towards a very sustainable future.
Thinking exponentially is exactly what we need to do.
Since 2020, we've reduced operational energy by 486 million kilowatt hours towards our goal of saving 4 billion kilowatt hours by 2030.
We have to scale up action. If we want to stand any chance of staying below 1.5 degrees, we need many, many more companies to be doing their part.
These are all examples of exponential climate action.
We're in this together. We have the solutions in our hands together. So join the movement and do it today.
Let's go get it done. Let's seize this critical decade and let's get to work.
So the first conference we did, we had 10,000 viewers. And the latest one, we had 30 million viewers. There's a great interest of solutions. And I really believe that we can create a momentum about it. And I think that's crucial. That's the missing part. And what you're doing here today, having this amazing conference about the climate solutions.
Let's give a big round of applause. Now, as you might have seen, Ingmar could not hear you, nor see you, but he was here with us, and I thank him live, and I know he is also watching us, and I want to thank Frame Advertising for making this hologram possible. If you look 10 years down the road in the future, why not actually have everyone here, but not here in the same time? I kindly ask, if you are sitting, if you're standing, you can sit somewhere in the middle. It's much better because it's a long day, unless you really want to stand for a couple of hours. Now, coming back to what I was saying, and if I can have the tech team to put my presentation up, that would be really great. It's to some extent all about solutions. Now, solutions are not necessarily difficult to design. They're not really difficult to put in practice. But sometimes what they are difficult is to fund. So in the next couple of minutes, we will talk also about how do we fund these. Some logistical info for the people in the room, and I salute the already a couple of thousands of people that are joining us online. It's early morning in Western Europe, but it's becoming afternoon in India and other countries, so welcome to everyone from all over the world. As you know, lunch will be served behind the theater at Stadio Restaurant. Please be back at 14:45 maximum. We're also expecting in the climate future stage, which is down the stairs, the Romanian Minister of Environment and Economy to join us for a chat on where is the Romanian economy going from a climate and green perspective. If I can ask the tech team to put my presentation up, that would be great. Lovely, thank you so much. So before switching to Linda, just a couple of thoughts. It's about Romania, but I think we can all relate to some extent. We recently did a study with Easy Data, and we asked Romanians around the country what is their perspective on climate change. And we've seen, and we've done this last year as well, that approximately 90% believe that climate changes are real. And out of these, almost 100% believe that they have an impact on where we are and how we are. In the same time, I think it's important to have a clicker that works. That's also relevant. So if I can have the tech team to put my next slide, that would be lovely. If not, I can just tell you what's on it. Lovely. Now, on it, it's about the future and about attitudes. We've talked a lot about changing behaviors, even last night at the party that we had in the Climate Change Summit. And one deep question is about attitude and behavior. We asked what should be the main attitude of Romanians in the future. And what we've seen since last year is surprisingly, and we're very happy, that we should be more environmentally friendly. This is the #1 attitude that we Romanians would like to have in the future. So that tells us a lot about the awareness of these challenges and the fact that we need to work together to bring solutions. Now, this is my final slide, is what do people care about? What is the main problem that they see? And it's a lot to do with agriculture and air pollution. And we've seen this both in the rural areas of Romania, but also in the urban areas. We're not just talking about food, we're talking about air. And as I was saying yesterday morning, we need to create cities, villages, and nature that is more resilient to climate change and that is helping us become more resilient. Now, just give me 1 sec. We now move to our first speaker, and I was telling you that solutions obviously need financing, so it's also important to look at that. I'm deeply honored to welcome, to some extent again, on stage, Linda Zeilina. She is the founder of the International Sustainable Finance Center, overseeing the strategic development of this think tank. She's a fellow of the Royal Society for the Encouragement of Arts, Manufactures and Commerce. She's also a 2021 Policy Leader Fellow at the European University Institute. Linda is going to talk about sustainable finance in Central and Eastern Europe and how can that be a game changer. Give a warm welcome, please, to Linda Zeilina.
Good morning, everyone. We will start actually with the basics. We will actually have a very quick overview of what is sustainable finance, why is everybody talking about it, and also why should we even care from an individual or professional point of view. If we switch to the next slide, please. Right, so soon enough on the screen you will see the quick overview in terms of what we will discuss today. Next slide, please. Okay, let's get started. So, what is sustainable finance? Maybe a few weeks ago, I was in Sarajevo and we had a very big classroom and I asked people to stand up and then I asked them, question by question, how many of you feel comfortable explaining what ESG is to your friends at a pub? Majority of people sat down. In the end, we had one person out of 200 who remained standing. That was actually a very representative view of how comfortable people feel with the topic across different sectors in predominantly the Central and Eastern European region. So if we now turn to the next slide, this will actually show you just a little snapshot of how the European Commission has tried to define it, and also some of the most common things that you see under the E, under the S, and under the G. Very recently, you must have seen that there was a big backlash against the ESG, or environmental, social, and governance indicators, or the use of them in finance. So if you go to the next slide, please. So the interesting thing about it is, all of these things are political. At the heart of it is thinking about the system slightly differently. Why does ESG get such bad reputation? Well, first of all, we don't really have such a long track record working on it. We all know that we need to fund these different solutions, that we need business models that are different, that we need to channel the money somewhere else. But we've been very bad at rethinking as to how to do it in a very systematic way. And in this sense, ESG actually does offer that opportunity. First of all, under the environmental, we all know and we talk about carbon. So that is something quantifiable. It's measurable and it's much, much easier for finance to integrate. Because at the heart, ESG is nothing that different from what finance already does. Financial systems operate on trying to price things. So they accumulate information and then decide on pricing. So if you are a practitioner of sustainable finance, what it means that you don't only look at the financial data, but you also look at additional layers of data. And up until now, it was an interesting exercise because there was much less definition under, for example, what sits under the social or governance. That we have, over the last decade, tried to iron out. And many of you must have heard about the EU taxonomy, which tried to create definitions, also about the International Sustainability Standards Board, trying to standardize different indicators. So if we go to the next slide, please. So why have we had that backlash? Well, the backlash is here because we are switching, slowly but surely, our thinking from the single materiality, so the impact on the business, the risks to the business, to the risks to planet. So it becomes double material. And why this information is so crucial is because if you're a company that invests in fisheries, in companies that operate in this sector, you need to know that this company is not going to go out of business. This is crucial because individually, each of our pensions depend on the systems and on whoever is managing your pension fund, on their investment strategy, whether they are taking into account the natural capital that enables the system. So, if we switch to the next slide. What is the story? So now, as you saw throughout this conference and from different presentations that hopefully you can look up later from this conference and from others, we know that there is a scientific consensus that the climate is changing. We are seeing very serious non-linear potential runaway effects. We don't fully understand how the complexity of biodiversity systems, etc., work. But the interesting thing is that we're also a little bit more concerned about big business. And with the rise of B Corp and other initiatives, big business is actually starting to lose the license to pollute. More and more people are being aware, at least in the Western Hemisphere, and we'll tackle that later. The expectations are also very different. All of a sudden, we are waking up to the fact that there will be more disclosure. There's much more technology that can shine a bit more light onto what's happening with deforestation, what's happening with different water resources, etc. The EU currently is genuinely driving the agenda through its taxonomy work, through the due diligence directives, and you can see that the space is filled with acronyms, and that often scares people, because if you do a classic finance degree or an economics degree, guess what? This particular curriculum is not that integrated. If you're interested, you will probably go do a certificate or do another course. But the issue is we actually need to think about that whole systems approach, systems thinking, also in finance and economics education. So we need to scale that up. And currently, we will tackle that also later, the Central Eastern European region doesn't have enough human talent. We need to invest more into the capacity building so that we have very smart minds, but we need more of them, much better equipped to tackle with these challenges, to actually working in the financial sector, understanding these issues, and also making their voice heard, even in the international discussions. So social and environmental problems are currently in the spotlight. I think especially this year, when we're facing inflation, fears of recession, etc., we will see a lot more discussion about inequality and how unequally these negative effects hit different parts of populations across Europe and across the globe. Hopefully, with joint force, we can also try and do a bit more educational work, because education here will be absolutely crucial. Next slide, please. So the other side of the coin is actually the fact that the financial sector does realize that, well, change happens all the time. Finance does manage change. So there are new investment opportunities, right? People always talk about there's the challenge, but behind every challenge, behind every obstacle, there's an opportunity. Well, the opportunities are there. We have seen the unleashing of the creative power of finance. We have green bonds, sustainability-linked bonds, etc. So the interest in creating new instruments and new solutions is there. also this space needs to then be tidied up, because of course once you start doing something, well, there's different actors with different motivations, and you get a lot of greenwashing. It's just what happens. But equipping again enough of the people in the system who understand the topic and can effectively engage, that's absolutely crucial. So one of my calls always for action is that, well, I do think that the non-governmental community, so not-for-profit organizations, really, really need to engage a lot more with big business and with finance. And they also need to have the talent from these sectors internally. Having somebody who can speak the language of finance, who has worked in finance or with finance, is actually a superpower, because all of a sudden you can tailor your messaging, you actually understand the challenges that the other side is facing. So client demand in Western Europe is actually changing. So that is very important, because currently all the changes predominantly are driven by Western Europe. That is just the reality. So the rules of the game are also changing. We are talking about transition a lot more, and we will continue that, because guess what? Being here in Romania, or whether you're in Czech Republic, we have industrialized countries, so we need that change. We also need to mobilize and channel the money to whatever drives positive change. And this change can happen predominantly on a national level. That's just the reality, because the national governments set the direction, they do the signaling to the markets, and they also can tweak policies to create the right incentives for business and for the financial markets. We do need to also talk about the pledges and how to operationalize them. The interesting space here in Central Eastern Europe is that a lot of our banks in some countries are owned by parent banks somewhere in the West, whether it's France, Germany, Austria. So actually some of the decisions that get taken somewhere else will directly affect our financial systems. That is very important to remember and very important to engage with. And we also need to figure out, how do we make sure that the pledges that these banks have made internationally start delivering? And it's, of course, age of data. We have so much more hunger for data, and especially meaningful data. And what is meaningful data is tricky, because up until now, the entire system of ESG has been built on effort. So, for example, we worked with Refinitiv and with other data providers, and currently most of the data is through AI systems taken from sustainability reports, different sources. But what do companies currently report? Well, they report effort. So, do you have a human rights policy? Yes, tick. That's one indicator under the S. Do you have X amount of women on your board? Do you have female representation? Yes, tick. Then, what else can you look at? Well, you all know there's multiple of different indicators. What's very scary is that sometimes the same indicator will measure 5 different things. How effective or meaningful that is a different question. So the point is that the next shift will have to happen where you actually look at whether these policies and these efforts are translating into practice. And that's where you can get into very interesting indicator development, where you actually look at, for example, if you have a human rights policy, how do you actually operationalize that? What are the indicators that you can look at? Do you look at non-disclosure agreements, the number of those signed, staff turnover, etc., etc.? Next slide, please. So here, let's quickly have a look at the situation in the Central Eastern European region, which itself is actually very big and very diverse. Not many people realize that we actually have quite a lot of different countries. So my center, I started it approximately 2 years ago, and I worked with the financial industry in management and financial consulting, doing a lot of different scale projects from very local to huge international ones, but it was always in the Western Hemisphere. We worked with the Nordics, with France, Germany, and I was based in London. So the reason why we actually decided that you do need to do something more was the fact that in the industry conferences, whether I'm talking about pension funds, investment, asset manager conferences, I wasn't meeting anyone of my nationality. I'm Latvian. There's very few of us. But there's a lot more Czechs, Romanians, Bulgarians, Slovaks, etc. And I was actually quite terrified, because then you would go to Brussels and be involved in conversations about the EU taxonomy, and you're thinking, well, where are all the voices from this region? Because this is actually going to be game-changing, and it will be politically volatile. So that was the reason why we started the center, and it actually was started in Prague. I'm not Czech myself, but looking at the landscape, we thought that that is a good, very conservative, traditional country in some ways, and that it's a good thing to try and drive the ownership of something that demonstrates that you can actually have a well-built, well-functioning organization in Central Eastern Europe, working on a topic locally, regionally, and internationally. So the reason why we started it is actually because we do think that there is still lack of knowledge, education, and capacity locally, which, to be honest, is dangerous, because then all of the intellectual input and all of the solutions get pushed from somewhere else. That is not a problem in itself. We should engage, we should discuss, but we also need more capacity to create locally owned and locally created solutions, because those, as evidence shows, are the most effective. Also, the real economy is a real challenge, but also a bit of an opportunity here, right? We do have very industrialized countries with very high carbon emissions. So these are the hard to abate sectors. So this intellectually is the most challenging, but also the most interesting. And I wouldn't say that you need to lose all hope, because guess what? There's a lot of scope for impact. One thing that does keep me awake at night sometimes is that I do see a bit of a risk. If we're too slow in terms of moving and catching up and trying to engage effectively and actually transition, there is a bit of a leaving behind effect. So if our supervisors and our political elites, etc., are not well equipped with information and understanding of why this matters, how it links, how it actually works in the system, where are the benefits that you can reap from being plugged into the supply chain or greening your economy, my worry is that we could see some sort of a green iron curtain emerging along the lines, roughly, of the old iron curtain. And that's definitely something we do not want. Because guess what? Any transformation or transition of economy is political, and that creates a bit of a dangerous fight between the old sectors, the new sectors, between different ideas. And we have seen some backlashes in regions, etc., that are exposed, that are at the frontier of this transition. And we do not want democratic backsliding or huge political volatility that actually prevents investors from investing. So that is something that I think everybody in their professional life and day job and personal life should really think about, because that is very risky. Up until now, also, a lot of the backlash and a lot of the fighting against it has been because of greenwashing. So ESG is very well known for being used as good marketing. It's even pretty much advertised like that from all of the consultancies and different experts, right? It's great for your PR. You're going to look great. You're going to attract more investment, or, you know, it's going to be wonderful. And often you see people who are heads of ESG and PR. And of course, that gives a lot of the skeptics fuel. So we need to move beyond that and also integrate it a bit more wholesomely, and not just call somebody my little green man because that's the head of sustainability, but actually make sure that you have a more holistic view of this. So where do we have space for hope? Because I think that I like that Ciprian has actually focused on solutions. Let's stay hopeful and let's not lose all hope and keep working, because that's what we need. We need motivation. I think there's a lot of space for positive impact and leapfrogging. Let's learn from other people's mistakes, right? Some countries have been working on this for many, many decades. Let's also talk to the people who have the experience and try to leapfrog. Try to avoid the mistakes and also figure out how to scale it up better and faster, and what are the most impactful things to invest in. Where are the fiscal multipliers? Because we will need them, especially after this winter. The interesting thing is that we meet so many investors in the West saying, oh, Central Eastern Europe, very interesting. Where are the opportunities? What's the ticket size? We want to invest. And currently, we have rather underdeveloped capital markets. We also need to push for a better capital markets union all across the EU. And that is a very big missed opportunity. I'm very aware that there are certain small issues that we need to iron out there, because, you know, people really want to figure out arbitration. It's linked to justice systems, and it's a good exercise in terms of holistic thinking. But capital markets union is absolutely crucial for the prosperity of also Central Eastern Europe and for driving the capital in a much more efficient way. You can also see that change is already happening, right? This was just from, I think, a month or 2 months ago now, EBRD investing 26 million euro in Romanian sustainability bonds. So there are tweaks to the system. There is interest in giving money to something that is linked to the transition. Lithuania, my neighboring country, actually has a sustainable green finance action plan. It wants to become the hub for this region, or for Baltics, to become the center of this thinking. They have also noticed that this might be a great opportunity that is good for the people, so politically sellable, and also good for prosperity and driving business and investment, which then can be translated into politics, saying, guess what, we created X amount of jobs, we actually insulated homes, we dropped energy prices. So that is the kind of thinking that we need to get into the politics here. And Poland and Hungary have been quite active with sovereign green bonds. And in general, what that does when a government issues a green bond, that again sends a signal that you're behind the transition. So I think one of the core messages I want to leave you with is that we have a lot of catching up and a lot of work to do, but also the space for positive impact and for very meaningful things to do here are great. Because guess what? Each pound invested in this region, or each euro invested in this region, can actually yield much more positive impact. And we need to learn how to show it and how to drive the attention towards the businesses that are willing to actually take the challenge on. Often they complain that they don't get any positive response or any support. So I think from the financial sector, signaling that we are here and we're thinking about this is very positive. And also, in this sense, we need many more conversations like this, where you get people together and you connect the dots and you help the system to move forward. So thank you for that. I'll leave you with the last slide, and I look forward to meeting some of you in person later.
I have, like said another speaker yesterday, we received some easy questions and some not easy questions. So I will start with the not so easy question, which is something that you mentioned about industrialized countries. Just want to read it so that I don't mistake it. How can we have, So how can we have sustainable capital to make a transition for coal, for example, in Poland? What type of capital do we need, and does the market have the patience to wait for long-term change and difficult to predict return?
I think what's happening with Poland has been very interesting, because up until now, I think a lot of investment and a lot of the financial sector actors were a little bit worried about the political volatility. So I wouldn't necessarily say that it was all the financial calculations. It was also the political risk with the harder to predict framework, especially when it came to different things that the ruling political party was doing. Now, with the fact that you have war in Ukraine, of course, this will delay a little bit the coal transition, because we need coal in some regions. It's just what it is for stabilization of the system. However, the long-term calculations there are pretty evident. So coal is on the way out. How to finance the transition, that is a different question. What you need there is a very clear plan backed by the government, multi-stakeholder approach, where you actually create a pathway for all of these communities, for different businesses, for driving the investment and creating an ecosystem. The interesting thing, again, we do have examples of that. We have a very successful example in Germany, where a region transitioned by actually building a university campus, arts center, and building an entire ecosystem which drives tourism, education, art, everything. It rejuvenated that region. So you can learn from those examples. And I think with the current crisis, you also have a lot of additional interesting rethink. because you kind of don't have an option.
Yeah, we were talking about yesterday in the panel about rethinking or what's the new economic model. There's another question about greenwashing. How can we tackle How can we tackle greenwashing in the financial sector within markets that are not data and ESG mature?
I think greenwashing actually is a very interesting case. You don't always need as much data for spotting greenwashing. And this is what I'm talking about when it comes to capacity. So currently I haven't met too many organizations across the region that can actually hold finance accountable. Unless it's very obvious greenwashing attempts. And I think that that's going to be something that's going to change. People are investing into their capacities to have staff who can actually call it out. And I think quite obvious things are, well, if you're just using one example, one small thing that you financed as a bank and blow it out as like, you know, this amazing, look how we're amazing on ESG and we're transitioning. Well, guess what? It doesn't take very long for somebody to look into what kind of bonds you buy, whether they're fossil fuel bonds, and what your exposure to the sectors are. So with growing capacities, growing money flowing into this, there's more and more analysts who will shine that light on you. So the reputational risk, etc., is becoming much greater in Europe, even in this region.
We had yesterday, 2 days ago, the Animal Day. So I have a question about two animals. An elephant and a cow. What is the elephant in the room when we talk about sustainable finance and CE, and what is the cash cow that we're talking about? Where is the big money coming from, and what is the elephant?
That's an interesting...
It's mine, nobody thought of that, it must have been.
Analogy. I think the system at the moment is a little bit more like the 5 blind men and the elephant. Everybody's holding on to their bit, saying this is what the elephant looks like. And I think we need to put the elephant together to create the cash cow. The cash cow, the cash cow actually is the opportunity to provide big, even Western business that is under the pressure of asset owners, where most of the financial markets are developed. They slowly but surely will need to start showing how they are investing better, and then how the companies are greening.
Can the EU play the role of the cash animal?
Well, it's trying to, right?
And why isn't it succeeding?
I think it's succeeding. The problem is that often we blame the EU for things that actually happen nationally, right? The EU cannot solve all the national problems of where the money ends up. Yes, we also need to push EU for things that would be more beneficial to the member states, to listen more to this region. It should have listened more about the transition needs, even within maybe the taxonomy framework. But the point is that I think that willingness, the political will from the EU side to drive the positive impact is definitely there. And also, I mean, as I mentioned, the Capital Markets Union, that's something we need to do a lot more on. So there's certain things that the EU could do to really help these countries, but a lot of the homework also needs to be done domestically.
I have 2 more questions, but by the way, as you know, and I've seen some of them, if you scan your badge, or if you go online, you can ask questions in the app, and I get them. 4 more, but I need to prioritize 2 at least. And the first one is about cooperation. We've talked extensively about this. Can we create some form of CEE identity that can actually help us to collaborate more with each other in these, you know, from Poland all the way to Greece even, and the Czech Republic?
I'm not a big believer in this this kind of identity creation. We can try and create this imagined community, but I think the issue is that people kind of end up clustering in certain regions, even within Central Eastern Europe, right? If you ask, I recently saw an advertisement from the travel agency of Lithuania claiming that they're Nordic. There you go, right?
So not a bad,
Baltic's gone,
not
we
a bad
want to be
place
Nordic.
to be.
So I think So the identity is one thing. I think what can definitely be done better, which you're already doing and we're trying to do, is actually bring the regional stakeholders of different sectors together and try and figure out where there's really good synergies and where we can kind of drive impact. So, because I do believe that in a connected world, you also need to connect the people, because the system relies on people, their knowledge, their connections, their thinking outside the box. Yeah. So that, I think, would be crucial.
I have a question now about the banking sector. It's one of the biggest players in not in this room, in all the rooms. How do you see the role of the banking sector when we talk about sustainable finance in this region, in our region in the end, the Nordic to some extent?
Yeah, we are very heavily reliant on banks. So for the financing and for how SMEs, especially, which are the biggest part of our economies, how they use finance. So I think definitely one of the crucial players that we do need to apply more pressure on is the banks for changing some of their practices in terms of lending and how they look at lending.
Okay, and if you would go into the 3 to 5 years, what would you say? What would you like to see in 5 years, let's say, in CEE and North Europe?
I would like to see a lot more transition where businesses are trying to figure out what the future business looks like, where are their competitive advantages, where they can plug into the supply chain, providing, I don't know, from sustainable packaging to a variety of different things, and trying to, and also from the banking side, what would be great if actually these people got a bit more support. So preferential loans, different types of schemes that allow people to renovate their homes. So for example, in Czech Republic, we created a scheme where you can have single household home renovation without your house being a collateral because people are scared. And debt is not a great thing in this region, right? We don't have the same savings as Western Europe, so people always feel a bit precarious. So creating these public-private partnerships where the state can guarantee something and then the private sector actually takes it on. Very interesting fact. You know why it didn't actually materialize, and now they're revisiting and maybe it will materialize next year, is because guess what? The transition for the digital system to incorporate this in the banking sector was very expensive. So there we go.
Yeah, you led me to...
This was prior to war in Ukraine.
One of the 4 questions that we got 2 minutes ago, which was about digitalization. What's the role of technology in the end? And when you connect it to sustainable investments and sustainable finance, how do you see the next 3 years, 5 years?
I think what we're going to see is a lot more fintechs coming to the market, or at least the growth of them. I mean, if you look at the Revolut rise and Monzo, it's quite an interesting example. That has really shown people what's doable. Again, what is missing is that we need to work more with the startup community to actually explain what is sustainability and to integrate those solutions. So you have very, very smart minds that need to be channeled, right? It's what Mariana Mazzucato calls the, the mission thinking. Okay, what's the mission? We need to save the planet in a just transition way. So what are the tools? So I think fintechs and digitalization solutions will be absolutely huge. And it's a huge opportunity with a huge market.
She is my favorite economist. Hans likes Adam Smith, but, life. Speaking of fintech, later on, I think around 4, at the Climate Future stage, you actually have Fintech OS, Mike Folalov, meeting with Andrea Bulisaki from Microsoft to actually explore more about this question and how can technology provide not just solutions, but better seamless solutions for climate. One final question that we ask most of our speakers: what is the most difficult question you ask yourself these days about this topic?
About this topic? I'm always wondering whether we can change people's mindsets and their value calculations. That's what I'm obsessing with. There's some people who are working, Thomas Fricke in Berlin, working on how do you actually change the systematic economic thinking, right? We had neoliberal thinking and Chicago, University of Chicago and Booth School really exerting very big power over global economies and global economic thinking. So how can we actually change it into much more sustainability thinking, which tackles inequality and tackles climate change? So if we can actually create a wave of sustainable economics thinking, because what we currently have is unsustainable economy and unsustainable finance, and that does not sound very reassuring.
Perhaps we need an Adam Matsukato to help us with all.
She's one of the, actually, what they believe is one of the first waves of all these original thinkings together with Thomas Piketty.
Yeah. Well, thanks a lot, Linda, and thanks for joining us in Romania. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
As I was saying to the people that are sitting around here, you can, I think, go upstairs, but you can fill up the rooms here. Now, a special moment of the summit. I met the next speaker a couple of years ago. She was, I think it's 15 or 16 then. She was live with us from Chile. And it was really mind-blowing to see that the new wave of young people that come not just with talking about climate, but actually doing things is amazing. We have in the following minutes Julieta Martinez. She's a co-founder of the Latinas for Climate movement. She's a climate and gender equality activist. She's a member of the UN Women Youth Task Force, Beijing, founder of the regional action platform Tremendas, that promotes empowerment of young women, teenagers, and young people. She's having in this community over 200 young women from all over Latin America. She is also a co-founder of the Latinas for Climate movement, a WWF ambassador, and a member of the Ashoka Young Agents of Change Network. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big Romanian round of applause for Julieta Martinez.
Thank you so much. So, I'm in the middle, yes. Hello, how are you doing today? Oh my God, I'm alone. I'm gonna cry. How are you doing today? That's wonderful. I hope you're having a lovely morning. I'm so happy to be here, so honored to be here. I'm extremely exhausted also. The jet lag is eating me alive. But you know, that's 14 hours of flight was completely worth it. And I want to make it completely worth it. I'm going to start my presentation by saying that today, you're going to notice I do have no PPT behind me. I have no proper presentation. I want this to be between you and me, to get an actual conversation. So, I could toggle down the theme. I could go right through how can you solve the climate crisis, right? But I feel like I want to take a little step behind. I was thinking about something. This is not planned, by the way. This part of the presentation is planned, but this is something that I was thinking while traveling here. When I was on a plane about to get out of Chile in my way to Paris, I was thinking, like, I'm so happy to get to Romania to present, to talk a little bit about my work and how many wonderful activists, the work of how many so many wonderful activists, especially around Latin America and the Caribbean. But should I go to Romania? Because this year, I have to give my university entrance exam. So while I was thinking about adaptation, mitigation, and climate resilience, I was thinking I should be studying math. I should be studying geometry. I should be studying language. Oh gosh. You know, I'm going to be like that at least till November 28th. That's the day of the exam. So what I do normally to calm myself a little bit, to remind me once again why am I here, why I'm presenting today, is going back to my origins. My origins, why do I do what I'm doing? Why do I get interested in the world of activism? So I opened my WhatsApp, started looking at my contacts, and one of the last messages that I have is a good luck for a really good friend of mine, Carol Paz. Paz Quevedo is a young girl. She's 17 years old. She's from a community called Gavarero. It's a little bit in the south here in Chile. You know, if you imagine Chile, you know, it's like really, really, really long country. She is a girl that right now is a protagonist of a documentary I'm working on that is focused on climate action connected to the, like, how can we connect the sustainability agenda with the gender agenda based on real stories. Paz, it's a girl that grew up thinking that clouds, you know, that wonderful clouds you see in the sky, were made by industries. passes a girl that when she went to the capital, Santiago, for the first time, the first thing that she thought about was, why here I'm seeing 8 different species of trees, and in my house, I only have monoculture. I only have pines and eucalyptus. Why am I living like this? Why are my sisters living like this? I remember when, and she's 2 years younger than me. So once again, I started to think, what do I want to tell you today? How can you get to an actual call to action? How can you get to actual something? So when I think about how youth can solve the climate crisis, I'm not thinking about this kind of like tricky help guides that you can find on the internet, like this, with these 5 steps, you're going to learn how to love yourself. Or with these 5 steps, you're going to learn how to solve the climate crisis. Of course not. But I feel they can get a little bit connected to that, or get closer to that, based on what I live and what I've seen and what I want to do in the future. So let's start with the basics. I think at this point we all know that we're going through so many changes. It can be for the good, or it can be for the bad. Some people might say, and I don't know if you agree with me, I really hope so, that we are at a critical point in history where we are redesigning certain stuff. Maybe we're thinking the way we understand politics. We're thinking the way we understand economy. The decisions I make, what I'm making, and where am I going, why I'm going there. Who are the leaders of the future and present? What are my values and principles? What do you need to do? How can I get out of my comfort zone? And in all this conversation, where's youth? What I'm doing is something you may call Generation Z. When we talk about politics, I have seen so many people when we talk about the climate crisis and all this stuff we're going through. Politics is for the Congress, politics is for the president. I'm going to vote, and then that's it. But I guess something that we recall, and I will remark, that youth have, and so many young activists especially have, is that I don't want to see politics as just a color, just black or white, just left, right, in the middle, because that's too easy, isn't it? I want to understand politics as, you might call it, the art of possible. That I know that sounds cliche or later like a Disney movie, but it's not it. How can we get connected with civil society, with citizens? How can we get access to information, democratize the access to information, to get to an actual tangible, concrete solution? Not only something ambitious, but effective as well. And how could you get to that point? And what's the difference between other generations? Because we know we have been always hearing like this revolution of youth going to the street to protest to get something. So what makes the change? That I grew up with a supercomputer in my hand. That my generation grew up with a smartphone. And that makes some crises something personal. Because I grew up with a supercomputer in my pocket, I get to know what's happening in other countries in Latin America, what's happened to women in Iran, what's happened really close to here in Ukraine. And your world starts to change. And your life starts to change. And people from the global north can get to know that maybe my country 2 years ago, a little bit more than 2 years ago, suffered a social crisis, that we had military out in the streets, and that my country was on fire. And you start to realize that your world is changing little by little by little because you understand that you're not alone. And that maybe your problem is something that is really connected with something literally one ocean away from you. When I talk about youth, right, when I talk about young people, I'm thinking about the people that I work with. When you think about the IPCC, for example, the adaptation reports, you find this huge report of 300 words in English that's full of technicism. When I try to tell my mom about adaptation, she normally looks, this is something that we all share, you know, what I'm doing, when I do it right now. When I try to talk about adaptation, she does something like that. Even if we have a different language, this is all We see it every time, right? Because of course, if I'm going to talk about texture mitigations, climate resilience, circular economy, how it works, full of technicism, she's not going to understand me. So what can youth do to solve the climate crisis? We got to find a common language. We got to find a common language. When I get closer to people, they're going to say, I don't like it, renewable energy because it's going to affect the economy. So how is the economic crisis connected to climate crisis? How can we understand that every single crisis that today the world is facing are completely connected? So the question is, if every single crisis is connected, then the solutions are as well. I want to give you something I would call a golden concept, something I really, really hope that you can take to your house, you can take to your family, you can take to every single place you go. It's really important for me, and I'm really sure it's going to mark a lot of conversations in the future, especially when next COP27 is around the corner. And it's about intersectionality. Are you familiar with that word? Have you ever heard it before? Because for me, intersectionality is understanding that if we're going to work on public policies, if we're going to new initiatives, if we want to get to an actual solutions, I can't just think about my reality. I'm going to get back to Chile a little bit because, you know, I'm Chilean, so it's really easy for me to get that example. So, how can I make intersectionality something more tangible and something that you can apply here in your country? When you think about Chile, you think about something like this, a really, really long country, right? And it's a country that's extremely centralized. When I say centralized, I say everything that happens in the capital stays in the capital. What if I'm the president? Let's say, hypothetically speaking, for us, I'm the president or I'm working in Congress and I want to do a public policy that's going to help every single woman in my country to tackle gender violence. And I say, okay, that's wonderful. So you start working with the ministries and the Congress, at the Senate, at different people, like really persons that are actually are in the process of decision making that's going to mark our future and present. But it's only thinking about women for one single reality, a really small reality. So you get to ask yourself, is every single person going through the same problems when it comes to the climate crisis? What happens if you live in an urban area or a rural area? If you're a 12-year-old girl or if you're an 80-year-old woman? If you have access to internet? A lot of people in my country does not have access to internet yet. Not everyone, but if you don't have access to clean water, if you're a young girl that used 4 hours of her day to get access to fuel or clean water instead of going to school, is that gonna, it's every single solution is gonna affect me differently? Yes. That's why I talk so much about ambitions and effectiveness, because it's something that can work in different sizes. Once again, we need to find a common ground. And just to finish this idea, because I'm watching the time, it's like I'm really late. My work right now is absolutely focused on, to solve the climate crisis, we need to find, connections, right? A common ground. In my case, is finding this connection between the sustainability agenda and the gender agenda. I remember when I was 15 years old, I started with the world of activism when I was really young. I was like 12, I started to learn a little bit about innovation, entrepreneurship, etc. When I was 15, I started to ask myself, does the climate crisis affect us as women differently? Is there any connection I could work then? So I started to get into Google, and I find the Brook Institution, I found the Dragon Project, I found data, statistics from the World Bank. There was so many info. And actually so hidden. It's sometimes really hard to find. And I get to ask myself, it is a coincidence that 80% of climate refugees are women and girls. Or that women are 14, and let me say it again, 14 times more vulnerable to die in a natural disaster. What's happening there? So I try to get deeper right now because, of course, you can stay on the statistics or I can just tell you the number, but it's just a number at the end of the day. So I started to get deeper and I started to move around my country. I started to get to meet different people and I find something. I find a connection. Let's get to the data I said a couple of minutes ago. When you use 4 hours of your day to get access to fuel or clean water instead going to school, you eventually stop going to school. When you stop going to school, you're not going to get to university. If you don't get to university, you're not going to get a degree. If you don't get a degree, probably it's going to be hard to get a job. If you don't get a job, you're not going to have money, and you're left alone. If you don't have money, you become dependent, and you have no autonomy. And normally, it's hard to work with women. There's normally we're dependent of a man. And the cases of gender violence went through the roof. And you were in charge of administrating clean water for your communities, and that was your only job. And I was so surprised by so many connections that people, all the people that me weren't talking about. If we're so affected by this crisis, why we're not in the process of decision making? Where are we? So I decided to work on the solution. And I find out that girls' education is a climate solution. According to the Drawdown Project, every single girl in the world could have access to education. We could reduce up to 105 gigatons of CO2. When I think of 105 gigatons, I normally think about, what if I eat a steak today? That's around 21 kilograms of CO2. So let's look at the difference. It's huge. We all know that education is a fundamental pillar for our society, because an educated person not only improves their quality of life, but enables them to change the world. So please remember that when we talk about the climate crisis and when we talk of the climate crisis, we're talking about people, not only a number. Can just change their life and for the better. And I think that's what youth is doing right now, every single day. When I told you about the story of Paz and her documentary, it's not to give pity. It's not to say, oh, it's so sad, the reality she's going through. But instead saying, it's so sad, what can I do about it? Can you show me, if you have a phone in your hand, could you show it to me? Oh, there you go. There's so many phones, pretty ones. If you have access to your phone, you have access to so many information. And it's such a big privilege. I'm such a big privileged girl. I'm Chilean, Latin American. I have seen the impact of climate change firsthand, of course. But I know English. I had access to education. I'm here right now with you today. And I know there's so many people that can't. So bear with me. Youth can solve the climate crisis, yes, but we can't do it alone. I talked before about intersectionality. I want to end this conversation with a multi-sectorial work. It's not only about the government or the scientific community. We got to find a common ground to work between the government, the private sector, the public sector, the civil society, the scientific community. Let's start this conversation and get to somewhere. Can this possible? Yes. Something is hard, of course. But let's not forget the people, for the most marginalized communities, that they still don't have the access, the opportunity to be in a place like this, but they want to be heard. I want to be heard. So yes, youth can solve the climate crisis, of course. You can solve the climate crisis. I want to invite you to all to be an activist. And an activist is not only a person that goes out on the street with a sign in their hand screaming something. That's a way to do activism, of course, but it's so much more. If there's a problem that can cause you pain, fear, makes you angry, or makes you scared, use that that should be what motivates you to get to an actual concrete solution. Let's not just give in nice words, because I know it's possible. So I really hope to get to meet you after this conversation. I really hope to talk to you, get to know your experience, get to know your criticisms well, because we need to get to that dialogue. Thank you so much.
Gracias.
Oh, you appear out of nowhere.
It just popped. It's magic. You can. We have another session that will actually happen, not in this space, but from 2, if I'm not mistaken, at the Romanian government, where Julieta, Vladislav Caim, and other speakers from the previous day and today will join about 100 young people from Romania and some other countries to share their thoughts about how the future looks. So I have a question, and thank you for coming all the way. You mentioned COP at one point. So I wanted to ask you, what's your, how do you feel that this COP and the whole COP system looks like, and you know, what's your take on the next years of this efforts, let's call it?
Right. Well, to keep it short, because I have lots of things in my mind right now. First of all, I really hope to find this connection between the green zone and the blue zone. If you're not really familiar, I'm pretty sure lots of people here are familiar with COP, but you have like the civil society place and the government place, right? And it's so separated. You know, you don't get to see it. When I talk about intersectionality, it's like I really want to see this connection, this common ground between these sectors of population. So I really hope to find something like that at COP27. To be honest, I'm really scared of it. I really hope it's going to be a good COP, especially because not so long ago, the IPCC said we had less than 6 years to talk about the climate crisis. But yeah, it's hard, especially in a place like Egypt, where there's so many. When we were talking about like it's not really an accessible place to go, especially in the place where it is. I remember looking at an Airbnb, it's $400 a night. And I was like, gosh. So
it's the cheap one.
Yeah, that's the cheapest one. So if you get, like, I always say, if you get the privilege and the possibility to get a COP, don't forget about us.
Yeah. There's a lot of questions that we got, but I want to keep 2 or 3 from my side. When we met online, sorry, about 2 years ago, you were talking about creating this movement of young people, in particular girls and women and teenagers, let's call them. Why do you think, sometimes, I'm going to rephrase that, sometimes, if not most of the times, there's a pressure on the young people to be the solution? It's your generation that has the responsibility. I had the same, when I was your age, I was considered that I have the responsibility to change the world. Now, we're in the same place now. You, or a lot of people put a lot of pressure on your generation to move forward. Do you think your generation, you know, from, I don't know, 16 to 20, 22 years old, do you think you have what it takes to actually change a very complex system of production, consumption, and waste?
I mean, we have a head start, right? When I mentioned that, like, first of all, I'm really glad you remembered. Like, when we met for the first time, I was 15, maybe still with braces, and at a really young age. So that's so cool for you to mention it. So we have a head start, right? We have access to internet, we have access to different tools that have given us so many new chances to get to actual collaboration. But we don't have, we still need experience. When I mentioned this because I feel that there's so many prejudice of like adults versus young generations fighting for changing the future, when it shouldn't be like that. I'm really tired of fighting, Ciprian. I can't do it anymore. I really can't take it because it's exhausting, right? To just see like the bad side of the coin all the time. So I think we do have what it needs to be done. But there's still time, at least for me to participate in something like a Congress, for example. I need at least 10 years more in a country like mine. and we don't really have 10 more years. So that's why I say, like, we need to find a common ground.
Yeah.
Work with all generations that want to get to change, and we can bring the innovation of fresh ideas. Come on.
There's a lot of talking in the past years about climate anxiety, and this is to a large extent seen in younger generations. We'd actually seen this in a study that we did in Romania, and young people 15 to 24 are the most concerned age group about climate change of all the groups. What do you think as a generation, and generations are so different within themselves, right? What do you think you need to do to become more resilient? Because what some might say is that you don't have enough stamina to go on as a group or groups.
I actually think I have a pretty good answer to this. So let me give you an example. When I first learned about the climate crisis, since we're talking about eco-anxiety, right? I remember I was really young, and the only thing that I was mentioned about was a picture of a polar bear in a piece of ice melting.
Yeah.
And that was it. And that, of course, is going to make you anxious, because you're only seeing like the bad. It's like a problem that feels so far away, right? So if you only take with that part of the problem and you don't find any solutions, you're going to get anxious, you're going to get depressed, and you get to this situation of the world collapsing, that there's anything I could do about it. So I think that the best solution to that, to face eco-anxiety, that is a reality right now, it's start talking since a really, really young age, and in general to people, about actual solutions that right now are being made. When you talk about green oxygen, I forgot the word in English. When you talk about circular economy, what's doing in different places, what can I implement in my country, gives you tools, right, mechanisms, and also gives you opportunity to actively participate in those conversations. Yeah. So
I have a question about from Latin America. How do you, not just you, but with your peers, how do you see what's happening in Europe? I'm not talking about the war, but I'm talking about the European ambitions for green economy. How do you, from a different point of, different perspective than what we are used to, how do you see Europe, and are you confident or not confident that in this part of the world, at least, we're doing good?
I think at this point I need to be confident, because it's like the first step to get to something. So when I think about Europe and everything you're doing, that I really find, especially this, when I read about like different solutions about Germany and Poland, and right now I wanted to learn a little bit about what Romania is doing. Of course, they give me hope, especially because we can't advance if you don't move first. And to give you more exactly, when the global north moves, gives you, because we're like, I hate when I forgot the word in English. Latin American Caribbean is one of the most affected regions by the climate crisis, but we are the less polluting ones. So we're like in a checkmate, right? So it gives me confidence that all the solutions you're taking and finding out right now gives us the opportunity to look forward, and kind of like the coping mechanism. Like take what are you doing right now in your countries, take it back to Latin America, and show you also what we're doing in our region, because there are really interesting solutions related to the mega biodiversity that we have as a.
And if you were, I'm going to do an exercise with you, and I think we all need to do this exercise to change where we look at things, from where we look. If you were to be a Romanian, let's say, my guess, an activist even, or an NGO, or working in a bank, it doesn't matter, but active, you would most likely not really know that much about Latin America and what happens there from a perspective of not just climate, but activism as well. So how do you see changing and better understanding what's going on around us? As we say, climate change has no borders, but in the same time, the borders are really thick and strong, because we cannot really think in global terms, perhaps. So how can we become more global to fix local challenges?
I think there was one phrase I mentioned before. When I talk about make the climate crisis something personal, it's all about that. You know, when you get access to internet, you get to see every single problem that today is affecting our reality. When I mentioned the war that is right now happening, what is happening to Iran, is something, it should cost you empathy, or at least a little bit. What I tend to do is, what are the problems that we all are facing as youth, or we all facing as people? But at the same time, what is the big difference about it? Because it's kind of hard to, I'm trying to find the words once again in English.
We speak Spanish in Romania, by the way, so.
Oh, really?
See?
When I'm gonna take it, English is like my safeguard. So I think that the best way to do it is something global. To be honest, it really has to come for us, like as people. Normally, what I do when I went to, for example, the Youth for Climate, there was like a really big event in Milan with youth from different parts of the world. I was talking first to somebody from Berlin, and I was talking to him about sacrifice zones, and he told me, I feel like we just shouldn't use that concept because in my country we don't use it, like we don't really know about it, and that really shocked me. It was like, I wasn't expecting that answer, but at the same time started to have conversations such as, I had no idea what was happening in Latin America. I know you're being most affected by the climate crisis, but I didn't know the solutions that we were working on, and that's quite interesting. I think that's what I meant with finding a common language.
Right.
We have things that connect us, and based on that, moving forward.
I would like you to do an exercise and basically record a message now for your future self. So what would you like your 30-year-old Julieta Martinez to know what would you like her to know 10 years from now?
I always wanted to do this. So, is there a camera up there?
There's 6, actually. Just pick one, somebody will shoot you.
So I'm gonna go there. Hola, Julieta.
In English, ideally.
Yes, of course. I'm just gonna start the hola because I'm talking to myself. Hello. It's so great to see you again. I mean, if you're seeing this when you're 30, I really hope you're not involved in traditional politics. We said that we're not gonna get into Congress, but maybe you're going to do it. So careful with that. How's Tremendas doing? How is Paz doing? How is every single person you're working with doing? I really hope they're doing great. Oh, this is... Did we get circular economy? Did the president did a good work? Did you attend COP? Did you make a good job in your university entrance exam? I really hope so, because you want to study anthropology. I think so. I really hope you study anthropology at the end. You're doing great. And we're all doing great, so.
Good.
I wasn't expecting that. That's.
Well, let's give a big round of applause. It's not easy. I think the person that it is most difficult to talk to is ourselves. So whenever you want in this lifetime, make this exercise and try to talk to your future self. We usually do exercises talking to where if you could give an advice to your earlier self, but try to do this exercise once in a while and actually try to send a message to yourself and see actually through that message where you want to be, what you want to be, and why you want to be. Because in the end, as I was telling you at the beginning, I think we're not just here and in our work just to talk about the excels of our life, but also to talk about the whys of our life. A final round of applause for Julieta Martinez. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day. Hope to talk to you later.
Now, I know there's some interviews that will be done on the online section. So I think, and thank you to the almost 5,000 people watching us now, you will watch some of the interviews in English of what happened here today. Now, the next moment, is also a very special moment. I kindly ask you, well, we can't really force you, but I kindly ask you not to film the next moment, because what we have from Daniel Huertas are images from a documentary, or documentaries, that are not yet public. Daniel Huertas, among many other things, he produced the BBC Earthshot Prize, Repairing Our Planet. He has worked in natural history documentary for the past 15 years. He's done documentaries which you might have seen, like Natural World Might Congo, Earth, One Amazing Day, as well as Our Planet, which you can see also on Netflix.
Climate Change Summit is the first, it's a Verde Société Générale initiative, and it's the first edition. Why did you do that?
We started this initiative because we thought that not only we have an issue of climate change, but we have a problem of acceleration of climate change, and it is very important that people realize that in order to be part of the solution, we all need to act at the individual level, but also at the collective level. Here, we are mostly dealing with the individual level, obviously, and the idea is first to give awareness to everyone about what is climate change and what it is a challenge. But the problem, if we just stop at the awareness, is that we might create some sort of desperation because the solutions are very difficult and cumbersome to implement. So we need to overcome this desperation by immediately starting to talk about solutions. And during these 2 days in the Climate Change Summit, we will present a number of solutions on many economic sectors dealing with energy transition, technology, agriculture, and of course also the role of the banking system and the role of BRD in order to finance the needed investments for implementing the solutions. So when you are aware about the problem, when you know about some existing solutions, the next step, of course, is to be ready to take actions yourself. And this is what the true aim of this summit is, precisely to give to everyone the momentum, the impulse to be part of the change and to act. And this is the most important one.
So, this is the first of many summits because we need to see how this solution will be implemented and to find another solution for other problems that will arise.
You're right. We don't have yet all the solutions. We have many pieces of the puzzles. Some are already in the right place, others are not yet in the right place, but we are also, as you are saying, still missing many solutions. It's a process. It's a process which is starting today with this summit. It will need to continue over the next period, of course, and I hope it will be a success this year. And definitely we will organize another one next year and the following years.
To solve climate problems, we need to have everybody involved. So how important is the role of the financial market? How important is the role of policymakers?
Talking first about the financial market, the implementation of solution, the need of change for many industries involves investments in the order of magnitude of $100 billion, several $100 billion every year. Banks and more globally, the financial system needs to be able to provide the funding for this investment. So it's a change of business as well for the banks. There are certain activities that we will stop financing, and there will be others that we will start financing, and we see here a lot of opportunities for the banking sectors as well as for our clients, because transition is not only bad news. In fact, it creates a new market, it could create new products, services at every level. So this is, to answer to your first part of the question, the role of the bank is definitely to accompany and support the clients in their own transition. The second element, the need of the institutions to take actions, of course, we need some policies. We need some strategic directions, we need some decisions. You know that Europe has been talking a lot about the Green Deal, for example. There is all these discussions around taxonomy. But in Romania, I think that we are still missing many pieces that are important for the society as a whole to understand which way we are going and to really go there together. We cannot have one part of the economic sectors going in the way of the transition, and another part saying, "Oh, I'm not sure about the need of Romanian society to really cope with this and to stay behind." So I think the convergence is at the end what is important.
You talked about stopping to finance some things and starting to finance others. I heard that you gave the biggest green credit this year.
No, last year. Indeed, we financed the biggest green operations in Romania, the biggest bilateral loan in Romania. It's the first one. But it's the first of many more to come. After this deal, by the way, we had other smaller deals, and we see our clients approaching us with ideas, with projects, and we welcome them. And the message is, we are here to support you.
Thank you. So I think this will be a great summit, and I hope that we'll find solutions.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hi, Chris.
Hello.
So can you save life on this planet as you know it?
I think our way of life needs to change. We can actually survive if we do the right things, and we need to make sure that we take the mass biodiversity with us as well. There's a quote that says that 1 million species are going to go extinct, and yet we're still arrogant enough to think that we're not one of those. So we need to make sure that we take our natural system, all of it, with us. And make sure that all of it survives. But our way of life needs to change. We need to consume less. We need to have different understandings of what makes us happy in terms of our consumption. We need to get by with less, and we need to understand how we connect with the planet and that we value the planet, and also how we associate with each other. We're all in this together, all nearly 8 billion of us.
So maybe a person action doesn't count too much, but millions, billions counts. And this is the philosophy of your project, the grain of sand. Can you tell me more?
Yes, and there's a double edge here. So we can all make individual actions, and some of those actions can be quite big. We can change the way we live, we can change our patterns of consumption, and if you add up all of those, they may feel tiny, but if you multiply them up by millions and millions of people, they suddenly start to be big change. And on the flip side of that, there's a deal. If we as individuals are making our changes to our lifestyles and the way that we live and the way that we consume, then we also need to see our governments and our institutions and our businesses changing the very way that they operate, and to actually facilitate our ability to change collectively as a species.
But there's also a cost of going green, and this cost is exploited by populists. And how can we protect ourselves against that?
It's a common statement that it'll cost too much, we can't do this. But if we actually value, if we change our appreciation of what's actually important, what is actually important to us is to be happy, to be connected to the planet, and to be connected to the people. If those things are stable, then there is a value to those. And often when when new technologies come through, they are more expensive. But actually, once we invest and we get 10 years into the development of those technologies, then they actually become cheaper. And the mobile phone is a classic example of that. If you went back 25, 30 years, a phone was a huge, great thing like this that didn't work very well. And now we have these, and the cost is way, way down. So we will see those developments come, and we will see a change in the way we operate. So it's a lot about what's important and what's valuable, but also understanding that those values are going to change as well. We need to give real value to the natural environment and take that into account, but also with each other, and we need to change the gap between the haves and the have-nots. That's been increasing, and we need to bring that more together as countries, but also on a global level as well. It's a madness to me that some individuals have personal wealth equal to or greater than whole countries. That's a madness.
How important is to have the politicians and the business the companies on the same page?
I think it's vital. We're all in this. There isn't, there's that famous quote, there is no business on a dead planet. But businesses and governments and things are there because of us, the population. We consume their products. If we weren't here, they wouldn't have a business, they wouldn't have a market, and it's the same with the politicians. These are there to serve us, the population of the world, and I include, when I say the population of the world, all the species of other animals living on it. So they're there as bodies and functions to help us deliver what we need. And we need their innovation, we need their legislation to make these changes happen, but they need to change what their priorities are.
We're very close to Ukraine and to a war, and Russia is using this moment to blackmail Europe with gas and stuff like that. And how do you see this moment?
It's very, the war in Ukraine, even though in the UK we've got a long way away, but here it's right on our doorstep. There's an opportunity here. If ever there was a moment to shift away from fossil fuels, to shift away from this ability to be blackmailed, to be held over a barrel, literally, of oil or gas. This is the moment to seize that and to project into a future where we can't be held by that we do have our own energy efficiency and our own independence of energy as nations, but also as a collective for the population of the world. We shouldn't be fighting wars and being held over a barrel because of energy.
Thank you very much. E un summit destul de mare, cum ți s-a părut până acum?
Păi, discuțiile sunt foarte relevante și oamenii care vorbesc sunt foarte relevanți, adică una e să asculți oameni care vorbesc din auzite sau din articole din presă și alta e să asculți practicieni. Din punctul ăsta de vedere, cel puțin summitul este și foarte bine reprezentat. Cei care vorbesc au niște lucruri veritabile de livrat către cei care îi ascultă. Acum, bineînțeles, rămâne să vedem ce facem fiecare după ce plecăm de aici.
Spune mai multe despre economia circulară, că e un subiect care știu că te pasionează.
Face parte și din subiectele summitului, ceea ce e foarte bine, pentru că toate sunt legate între ele. Economia circulară este un mod mai fancy de a spune să avem grijă de resurse, să încercăm să evităm risipa, să ne gândim mai atent atunci când cumpărăm obiecte care sunt de utilizare pe termen scurt, eventual să ne orientăm spre obiecte pe termen lung, sau poate chiar să nu mai cumpărăm obiecte, să folosim serviciul dat de acel obiect. Chiar dădea cineva azi dimineață un exemplu cu o mașină pe care o deții și o folosești de fapt 1-2% din timpul pe care o deții, timp în care ar putea fi folosită aceeași resursă și pentru alți consumatori. Cam despre asta e vorba pe scurt. Sigur, acum, din punct de vedere al conceptelor teoretice, putem să ne învârtim în tot felul de diagrame și de principii și așa mai departe, dar până la urmă, economia circulară este întoarcerea la bunul simț pe care le aveam încă din copilărie, în care se spunea, domnule, închide apa, economisește lumina, nu arunca lucruri utile la gunoi, cumpărăți lucruri de durată pe durată mai mare, că știm că noi aveam o vorbă că sunt prea sărac să-mi cumpăr lucruri de slabă calitate. E cam același lucru. Avem nevoie ca unitate de resursă, fie că vorbim despre un kilogram de minereu sau că vorbim despre un metru cub de lemne, să rămână în circulație cât mai mult timp și să producă cât mai multă valoare.
Dar noi suntem destul de buni la prima parte a cercului, adică producție și consum, dar cealaltă parte a cercului, adică reciclarea, e un pic mai problematică. Ce putem face aici?
E o discuție comună să credem că totdeauna consumul se termină prin reciclare. Asta presupune că se termină cu un deșeu. Trebuie să ne mișcăm un pic din paradigma asta și trebuie să ne gândim că atunci când apare deșeul, deja am rupt acel cerc de circularitate. Așadar, ok, avem o discuție legată de cum administrăm mai bine deșeurile, în care încă suntem prizonieri, pentru că într-adevăr avem deșeuri și aici e clar, sistemele sunt destul de cunoscute, ne trebuie ca cetățeanul împreună cu autoritatea publică locală și cu reglementatorul să lucreze într-o oarecare coerență, astfel încât dacă eu vreau să pun un deșeu separat ca să plece la reciclare, să știu să fac treaba asta, să-mi fie ușor să fac și mai departe cineva chiar să-l ducă la reciclare. O economie circulară perfectă, clar, este un ideal, dar ca model de funcționare înseamnă că în momentul când am scos o unitate de resursă, ea rămâne în circuit cât se poate de mult și cu un consum suplimentar cât mai mic de energie. Eu dacă o transform într-un deșeu, acolo trebuie să cheltuiesc din nou energie, efort, bani, ca să o reciclez, să o transform într-un produs nou. Deci asta este dihotomia asta între cum facem să reciclăm mai mult și pe de altă parte cum facem să ajungem să nu mai reciclăm deloc.
Practic să facem produse mai bune care să ne rețină mult mai mult timp.
Produse mai bune care să ne țină mai mult timp sau pe care să le folosim mai mulți oameni. Uite, de exemplu, un model foarte bun este închirierea de echipamente de, nu știu, zugrăvit, găurit pe și așa mai departe. Ăla e un exemplu de economie circulară, chiar dacă până acum poate nu-i spuneam așa.
Ce ar trebui să facă autoritățile pentru a trece la o economie mai apropiată de cea pe care ne dorim?
Cred că toată lumea, nu numai autoritățile, trebuie să înceapă de la a măsura. Pentru că noi vorbim despre multe fenomene de astea socioeconomice bazate pe niște percepții că ar fi bine să fie aerul mai curat, că ar fi bine să fie resursele mai bine folosite, deșeurile mai bine reciclate. Dar până nu măsori, nu-ți dai seama unde ești. Și aici avem o lacună sistemică. Avem mare nevoie să știm în permanență, domnule, anul ăsta stau mai bine sau mai prost decât anul trecut. Sunt pe drumul cel bun și dacă nu sunt acolo, poate trebuie să fac niște corecturi. Dar am nevoie de informația asta tehnică ca să pot face asta.
Deci poate că dacă să ne întâlnim an de an la summitul ăsta, o să putem să aflăm aceste informații și să vedem unde suntem.
Depinde cum ajungem la date. Uite, de exemplu, știu că summitul ăsta și măsoară amprenta de carbon. Acum, la prima instanță, pentru noi va fi o mărime absolută. O să aibă niște tone de CO2. Va fi mult mai relevant când comparăm tonele de CO2 de anul ăsta cu tonele de CO2 de anul viitor. Asta înseamnă să ai date ca să poți să te raportezi pe fenomen. Bineînțeles că așa ar trebui să se întâmple cu toate preocupările noastre legate de mediu. M-ar interesa să știu dacă calitatea aerului în București anul ăsta a fost mai bună sau mai proastă decât anul trecut și cu cât. Ce s-a făcut ca să se îmbunătățească și dacă a adus acel impact pe care îl căutam. Mi-ar plăcea să știu dacă oamenii în București s-au transportat mai mult cu transportul în comun decât cu mașina personală, dacă s-a reciclat mai mult, dacă spațiile verzi au crescut. Toate aceste informații pentru noi sunt relevante dacă vrem să schimbăm ceva, doar când le măsurăm.
Deci când le punem în context, cum ar veni.
Și le pui într-un context, sigur.
Perfect, mersi mult. Mă bucur că am avut discuția asta și sper să o avem în fiecare an, poate, și să vedem cum.
O să fim obligați să o avem, stai liniștit.
People likes to cluster together in cities because big cities means bigger opportunities. But how is the planet affected by this?
Something that you often hear in this is you hear this stat that like cities are where 75% of greenhouse gases emerge from, right? So people automatically associate cities with being quite big environmental bads. But what that stat often actually is saying is that people with higher incomes often cluster together in cities where consumption and production occur. So I think it brushes over actually why cities are quite a powerful, in my view, climate and what the evidence says. They're a big kind of powerful climate adaptation and mitigation mechanism. Because actually when you break that down per capita, per citizen, you and I, they're much less carbon intensive than other forms of habitation. You know, if we were to live in a rural village, we'd actually be using a lot more energy because of a few things than large cities. And I think the way I like to break that down is, you know, the proximity that we have, as you said, the people clustering together, it allows both the government to share or at least when they're putting down infrastructure, the cost, both financial and environmental cost, is shared between a large number of people. You know, providing water to a small town per person is quite expensive. Providing it to Bucharest per person is a lot cheaper, and therefore the carbon, the associated embodied carbon in whether it be water, roads, all these other things can be shared. So there's an environmental benefit there. I also think the shared services, there's three things I just want to touch on, but like the shared services as well, spoke about the services, but the built environment as well, it allows the buildings we live in when we have that proximity can be a lot bigger, they can have that density, and the evidence shows that the materials in that are also a lot less carbon intensive. So there's a second benefit there, and the final one is of course around transport. You know, the clustering of people together makes things like public transport, bus lanes, metros much more financially effective and carbon effective as well, because we can share in that cost. So,
do you think we need more policies or more personal action in order to transition to greener economy?
So I'm from, a school of government at Oxford, so my natural inclination is to say that public policy is important here. I think putting too much onus on the individual misses out the huge systemic change that needs to happen. I think if anything, the individual what should be happening there is for them to be calling for this systemic change. I think it's dangerous when we say, oh, the individual should be recycling more, or they should be doing this. Like, no, this is actually, there's a role for government, and it's important for government to be making those big actions, sometimes those politically difficult actions, but those ones that ultimately have the kind of socioeconomic benefit to them. And I think this needs to happen at a global level. I speak about multi-level governance. This needs to happen at a global level, a national level, and a local level. And I think then we need to see the ways in which there'll be different actions for different actors depending on that kind of spatial scale that they work in. So I do think, yeah, we need that systemic change of the policy.
Do you think the carbon tax is a temporary solution?
I think the carbon tax is a solution. I think within cities, I've done some writing that speaks to gateway taxes to carbon taxes, and I think within cities there's these sort of local consequences to pollution, and we need to think about things like air pollution policy and things like congestion charges, which are in a way carbon taxes, but the good thing about them is that they're the correct spatial level in a way, right? So congestion is only really felt within a city, and therefore making sure you're taxing polluting vehicles who enter that city, the same actors who are providing that negative consequence or that negative externality have to bear the cost. And I think there's a lot with air pollution policy as well. It's the same thing, because that is very centrally felt. I'm sorry, that's very, felt at, I suppose, close to where the actor is emitting. And things around waste management as well. I think these are like interesting gateway taxes to a wider carbon tax, because until we get that local buy-in, I'm not sure if we're going to get the global buy-in for such things.
You said that people from rural communities and small cities are more affected by climate change. Can you elaborate a bit of this?
So I have said that before. I think the reason why they're more affected, I suppose, is because they don't have the same ability to respond as people who live in cities. And I think that's the big thing about some of those benefits I spoke about cities earlier. There's a wonderful study that looks at weather, kind of heat shocks and mortality in India, and it shows that the same heat stress has much bigger effects on the rural population, because they don't have the same access to financial services that mean that they can therefore smooth their income or buy the health goods that they need in order to survive, right? Whilst people who experience that same heat shock in cities, they have the financial services, they have those local public goods, for example, that water, that sanitation, and they have those social networks that mean that they can rebound in a certain way, and they're not just, and it doesn't kind of shock them, these acute shocks, it doesn't shock them in the same way as rural populations. So that's why I kind of see cities as an important climate adaptation and mitigation tool, and we shouldn't, in my view, and I think in some of the evidence, it's not just keep everyone in small villages in the countryside, because ultimately when these invariable extreme weather hits or climate change shocks happen, there's not going to have the same bounce back.
So in a way, cities should be more resilient.
Yeah, I think they provide that resilience, absolutely, because of some of these factors, and I think in the financially and carbon constrained world that we live in.
How we can increase this momentum of solutions, as Ingmar Rentzhog was saying earlier on. I think we're back in the live, and welcome back to those online. We're slowly approaching a panel that is, to a large extent, about solutions as well. But it's a questionable type of solution. The name of the panel is Can Renewables Be a Long-Term Solution? And we have with us Teodora Vasâlca-Cimpoi, NewsEnergy, Mark Campanale, Carbon Tracker, Corina Murafa, Energy Expert, and Mark Sadler from the World Bank. Just a couple of words about Teodora, which will introduce the rest of the speakers. She's a senior business journalist with almost 20 years of experience in the energy sector. She's founder of NewsEnergy.ro, a media platform that was nominated a Climate Pact Ambassador by the European Commission. Sorry. She's also a communications expert on energy and climate change at EM360 Group and a moderator of Energy Trends, a series of debates dedicated to energy transition co-produced with EM360. I think we're ready, so it's a great pleasure to invite the panel on stage with a warm welcome from you as well.
Hello, everyone. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to be here with you today with our distinguished speakers. We have three pressing issues that we know are very interlinked. The issues of energy security, the climate crisis, and the energy transformation. The Russian invasion of Ukraine has spotlighted the urgency of overcome dependence on fossil fuels as never before. It is clear for all of us that the current crisis will accelerate the shift out of fossil fuels into green energy. But will that make the global energy system more stable, or we're going to be replacing one set of vulnerabilities with one another? Fossil fuels became a sort of elephant in the room. But these summer record temperatures showed us we still need them to provide the energy that is so necessary for our modern economies. So, how can we ensure a just transition? What is the role of citizens should play in tackling this crisis? How can we redesign the power system to ensure a secure and affordable energy to all of us? These are the main topics that will be addressed on this panel in the next 45 minutes. Now, it is a great pleasure to welcome the distinguished speakers. I will go ahead and introduce our panelists and do a very brief presentation of their work. It is a pleasure to welcome Mr. Mark Sadler, Program Leader for Sustainable Development and Infrastructure for Europe at World Bank. Based in Brussels, Mark oversees the investment and advisory work across various sectors of the World Bank in EU countries, with particular focus on Poland, Bulgaria, Romania, and Croatia. His previous roles with the World Bank were Manager for Climate and Carbon Finance in the Climate Change Group and Advisor on Risk and Markets and Global Lead for Climate Smart Agriculture in the Agriculture Global Practice. Before the World Bank, Mark was a consultant for the World Bank and the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations in Central Asia, Caucasus, and Turkey on issues related to agriculture, agribusiness, and sectorial policy. Welcome, Mr. Sadler.
Thanks.
And I'm also very pleased to welcome Corina Murafa, energy policy expert who was leading until recently Next Now Planet and Climate at Ashoka, Romania. Prior to joining Ashoka, she advanced long-lasting positive change in Eastern Europe as a public policy expert on energy and sustainability. She has worked for the World Bank, OMV Petrom, Deloitte, national governments, and think tanks. It's great to see you and have the occasion to bring the Romanian perspective in this conversation. Welcome. It is also a pleasure to welcome Mark Campanale, founder and at the Carbon Tracker Initiative, a non-profit think tank with offices in the US and UK, having enjoyed a career in sustainable finance for 20 years. Carbon Tracker is best known for its work on stranded assets and the carbon bubble and providing transition analysis for the members of Climate Action 100+. These concepts are also used by the fossil fuels divestment movement and for investors and regulators in how to set decarbonization pathways for the fossil fuels sector. It is wonderful to have you all here in this panel. First, I would like to start with Mr. Sadler. Mr. Sadler, we had the perfect storm this year. We had the supply disruptions from Russia, and on top of that, Europe has experienced this year a severe drought that is believed to be the worst it has seen in the last 500 years. We are now in the middle of a global energy crisis, and energy security has become a critical issue in the next months, if not in years to come. We are witnessing supply disruptions, price volatility, soaring energy prices at an unprecedented level. So, what are the lessons to learn from this crisis and the solutions to look for? Please.
Thanks, and thanks for the opportunity to be with you today. To carry on the storm analogy, I think the biggest challenge that we face is in the eye of the storm, is keeping our eye very clearly on the horizon. And we've seen these types of challenges globally before. This is not the first time. So I think the first lesson is we've been here before. We've seen the energy crisis, the 70s, the food crisis that have happened over the past few decades. And the challenge for policymakers, but also for consumers and for companies, is to manage the short-term risk and volatility while still keeping focused on that medium term. And as it relates to the conversation we're having specifically today on renewables, the crisis that we're having in the energy sector is one that relates to energy security and managing energy price volatility and throughput from global energy markets. Now, the answer to that, of course, is actually around energy efficiency and domestic renewables. So that is the horizon. That is the long-term goal. But unfortunately, we're facing, and I'm journalists on the panel, but I quite often see this false dichotomy at the moment in public debate about, is it about transition or is it about manage the situation today? And the answer is that the solutions for today are continuing with the transition and keeping us focused on the future.
Thank you very much. And now I would love to find out from Corina what her perspective is on the situation in Romania.
Thanks, Teodora. And I think, we were talking a little bit earlier in the break that speaking of the question whether the renewables are the future or not, we all agreed that this is the future. But since I've been in Romania working here with stakeholders for so long, I think it's worth giving a little bit of context of the Romanian renewables market, but also the type of regulatory and fiscal support that we've been offering. So in 2008, Romania negotiated a 24% renewables target for 2020, which was one of the lowest ambitions in the European Union, despite the fact that if you read media reports at that time, everyone was complaining that it's too ambitious. Negotiators negotiated it very smart because we reached it way ahead of the time due to old hydropower that we had installed and which was cheap and already amortized and so on. And despite the fact that our target was minimal, we put in place the most generous support scheme for investors in renewables in the whole of Europe, the famous green certificate scheme. So what happened was that Romania became an El Dorado for renewable energy investors, and that support came out of the pocket of consumers, both industrial consumers and households. And what happened in 2014, I remember I was working back then in the Prime Minister's office as a World Bank advisor, as a matter of fact, on energy. What happened was that the scheme, just a couple of years after it was put in place and had attracted investors, was completely slammed in the middle of the support scheme. And I remember the Prime Minister saying back then that he was stuck between a rock and a hard place. He was stuck between the consumers that were paying this support and the investors. And the scheme was slashed, and what happened was that installed capacity between 2015 and 2021 in Romania, instead of following the European trend of gradual increase, it actually not only stopped, but it decreased. Investors completely lost confidence. They didn't invest at all. In the meantime, we negotiated another target for 2030, 30.7% of our mix. And the Commission rightfully analyzed it, that it's way less ambitious than what is economically feasible. And the idea was that if we are to implement Fit for 55, we would have to increase that target to 38%. And the idea is, how do you create the incentives, how do you create the regulation to make it happen? The problem is that I think our current administrative capacity at all levels of the state is so low that it's hard to think of the sophisticated mechanisms that the market needs. And to give you just an example, from the current Recovery and Resilience Plan of Romania, we have set aside 400 million to support renewable energy investments. And the state decided simply to give a call for projects in which they were compensating roughly 400,000, 600,000, depending on technology, per megawatt installed, simply, with grant money from the state. And that's excessive if you consider what's the weighted average cost for renewables at the moment. But I think that's the only think that we are, as an administration, capable of doing. It's difficult for us to implement sophisticated auction systems in place that are much more economically feasible and optimal at the end of the day. It's difficult for us to target support for vulnerable energy consumers because we don't know how to identify them and so on and so forth. So in a market which requires sophisticated solutions, I think, or maybe it doesn't, I'd love if I could get a contrary and simpler solution from you. Our administrative system is not, able to deliver such sophisticated policy arrangements and implementation arrangements. That's my take on renewable energy in Romania. And I think we risk repeating the mistakes of the past unless we were able to identify some type of, out-of-the-box solution, I would say.
Let's put this in the European or global context. Mr. Campanale, what happened in terms of renewable deployment at the European or global level this year? Did the crisis accelerated? What is now the situation?
So pretty much nearly all of the additional capacity in energy globally that was delivered in 2021 was renewable energy. And that level of deployment, that scale, is reflecting a trend of very fast growth. So 20% per annum growth at the moment in solar and wind deployment globally. So the rough figures is around 2 terawatt hours of renewable energy. And if it continues to grow at 20% within 6 or 7 years, it'll be about 8 terawatt hours. And so that's a level of capacity which is going to be starting to compete with gas and coal in terms of capacity. Capacity isn't the same as power delivered, and the real challenge we face now is intermittency. As everyone knows, wind doesn't blow all the time, it isn't sunshine all the time. But once we've solved the intermittency problem, which is through principally through storage and dispatchable power at peak demand, then I think that will make a dramatic difference. The overall picture, I think, with investors is renewable energy is an increasingly attractive place to be. The problem that they've had in the international energy markets is one of volatility in the last 5 years. So it was only a year ago we had negative prices for oil and gas. Global oil and gas demand fell by 5%, and what that did is just drove prices down. Now we've got completely the opposite. We've got prices up, $100 a barrel for oil. We've got these extreme prices for gas, and now everyone is panicking because of the high expense for fossil fuels. But that's reflective of the fact that the market, you've got very few sellers. You've got about 20% of the world's population exports energy to 80% of the world, and you've got dominant suppliers in the Middle East and the US and Russia, or historically Russia, and that creates a monopoly pricing position. Actually, what you want to have is what you're going to get with renewable energy is multiple buyers and multiple sellers. And there you get a more effective market, you get price competitiveness, and you don't get this extreme volatility. So that's what we've got to look forward to, it's just not what we've got now.
Very interesting answer. Thank you very much. So, looking for the answer at the question, how can we redesign the power sector in order to ensure an affordable and secure energy? We saw this year, after what happened in Ukraine, that the diversification of supplies is extremely important. On the other hand, what about the diversification of technologies that we use to produce energy? What is the way forward? Do we have or do we need the silver bullet? Mr. Sadler, please.
Again, full dichotomies. So one of my favorite phrases, which I used to use in the US, and apologies if it doesn't work in Europe, but we're always searching for silver bullets. And the reality is we need silver buckshot. That's if you fire a shotgun, lots of little pellets come out. It kind of worked. But quite often, this panel, in some ways, I wanted to have a word with Ciprian. The question for the panel was actually kind of wrong. Are renewables going to save us, was kind of how I read the panel. And the answer is no, on their own? No. How's that going to happen? Because the math doesn't work. Our speaker yesterday very clearly laid out that a lot of these issues are mathematical challenges. Do we have enough rare metals? Do we have enough resources to be able to make that change? And at the moment, certain bits of the math don't work, and certain bits of the math we just don't understand. So the issue of renewables is, are we trying to meet an energy goal that we have set for ourselves today, or are we really going to deliver on energy efficiency? You know, in Romania, it's over 30% is the target for energy efficiency. We waste a phenomenal amount of the energy that we currently consume. So if we can change that side, if we can change some of the demand side of this equation, then we're giving ourselves a chance on the supply side. But equally, I talk about some of the math that we don't know. You know, the speech yesterday about do we have enough rare metals to be able to do enough batteries is based on one use. So where are we going and how well are we doing about actually entering circularity approaches as it relates to renewable energy? So that for me is part of this answer on renewable energies as well. And the last point I make is Mark and I simultaneously mentioned pumped storage when we were talking outside. But there are a whole bunch of things. People talk about renewables and they immediately think of, you know, photovoltaic panels. I mean, that's what we think. But the use of pumped storage and hydro, where we are today with the technology and the cost efficiency, is phenomenal as a storage solution. It's not all about big banks of batteries.
But if I may chime in here a little bit, I don't think it's so much about the technology that we're supporting on putting in place, because I do agree with you that you need that silver buckshot, right? But I think it's a matter about what kind of system we design. And that's a completely different question. I personally, and I remember sort of the last time I was on a similar theater stage talking about energy many years ago, I was talking about, I don't know, the 4 Ds of the energy system that we need to design for the future: decentralized, distributed, decarbonized, digitalized. And that still holds true, and we haven't advanced a lot with the distributive part, and that's a massive issue. Consumers are increasingly smarter. They want to take ownership of energy production. They want to associate themselves in energy cooperatives, in energy communities, so on and so forth. And you know, the best thing that we do is translate an European directive that allows them to put in place energy communities, but no other. If you go into the nitty-gritty detail of secondary and tertiary regulation, there are so many obstacles in place for decentralized energy production and consumption, grid upgrading that we need to be doing in order to have that met. And instead of that, I would say, of course, it's much easier to give a one-time fiscal support of millions to this large farm of windmills or of solar panels. But I personally don't think that's the way we should design the energy system of the future. It's a lot what Mark was saying earlier about domestic energy production and where we need to focus. But it's not a matter of technology. It's a matter of who we support and who do we bring at the table and who do we listen to, because unfortunately most of the time we listen to the powerful voices, and those powerful voices are I'm not going to name names of companies here, but we all know who they are. They are the ones that are sitting at the government table. It's not the owners association of a block of flats that wants to somehow be energy independent and doesn't even know where to start and how to go to, and get completely lost in the process. I think these are the issues, at least in Romania. I think in the UK it's a lot different, I would say, but I'm not sure, you know.
Well, there are some common issues, and I'm just going to state the obvious, is that we have what we call energy policy or energy systems, but actually their customers are very different. We've got the needs of household consumers, which are not necessarily the same as large industry, and yet we think about energy. And what we're doing is mixing it all up. We need energy, obviously, for heavy industrial use, and then we need energy at the household level. The challenge is that households can get off energy dependency or the fossil fuel system more readily than large industry can. Large industry tends to need it concentrated in one place. You've got chemicals, pulp and paper, you know, the list, cement, steel, just the list goes on and on. And we need to think about the two slightly separately, because policies to work. For example, decentralization is going to work a lot better for households and for the village level, where, like we have in the United Kingdom, villages literally own the village wind turbine or the village solar panel, and they'll generate income for a village trust, and it works very, very effectively. at that level. You can't really do the same for industry unless you have behind-the-wire systems where the company using the energy is making its own energy, which is becoming increasingly prevalent. We may actually have to move industry to parts of the world where it's the cheapest to be to manufacture. So unfortunately in the United Kingdom we have one energy price, but you've got Scotland which can produce it from wind very, very cheaply, but the consumers are paying a high price to reflect actually the price in the rest of the United Kingdom. But we may actually differentiate markets where the cost of the energy paid locally, or the price of it is reflected the generation price. What does that mean in practice in the United Kingdom? Car manufacturing may move to Scotland. It may be that manufacturing may move to the middle of the equator, or we have these huge data storage systems, very heavily intensive in North America. It could mean that they're moving, well, there are a number of them in the middle of the desert. It could mean they move to Uganda or Tanzania. So we have to think very differently about this. The other thing when we talk about energy or renewable energy systems is what we need for heating domestically is not necessarily, we're going to need something very different. The other source is obviously cooking, and we've got transportation and we've got power. We need to think about them slightly differently about what our needs are, and it's going back to the sort of the rifle shot or the buckshot. Completely agree with you on the buckshot. We need buckshot for all of those, for domestic heating, for power, for transportation. It's all going to look very, very different. But we're figuring it out. We're figuring it out. And the amazing thing is how quickly this is growing, how quickly we're accelerating deployment, even though we don't have all the perfect answers. We're figuring it out along the way.
Yes, these are very interesting scenarios, and this is how the future will look like. But I would like to underline one thing, that this summer showed us how vulnerable the energy system is in front of the climate change. And if we base the energy sector, the energy system too much on renewable, what can happen? I mean, we saw the hydropower, which was reduced. We also saw how the severe drought threatened nuclear reactors. The coal transport in Germany was also affected. So, what are the lessons from this summer? How do you think that this situation will change the energy landscape in the coming decades?
It's got to be dump the fossil fuel system more quickly. That's got to be the answer.
I mean, I think the other problem that we're facing, and we just got to be, everyone wants certainty in what is an increasingly uncertain world. So we just got to get really much more comfortable with not knowing the ultimate answers. Right? It's like we're trying to fly a plane, but we haven't built it yet. So a good example, as it relates to the drought, is that generally ministries of energy don't think about rainfall patterns. It's not part of the energy policy matrix.
That's because climate and energy decision makers, at least in the case of Romania, they don't talk to each other. They are different ministries, different administrative bodies. We don't have a ministry for the ecological transition like they have in France, and it's a matter of administrative design to a great extent.
It is, but it's also part of this transition thing, right? So I don't know any transitions that were super easy, right? If you look at the commodities markets back in the 70s when all the prices were fixed and then we went away from that, we had enormous volatility, and actually that was part of what drove the problem in the 70s with the oil market. But the situation that we're currently facing is that we've spent a lot of time on climate advocacy, and now we desperately need climate action.
That's right.
They're different groups, and they're not always the same. And we do need to design government, and we need to design policies that take this systems-based approach. And a lot of people roll their eyes when you talk about systems dynamics, etc. But the reality is that policymakers today have to focus on a number more variables than they ever used to, And they need to understand that the volatility of those variables, rainfall patterns, for example, are very different than what was there historically. So somehow you have to bring these communities together.
Even with this uncertainty, in the United Kingdom within a decade, we went from a predominantly coal-based power generation system to, we're now, in the summer, 60% of energy was met from renewables, and the phasing out of coal was in the end, it was actually a lot easier than people thought it would be.
Right.
But we have to think slightly differently, and you probably know as much about this as I do, about the plans to build a huge offshore renewable energy grid system, wind system in the North Sea that brings in Denmark, that brings in Norway, that brings in the United Kingdom. And I think I mentioned yesterday's statistics. There's about 70 to 80 gigawatts of wind being planned in the pipeline by 2030 in the United Kingdom alone, which is nearly almost as much as China is building. Once you get the Danes and the Norwegians and the English and the Scottish building this huge energy system, the plan is for that to be exported into Europe. That's all deliverable in under a decade. That's all deliverable by 2030, 2035. So you can make these shifts much faster than some people can imagine. I mean, when we were talking about pump hydro, and I know this is dependent on rainfall patterns to some extent, the ability or the capacity in Europe to build this out, we've got nowhere close to the potential for pump storage hydro in Europe. The opportunities are all over where you look, whether it's in Portugal or Spain or in Macedonia and Serbia and so on. The key to this is to keep chipping away at the stuff we know that works, to keep rolling out the cheap stuff that works, that's reliable, and that will help solve, in my view, part of the energy security problem, not all of it, but certainly part of it. And we can just keep chipping away at what's important with a reasonable degree of speed.
Corina, I would like to.
Yeah.
Yes, I wanted to tell us what will be the consequences of inaction in Romania, because we see that great, huge things are happening in the Western Europe and here in our part, and I'm talking specifically now about Romania. We stay on paper too much. There are not so many things happening in Romania. So what will be the cost of inaction in Romania from your point of view?
I mean, energy price volatility, insecurity in the market, citizen panicking, and we've all seen that, I guess, already. But I want to bring us back to 2 points which I think are relevant for Romania. The first thing is, whether we should still rely on fossil fuels for our energy mix, because I think here, but not only here, we tend to base a lot of policy and we tend to base a lot of decisions less on facts, but more on beliefs and myths and popular knowledge, let's put it like that. Because, for instance, there's a lot of, and I would love to be, contradicted by you who have much more experience at European and global level, there's a lot of mythology going on around the fact that, renewables are insecure, they're intermittent, we cannot base our systems on renewables. We need the gas for balancing. And I think then, of course, we do still have some legacy coal and we do still have some legacy gas. And I think it's important to, use it as a legacy fuel, because we still have it, we still have the fields, we still have the coal, and we're going to close down now the mines and the power plants, but the phase out is gradual. And let's use this couple of years that we've bought ourselves due to our good luck, sheer good luck in having these assets available to do the transition, but not invest in further fossil fuel assets, whether it's in exploration, whether it's production, whether it's in expanding the gas grid. That's my personal opinion. I do think it is backed by data, but I think that we do need to look more careful into the costs of all of these things, So discuss about the costs of renewables plus storage, discuss about the questions of balancing and what do we need to invest in our grids in order to balance the system, and look at, you know, for better or worse, look at other players in the European market that have done better job at this than we have. Like, look at Germany and how it has been able to balance renewables beautifully, although there were many skeptics there as well.
On the other hand,
just emphasize the point on gas. Gas at the moment is the most expensive source of generating power today. The idea that we solve the gas problem by building more gas-fired power is an error. We can't go back to looking at the world of more gas pipelines, more gas-fired power stations, more gas from whether it's from Algeria or Kazakhstan or Russia or Norway. This creates huge instability, and getting this right means doing. I mean, at the moment, falling back on gas for peaker plants or for peak demand, okay, but it's a temporary solution. The answer is not to build more gas. It's to roll out all these other technologies, whichever with the ones we're talking about, and maximizing that opportunity. So yeah, I completely agree with you, Corina.
This
on
depends
those
a lot
points.
on the time frame we are looking for, because in the medium term, until all these renewable technologies scale and become affordable.
Well, they are affordable. They are affordable. I mean, this is the thing: is that if renewables are £45 a megawatt hour and gas is 335, why are we still thinking that renewables are more expensive than fossil fuels? That's not been true for some time. The key equation is getting solar and wind plus battery storage or pump storage. When that has to hit a price point which is superior to gas, and we're close to that or at that now, and at that point the game is over for gas.
Can I just build on this point,
Yes,
right?
please.
Because whenever I come to these events, I have this dreadful feeling that all of us are convinced. And there's hardly anyone sitting out there or online that isn't convinced, and that's why you're here for this conversation. The problem is that the vast majority of people who are not in this conversation are not convinced. You know, I sat in a conversation the other day in Brussels with a bunch of neighbors, and I was buying my EV, you know, as you do. Oh, you don't want to do that. You won't be able to travel around Europe, and there's not enough charging stations in Brussels, and these are very well paid, very well educated people who care for the planet, who recycle, etc., etc. But the level of knowledge and understanding, and unfortunately I could pull out my phone and show them charge map that literally the house behind them had an EV charging station, so they didn't even need to install one at home. But I do think that we're still failing to do the job we need to do, which is to very clearly identify. Climate action is about people action. It's generally been a conversation about when are they going to do something about it? When is it going to happen? Whereas the reality is the 8 billion people on the planet need to take action. But all the while, you cannot clearly demonstrate to them why it is in their interest to take that action. It remains a they conversation and not a we conversation. Now, I know that sounds yaddy, but it's the total and utter reality that at the moment we are not communicating messages. The issue becomes switch your lights off at the moment. Right? Save back. Switch your lights off. That's a negative conversation that has consumers reacting negatively to it, and especially in the political arena at the moment. The reality is use less lights because your energy bill will go down. Install insulation around your window frames because your energy bill is going to go down. Now, those are positive actions that are going to benefit me as a consumer. And there are so many examples of these, and yet we still come back to a conversation which is about words like just transition, which means a lot to us, but actually means nothing to most people as they walk around. And we're still not making that connection. And it is about saving the planet. Now, most people wandering around are not that altruistic. So we have to just do a much better job about the messaging of being clear about this is about efficiency, it's about reducing your bills, it's about, you know, kids living longer, it's about air quality, it's about all these other different things. Whilst we then work in the background with all this technical knowledge and technical information to actually get the job done. But if you don't drive the 8 billion people in a way that identifies for them, you're not going to drive the politics around it.
So there's two simple things that we know we can do now. For those countries where you lease a car instead of buying one, electric vehicles are now coming in already price competitive with the internal combustion engine. So if you're leasing a car, it's a like-for-like swap with very little differences in cost. The other thing that we need to think about is going back to the household, and this is something that's come up in the UK, is house builders and energy companies working together to offer new homes energy for life for free. So what they're doing is they're installing the solar, they're putting in their electric batteries, they're putting in the electric chargers, and they're putting in the air source heat pumps on the house, and the household exports electricity to the grid. And so actually, it's good for the electricity company, good for the house builder, and the cost of that is spread over the life of the cost of the house. Now, if you said to somebody, do you want to have energy for free for the rest of your life, who's going to say no to that? And one of the things that came up in the conversation yesterday, in the question that came to me on the panel, was I was going on about cheap renewables. I'll tell that to my mom when she gets her electricity bill. And this is a problem. We've got to see these changes in people's bills. And we have a system at the moment for charging consumers for electricity, which is set at the highest cost producer, which is gas, not the lowest cost producer, which is renewables. That's why we're not seeing it in people's pockets. These things are solvable, but it needs policy. It needs government policy to incentivize house builders and energy companies to work together. It needs policy to make sure that renewable energy prices are reflected through in the consumer bills.
Corina, would
no,
you
I mean,
like
just
to
energy policy needs to become, as policy in general, needs to become much more citizen-centered. And it's hard. It's very hard. I think we've all advised governments, sat in government offices in our life, and you tend to be in a bubble of your own when you are there, and it's really hard to identify the methods, the means, the technologies to do consumer-centered energy policy and citizen-centered energy policy. But that's the future. It's much more difficult. It requires a reshuffling of our public administration systems, but unless we do it everywhere in Europe, we're going to have a backlash against the Green Deal, against decarbonization, and so on and so forth, because, you know, the consequences of climate change are invisible. At least today, they've started to become much more visible. But again, the time lag is there. It's still there. And yeah, we need to bring in this low-hanging fruit and the benefits to the citizens.
We have very little time left on our clock, and I would like to say the final remarks. But talking about affordability, because this was a subject at this panel. How can we put renewables? How can renewables be a solution on a long term? What about the rural area? Because no one is talking about that. Maybe energy transition is looking somehow a high topic for the rich one, for the rich countries. How can we bring the benefits of energy transition in the rural area? And this means finance, and the finance is not cheap. Can you tell me, please? And please, with this question, try to also draw briefly your conclusions about the future, the resetting of energy sector. Thank you. Mr. Sadler, please.
Oh, goodness. This is literally the trillion-dollar question, isn't it? As it comes to sort of rural populations, I think one thing we didn't touch on today, and I know in Romania there isn't a specific definition, but it is the discussion around energy poverty. And generally, energy poverty is an urban conversation that really focuses on low-income and vulnerable households. But when we look at energy poverty in the rural space, I mean, especially once you start moving to Africa, it's really very clear, it's really very direct. And in that situation, I mean, the work that we did in the carbon funds of the renewable energy throughout Africa and other places, that is about decentralized energy and access to it. Mark was just talking about, you know, the village in UK that were doing it. I mean, so that is about how do we think about this very differently, and are we looking at sort of your traditional energy delivery systems? And I think for the rural space, A lot of that's about renewables, but it's also about how we're using sustainable biomass in a much, much better way, because most of it is actually accessible in the rural space. And in terms of that summary, I always come back to this issue about keeping the view on the horizon whilst we're actually in the eye of the storm. And everything we discussed today are real things that we can focus on that actually help us today, but get us where we need to be going in the future. And you just got to get that message to policymakers.
On farmers, very quickly, last time I looked, the farmers were minting it. And where my family's from, in Puglia, they've been swapping olive groves and tomato fields for solar farms. And in Germany, in the Netherlands, farmers have been getting huge increases on income by installing wind turbines on their land, and the same up in Scotland. So, no, I think for rural communities, if you own your land, having a renewable energy facility is great for your income.
I think it's about scaling the solutions that work. And we've seen in many, many places in the world, from Bangladesh to the UK, solutions for rural communities in terms of energy production, in terms of even energy trading, peer-to-peer trading amongst households that work. And it's about scaling them up. It's about having finance go in that direction. And I think it's also a matter, probably, at least in Central and Eastern Europe, of, again, the governance arrangements and the regulatory arrangements, because if you do expect the farmer who, at least in Romania, is, let's say, not so well educated, not so energy literate and so on, to go ahead and fill in 16 different types of forms and paperwork to get some type of support for their house, it's never going to happen. But what are those community actors that can act as brokers in the communities? And again, it's about smart policy making that also thinks about the implementation mechanism, not just about a nice to have thing that you put on paper. And I think these investments, the people in the rural areas and the energy poor are currently paying a lot of money for their energy, for burning firewood in stoves from the 70s. Yes. And that money that they're paying every month, they could very well chip into the energy system of the future if they're able to get some support from these smarter governance arrangements to have these newer power systems installed. And I think that's my main conclusion. It's a lot around the solutions that we already have in front of us, scaling them, and doing evidence-based policy.
Many thanks to all of you for your useful and great insights. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I hope that our discussion was inspiring for you, and many thanks for your time and attention. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Now, thank you so much. We have a short break, so try to be back at 12:26. Is that okay? 12:26, we meet with Chris Hines. He's the founder of many things, but he's the UK's government most sophisticated environmental crisis critic, according to the BBC. And at the end, at about 5:30, we will have a special moment on this stage with Cantus Mundi. 45 children will sing to us to the future. Now, let's take a couple of minutes. Let's be back here by 12:26 maximum. Thank you.
Să-și imagineze un viitor mai bun. Urmărește și tu platforma Climate Change Summit. BRD. Tu ești viitorul.
The scientific consensus is clear. The world has a huge carbon problem. Humans have released more than 2 trillion metric tons of greenhouse gases into the Earth's atmosphere since the start of the first industrial revolution. And the vast majority of these emissions have occurred since the mid-1950s. This is more carbon than nature can reabsorb. And every year, humanity pumps out more than 50 billion additional tons of greenhouse gases. This blanket of carbon in our atmosphere is heating the planet and changing our climate. And this isn't a problem that lasts just a few years or even a decade. Once excess carbon enters the atmosphere, it can take thousands of years to dissipate. Already, the planet's temperature has risen by 1 degree Celsius. And if we don't curb emissions and temperatures continue to climb, science tells us that the results will be catastrophic. In fact, scientists agree that if we don't do anything, temperatures could rise somewhere between 1.5 and 4.5 degrees Celsius. So what can we do? Well, it starts by understanding and getting real about carbon math. Scientists account for carbon emissions by classifying them into 3 categories or scopes. Scope 1 emissions are the direct emissions that your activities create, like the exhaust from the car you drive. Or, for a business, the trucks it drives to transport its products from one place to another, or the diesel generators it might run. Scope 2 emissions are indirect emissions that come from the production of the electricity or heat you use, like the traditional energy sources that light up your home or power the buildings owned by a business. Scope 3 emissions are the indirect emissions that come from all the other activities in which you're engaged, including the emissions associated with producing the food you eat or manufacturing the products that you buy. For a business, these emission sources can be extensive and must be accounted for across its entire supply chain, from the materials in its buildings, the business travel of its employees, to the full life cycle of its products, including the electricity that customers may consume when using something like a phone, laptop, or gaming console. Given this broad range, a company's Scope 3 emissions are often far larger than its Scope 1 and 2 emissions put together. And this accounting is important because if we're going to avoid the worst aspects of a rapidly changing climate, then the world must reduce its carbon emissions and reach net zero across all scopes. Now, net zero doesn't mean that there will no longer be any carbon emissions at all, but it does mean that the world will need to remove as much carbon as it emits. This will require 2 things. First, we'll need to reduce carbon emissions very substantially over the next few decades. And second, we'll need to remove carbon from the atmosphere, starting with nature-based removal approaches, but ultimately through including new carbon removal technologies, like direct air capture approaches that literally remove carbon from the air. And while the world will need to reach net zero, those of us who can afford to move faster and go further should do so. That's why Microsoft is committing to become carbon negative by 2030, meaning that we'll reduce our emissions by half and remove from the atmosphere more carbon than we emit, including all of our Scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. It's why we're also committing to remove, by 2050, all of the carbon Microsoft has emitted, either directly or by electrical consumption, since it was founded in 1975. Simply put, the stakes are too high for us to not make bold changes now. The world is counting on all of us to act.
În lumea nouă, oamenii au curajul să-și imagineze un viitor mai bun. Urmărește și tu platforma Climate Change Summit. BRD. Tu ești viitorul.
At MasterCard, sustainability is core to our business. It's about us doing well by doing good. It's about powering an inclusive and sustainable digital economy that benefits everyone, everywhere. And it's focused in these 3 areas of impact. We're working to create prosperity by connecting 1 billion unbanked and underbanked people and 50 million small businesses to the global digital economy by supporting 25 million women entrepreneurs through critical services, education, and access, and by ensuring people own, control, and benefit from their own data. We're working to protect the planet by committing to net zero emissions and operating on 100% renewable energy, and by activating collective action to regrow 100 million trees through the Priceless Planet Coalition. And as always, we're working to empower people, supporting our own people, advancing equal opportunity for all, and investing $500 million in Black communities to help stand against racism and advance opportunity. Because when people thrive, companies, communities, and economies thrive. Sustainability is something we live and breathe every day, guided by decency, integrity, and respect, from our board of directors to our college recruits. It's a global conversation we're right in the middle of.
When I thank the entire MasterCard organization for its remarkable emphasis on inclusive growth.
And it's one meaningful action after another to create prosperity, protect the planet, and empower people everywhere to create a world that's truly priceless.
În lumea nouă, oamenii au curajul să-și imagineze un viitor mai bun. Urmărește și tu platforma Climate Change Summit. BRD. Tu ești viitorul. În lumea nouă, oamenii au curajul să-și imagineze un viitor mai bun. Urmărește și tu platforma Climate Change Summit. BRD. Tu ești viitorul.
At MasterCard, sustainability is core to our business. It's about us doing well by doing good. It's about powering an inclusive and sustainable digital economy that benefits everyone, everywhere. And it's focused in these three areas of impact. We're working to create prosperity by connecting 1 billion unbanked and underbanked people and 50 million small businesses to the global digital economy by supporting 25 million women entrepreneurs through critical services, education, and access, and by ensuring people own, control, and benefit from their own data. We're working to protect the planet by committing to net zero emissions and operating on 100% renewable energy, and by activating collective action to regrow 100 million trees through the Priceless Planet Coalition. And as always, we're working to empower people, supporting our own people, advancing equal opportunity for all, and investing $500 million in Black communities to help stand against racism and advance opportunity. Because when people thrive, companies, communities, and economies thrive. Sustainability is something we live and breathe every day, guided by decency, integrity, and respect, from our board of directors to our college recruits. It's a global conversation we're right in the middle of.
When I thank the entire MasterCard organization for its remarkable emphasis on inclusive growth.
And it's one meaningful action after another to create prosperity, protect the planet, and empower people everywhere to create a world that's truly priceless.
În lumea nouă, oamenii au curajul să-și imagineze un viitor mai bun. Urmărește și tu platforma Climate Change Summit. BRD. Tu ești viitorul.
The scientific consensus is clear. The world has a huge carbon problem. Humans have released more than 2 trillion metric tons of greenhouse gases into the Earth's atmosphere since the start of the first industrial revolution. And the vast majority of these emissions have occurred since the mid-1950s. This is more carbon than nature can reabsorb, and every year, humanity pumps out more than 50 billion additional tons of greenhouse gases. This blanket of carbon in our atmosphere is heating the planet and changing our climate. And this isn't a problem that lasts just a few years or even a decade. Once excess carbon enters the atmosphere, it can take thousands of years to dissipate. Already, the planet's temperature has risen by 1 degree Celsius. And if we don't curb emissions and temperatures continue to climb, science tells us that the results will be catastrophic. In fact, scientists agree that if we don't do anything, temperatures could rise somewhere between 1.5 and 4.5 degrees Celsius. So what can we do? Well, it starts by understanding and getting real about carbon math. Scientists account for carbon emissions by classifying them into 3 categories or scopes. Scope 1 emissions are the direct emissions that your activities create, like the exhaust from the car you drive. Or, for a business, the trucks it drives to transport its products from one place to another, or the diesel generators it might run. Scope 2 emissions are indirect emissions that come from the production of the electricity or heat you use, like the traditional energy sources that light up your home, or power the buildings owned by a business. Scope 3 emissions are the indirect emissions that come from all the other activities in which you're engaged, including the emissions associated with producing the food you eat or manufacturing the products that you buy. For a business, these emission sources can be extensive and must be accounted for across its entire supply chain, from the materials in its buildings, the business travel of its employees, to the full life cycle of its products, including the electricity that customers may consume when using something like a phone, laptop, or gaming console. Given this broad range, a company's Scope 3 emissions are often far larger than its Scope 1 and 2 emissions put together. And this accounting is important because if we're going to avoid the worst aspects of a rapidly changing climate, then the world must reduce its carbon emissions and reach net zero across all scopes. Now, net zero doesn't mean that there will no longer be any carbon emissions at all, but it does mean that the world will need to remove as much carbon as it emits. This will require 2 things. First, we'll need to reduce carbon emissions very substantially over the next few decades. And second, we'll need to remove carbon from the atmosphere, starting with nature-based removal approaches, but ultimately through including new carbon removal technologies, like direct air capture approaches that literally remove carbon from the air. And while the world will need to reach net zero, those of us who can afford to move faster and go further should do so. That's why Microsoft is committing to become carbon negative by 2030, meaning that we'll reduce our emissions by half and remove from the atmosphere more carbon than we emit, including all of our Scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. It's why we're also committing to remove, by 2050, all of the carbon Microsoft has emitted, either directly or by electrical consumption, since it was founded in 1975. Simply put, the stakes are too high for us to not make bold changes now. The world is counting on all of us to act.
În lumea nouă, oamenii au curajul să-și imagineze un viitor mai bun. Urmărește și tu platforma Climate Change Summit. BRD. Tu ești viitorul.
At MasterCard, sustainability is core to our business. It's about us doing well by doing good. It's about powering an inclusive and sustainable digital economy that benefits everyone, everywhere. And it's focused in these 3 areas of impact. We're working to create prosperity by connecting 1 billion unbanked and underbanked people and 50 million small businesses to the global digital economy by supporting 25 million women entrepreneurs through critical services, education, and access, and by ensuring people own, control, and benefit from their own data. We're working to protect the planet by committing to net zero emissions and operating on 100% renewable energy, and by activating collective action to regrow 100 million trees through the Priceless Planet Coalition. And as always, we're working to empower people, supporting our own people, advancing equal opportunity for all, and investing $500 million in Black communities to help stand against racism and advance opportunity. Because when people thrive, companies, communities, and economies thrive. Sustainability is something we live and breathe every day, guided by decency, integrity, and respect, from our board of directors to our college recruits. It's a global conversation we're right in the middle of.
When I thank the entire MasterCard organization for its remarkable emphasis on inclusive growth.
And it's one meaningful action after another to create prosperity, protect the planet, and empower people everywhere to create a world that's truly priceless.
În lumea nouă, oamenii au curajul să-și imagineze un viitor mai bun. Urmărește și tu platforma Climate Change Summit. BRD. Tu ești viitorul. În lumea nouă, oamenii au curajul să-și imagineze un viitor mai bun. Urmărește și tu platforma Climate Change Summit. BRD. Tu ești viitorul.
At MasterCard, sustainability is core to our business. It's about us doing well by doing good. It's about powering an inclusive and sustainable digital economy that benefits everyone, everywhere. And it's focused in these three areas of impact. We're working to create prosperity by connecting 1 billion unbanked and underbanked people and 50 million small businesses to the global digital economy by supporting 25 million women entrepreneurs through critical services, education, and access, and by ensuring people own, control, and benefit from their own data. We're working to protect the planet by committing to net zero emissions and operating on 100% renewable energy, and by activating collective action to regrow 100 million trees through the Priceless Planet Coalition. And as always, we're working to empower people, supporting our own people, advancing equal opportunity for all, and investing $500 million in Black communities to help stand against racism and advance opportunity. Because when people thrive, companies, communities, and economies thrive. Sustainability is something we live and breathe every day, guided by decency, integrity, and respect, from our board of directors to our college recruits. It's a global conversation we're right in the middle of.
When I thank the entire MasterCard organization for its remarkable emphasis on inclusive growth.
And it's one meaningful action after another to create prosperity, protect the planet, and empower people everywhere to create a world that's truly priceless.
În lumea nouă, oamenii au curajul să-și imagineze un viitor mai bun. Urmărește și tu platforma Climate Change Summit. BRD. Tu ești viitorul.
The scientific consensus is clear. The world has a huge carbon problem. Humans have released more than 2 trillion metric tons of greenhouse gases into the Earth's atmosphere since the start of the first industrial revolution. And the vast majority of these emissions have occurred since the mid-1950s. This is more carbon than nature can reabsorb. And every year, humanity pumps out more than 50 billion additional tons of greenhouse gases. This blanket of carbon in our atmosphere is heating the planet and changing our climate. And this isn't a problem that lasts just a few years or even a decade. Once excess carbon enters the atmosphere, it can take thousands of years to dissipate. Already, the planet's temperature has risen by 1 degree Celsius. And if we don't curb emissions and temperatures continue to climb, science tells us that the results will be catastrophic. In fact, scientists agree that if we don't do anything, temperatures could rise somewhere between 1.5 and 4.5 degrees Celsius. So what can we do? Well, it starts by understanding and getting real about carbon math. Scientists account for carbon emissions by classifying them into 3 categories or scopes. Scope 1 emissions are the direct emissions that your activities create, like the exhaust from the car you drive. Or, for a business, the trucks it drives to transport its products from one place to another, or the diesel generators it might run. Scope 2 emissions are indirect emissions that come from the production of the electricity or heat you use, like the traditional energy sources that light up your home, or power the buildings owned by a business. Scope 3 emissions are the indirect emissions that come from all the other activities in which you're engaged, including the emissions associated with producing the food you eat or manufacturing the products that you buy. For a business, these emission sources can be extensive and must be accounted for across its entire supply chain, from the materials in its buildings, the business travel of its employees, to the full life cycle of its products, including the electricity that customers may consume when using something like a phone, laptop, or gaming console. Given this broad range, a company's Scope 3 emissions are often far larger than its Scope 1 and 2 emissions put together. And this accounting is important because if we're going to avoid the worst aspects of a rapidly changing climate, then the world must reduce its carbon emissions and reach net zero across all scopes. Now, net zero doesn't mean that there will no longer be any carbon emissions at all, but it does mean that the world will need to remove as much carbon as it emits. This will require 2 things. First, we'll need to reduce carbon emissions very substantially over the next few decades. And second, we'll need to remove carbon from the atmosphere, starting with nature-based removal approaches, but ultimately through including new carbon removal technologies, like direct air capture approaches that literally remove carbon from the air. And while the world will need to reach net zero, those of us who can afford to move faster and go further should do so. That's why Microsoft is committing to become carbon negative by 2030, meaning that we'll reduce our emissions by half and remove from the atmosphere more carbon than we emit, including all of our Scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. It's why we're also committing to remove, by 2050, all of the carbon Microsoft has emitted, either directly or by electrical consumption, since it was founded in 1975. Simply put, the stakes are too high for us to not make bold changes now. The world is counting on all of us to act.
În lumea nouă, oamenii au curajul să-și imagineze un viitor mai bun. Urmărește și tu platforma Climate Change Summit.
Hello, everyone. We're back, and I think we're also live. I want to say congrats to those of us that had the coffee. There's a lot of people still having coffee, and I really invite them in. There's about 4,200 people watching us live, so really a big thanks for watching us and tuning in, and thanks a lot for your comments as well on Twitter, YouTube, and in the excuse me. I think you got used to my coughing anyway, in the event app. We're moving forward with, I'd say, a daring and challenging presentation by Chris Hines. He's a leading environmentalist, passionate about driving positive change in relation to the environment. He's a former founding director of Surface Against Sewage and sustainability director of the Eden Project. He's now the owner of a grain of sand, nice pun, I'd say, and dedicated to finding solutions to the world's most pressing environmental challenges. His group was described as some of the government's most sophisticated environmental critics by BBC News and Current Affairs, as Britain's coolest pressure group by The Independent. With a strong focus on solutions to problems, he helped deliver £5 billion spent on the UK coastline. Ladies and gentlemen, offline and online, please give a warm welcome to our friend Chris Hines.
Bună ziua, mulțumesc. Thank you, good afternoon. I'm going to go like the clappers because I've got 60 slides, and the first slide, which is up, is about time. This is my gran and granddad 100 years ago at their wedding, and if you think about the changes in the world in which we live now, they wouldn't recognize it. And this is about talking and reimagining and imagining where we're going to go and what the world will look like in another 100 years from now. One of the most important things, I think, is that we need to connect with nature. And this is an amazing stage. This is real soil. Get up and sniff it. Ayla and I got caught yesterday sniffing the edge of the stage. But it's so important for us to connect with nature. You know, I grew up on the edge of a national park. I go surfing. I have this connection with beaches. I love trees. This is when I lived in one for about 2 years. No, I didn't really. But this thing of connecting with nature, if you connect with something and you love it, then you will do everything you can to protect it. And that is where we are with this planet. We have to love the planet like we have no other. And guess what? We don't have another one. This is it, and we have to love it. So another little tiny thing on trees. Trees as well, we need to absolutely plant them. I put a little whip tree this big in my garden at one point, and it's now 40 years on, and it's this big. It's 30, 40 foot. But I also have little tiny trees that are this big that I've grown from acorns 2 years ago. Now, I'll never see those grow to 40 foot, 50 foot, 60 foot. But that's life, isn't it? That we're only here for a little tiny bit. And sustainability is about maximizing our time on Earth in a positive way, but also minimizing any negative contact. And I think it is an amazing planet, and we are privileged to live here. You know, thank you so much, the lady from Chile who's just walked in. You made me cry earlier, so thank you. I always like to cry at a conference. But it is an amazing planet, and we are the lucky ones. You know, we will all have a roof over our heads tonight, we will all be warm, and we will all be fed. Millions of people don't have that. So therefore, the onus is on us even more to make a difference with our lives. That's the deal. Now, it's something, you know, the deal, someone's always said it better. And this brilliant quote from Alice Walker, a human rights, race rights, and a women's rights campaigner: activism is the rent I pay for living on the planet. And I think what we've got to do is to go beyond activism as well, beyond actually shaking that placard. And the little story I'm going to tell you now in about 5-10 minutes is about Surfers Against Sewage. How is this little tiny community with no knowledge of what we were doing set out to change our little part of the world, what we were experiencing. And there's lessons to be learnt from here. So this is my local beach, Porthtowan. I have a House of Parliament Select Committee report at home that says Mr. Hines referred to the local beach that was known as Porth Tampon, and that was because the dreadful state of it was covered in sewage-related debris. But our aim, that we held in our hearts and our minds, and everything is a combination of those two, was to be able to enjoy the coastal waters for the wonderful thing that it is. And also for tourism, it was a vital part. You know, lots of people come to the coastal waters of the UK, and that's vital for our local economy. It drives jobs, etc., in the local economy. That was our aim. We had a problem. I'll quote Margaret Thatcher. When she was Prime Minister in 1989, she stated, and I quote on BBC Nature, "All sewage is treated before discharge." That was a downright lie. There were 400 million gallons of completely crude sewage being discharged around our coastal waters every single day. Literally what you flushed down the toilet went straight into the sea from Newquay to Newcastle, Brighton to Blackpool. Every single coastal town, city and village discharged literally raw sewage straight to sea. This is one of those outfall pipes, and this isn't a set-up picture. This is literally the state of our coastal waters at that time. Lumps of human feces, panty liners and condoms, and we were swimming and surfing in it, and we were told that it was acceptable and that everything was okay. So we went, damn it, we're going to change this. Now, it's easy to whinge. And that's kind of where we're at with climate change, I think. But I'm hearing so many positive things that we're going past that. We're into the future. We're looking forwards about what we can do and rolling all this stuff out. At Surfers Against Sewage, we had to look high and low. The water companies, they just wanted to build longer pipes, bigger pumps, pump it further out to sea. And we knew that that wouldn't really deal with what the problem was. And we found in the island of Jersey that they did not build a big pipe. They'd done this new technology, the future. And that future meant that the outfall pipe, the bacterial quality in the outfall pipe of this little tiny island called Jersey off our coast was 50 times safer, cleaner in their outfall pipe than it was on our beaches. Now, I wrote some evidence to a House of Parliament Select Committee. I was called to go up to London to give evidence to Parliament, and I said I'd feel 50 times safer sticking my head in Jersey's outfall pipe than I would bathing on a government-passed beach. A week after I made that statement, the island of Jersey's tourist department invited me out. This is their outfall pipe, and about an hour before this picture was taken, we had the BBC, Sky News, Reuters, Press Association, all on there with their cameras. I jumped off, I turned around, I paddled as hard as I could, and I duck-dived into the mouth of 100,000 people's sewage, and I got that far up before I was blown back out with a force. But I stood by what I said. It was cleaner than the beaches that we were bathing on, and it was cheaper. So finding the solution, we then worked with water companies to drive that forwards. We opened sewage treatment works for Dŵr Cymru Welsh Water. We used this imagery. How do you drive things up the public agenda? Using good media, images like wetsuits with gas masks, a 10-foot inflatable poo. This got us front pages of the national newspapers. We used our political system. You know, there's a moment at the moment, and it feels like that we're excluded from our Houses of Parliament. But these Houses of Parliament, your Houses of Parliament, the Houses of Parliament right around the world, they're ours. They represent, the people in there represent us, the citizens of the world. And we have as much right for our voice to be heard as anybody else. The first time we went to Parliament, within 10 months of forming, we pulled the Secretary of State for the Environment to come to a meeting, and the government announced a £2 million spend on research into the health effects of bathing in sewage-contaminated seawater. So even though it was scary and we didn't know what we were doing, the very act of stepping forward triggered that research that would ultimately prove our case and prove that we needed to clean up our waters. We used the media, as I said. One of our members, we had 18,000 members at one point. One of our members rang up and said, look, I'm a script writer for the program called BBC Casualty that goes out at 8 o'clock on a Saturday night to about 15 million people. And we helped write a script in there about what we want, what the problem was and what the solution was and how it could be done. And that went out to all those people. So how we use drama, how we use our communication systems to tell these stories, to move the debate on, so that it becomes all of our responsibility and all of our solutions. Changing that narrative, we can do. We used the law. We went up to the Royal Courts of Justice with these two lovely ladies, and we bust a water company and set UK precedent for the whole of our coastal waters. We bought shares in every single water companies, and hats off and big respect to Mark Campanale up at the back who helped us go up there. We would affect the share price in the city. You know, the city would come to us, analysts, and say, which water companies are a risk, which one's a good bet, and which ones should we just damn well stay clear of. And it's the same now. You know, financial institutions, companies, etc., are going to start to disinvest from risky companies and invest more and more of their money, our money, into those companies. Friends and foes, this was a brilliant one of our friends, Glyn Ford, member of the European Parliament, and he invited us to go and brief Ergon Klepps, the gentleman on the right, is the president of the European Parliament. And again, this ability to go into these places at that level and talk to people as normal citizens, absolutely we had the right to do that. And we presented a dossier to him on what we thought was wrong, but importantly what we thought should be done. To conclude that part of the story, in 1997 there was this massive political landslide in the UK, and the old Parliament, the Conservatives, got kicked out. The new lot, Labour, came into power. 6 months after that, I was called to go and be a special advisor to the Secretary of State for the Environment. I walked out of that room, punched in the air 2 hours later, and the government ruled that all sewage should be treated to at least secondary treatment with this UV disinfection for 2/3 of the population. £5.5 billion spend on our coastal cleanup. Looking back at that, the change tools, know what your aim is, identify the problem, come up with a solution, create the environment for change, negotiate, stay at the table, all of those things. Help. Sometimes we don't put our hands up and say help. If you put your hand up and say help, two things happen. One, lots of other people go, I didn't know what that acronym meant. Linda, picking up on your comment. And the other thing is, though, that people will say, I can help you. Like Mark Campanale, like scientists, like engineers. They all came and helped. From there, I took a year off after 10 years because I was burned out and needed to go surfing a whole lot more. But then I went to this place, this amazing clay pit, post-industrial landscape that was turned into this amazing visitor center and a beacon for communicating future solutions. They get 1.9 million visitors through there every year, talking about how we can live in harmony with each other and in harmony with this amazing planet that we get to live on. And we all have an impact from the day we're born till the day we get in one of those coffins. You know, as I said earlier, it's about minimizing the negative impact, but making our lives count, making our lives mean something, having that future conversation with yourself and being able to go, yeah, it's going to be good. But, you know, I put this in because at the end of our lives, we'll never look back and say, damn, I didn't have a Ferrari super duper duper. What we'll regret is not coming and being part of our community, not being with people we love, not telling people that we love them, not feeling the soil, surfing the waves, climbing the trees, etc. Quickly, if we think COVID's been tough, you know, where we're going now, the climate crisis, melting polar ice caps, rising sea levels, acidification of the oceans and wildfires. This one, 1 billion species going to go extinct. And yet we're still arrogant enough to think that if 1 million species go down, we're not going to be one of them. Bet your bottom dollar, we will be one of those species. And this, you know, a UNICEF report linking the civil war in Syria with climate change. These are issues that we face, and that leads to mass migration. And in our country, that led to Brexit, due to nasty politicians kind of weaponizing these issues and driving it at us. And we have this going on. And despite all of this, and they know, some of those carbon petrol companies are still out there, you know, trying to asset claim the fossil fuels that are in the soil and put that on their balance sheets. They can't do this. And they will face at certain points the law of ecocide will come and get them. But we have to have a new dawn, the positive part of my talk. Facts and experts. We've lost trust in facts and experts and the scientific theory and quizzical thought. We have to re-establish these back at the most fundamental levels. That we, you know, if I get ill or any of us get ill tomorrow, guess who we're going to go and see? We're going to go and see an expert, a medical expert who will have, you know, done their whole career looking at the most up-to-date science, the most up-to-date information, and they will do their utmost best to save our or our loved ones' lives. Of course we need to trust experts and love science. our carbon footprints, and it was interesting the debate just before this about how people need to understand, you know, we all, from the moment we wake up in the morning till the moment we go to sleep at night, we all have some form of carbon footprint. And there's a beautiful book by a chap called Edwin Duchevsky who wrote The Total Beauty of Sustainable Design. And in it, there was a section called The Total Beauty of a Sustainable Day. And it went from when he woke up in the morning, woken by his wind-up alarm clock, through every single thing that he used, the clothes that he put on, the food that he ate, his transport systems, etc., until he again pressed that alarm and went to sleep. So understanding your carbon footprint is vital. But if we're going to do that as individuals, as citizens of the planet, then there is an onus absolutely on government and big business and all businesses, SMEs included, to do the right thing as well. And it was, again, you know, brilliant watching, you know, jaw-dropping to watch the potential of MasterCard yesterday. Triple bottom line thinking, I'm sure we know this. I'm going to click through a couple of slides now quite quickly. That balance between people, planet and profit, linear economy, waste neutral. This was a project we did at Eden. And that triple bottom line, you know, when I was at Eden, every single piece of crockery, cutlery, etc., paper plate, spoon, they all were single use and went straight to landfill. We looked at the triple bottom line of putting in a dishwasher with crockery. By doing so, we reduced our environmental footprint by 8 tons of landfill. We reduced the carbon impact of manufacturing and transportation to us. Socially, we gave people a nicer cup of tea. We gave them, we created 2 jobs, and financially, we sold more tea, and we saved ourselves £500,000 over a 10-year period. This thing of renewables, people say, they're not efficient enough. You know, we build them, and by the time you lock in their carbon footprint, it doesn't work. But we're moving forwards, and we're moving at a heck of a pace. If we hadn't had the brick-sized telephone, we wouldn't have these amazing smartphones, computers, supercomputers in our pockets. So it was so brilliantly put. And this quote, and I am going to read this. Every gun that is made, every warship launched, every rocket fired signifies, in the final sense, a theft from those who hunger and are not fed, those who are cold and are not clothed. This world in arms is not spending money alone, it's spending the sweat of its laborers, the genius of its scientists, and the hopes of its children. Now, that wasn't written by a peace-loving old hippie. That was written by General and then President Eisenhower. And, you know, it's shocking that in the UK, we have the windiest country, other than Ireland, in the whole of Europe, and yet we have no indigenous homemade wind manufacturers. We do produce some of the best turbines in the world. They just happen to be locked into warplanes and things. So it's not that, you know, we can have global peace instantly, but we need to take some of those technologies and apply them to the bigger crisis that's facing us, humanity's crisis. I sit on a sustainability advisory panel to the BBC, and I put this up because this is a measure of how they're moving and how big organizations are moving. And that little logo, you'll see it here again in the corner. Every single program that the BBC commissions now has to have gone through its carbon accreditation and to get an Albert Sustainable Production thing. And editorially, every single program that they make, whether it be sport, drama, or factual news, has to look at the potential to tell the story of climate change and sustainability and biodiversity loss. The power in our pockets. I went down and spoke at a youth summit in the UN, and that led me to thinking, you know, how much money was in that room and all those students and what were they going to spend in their lives. And if you were to earn £20,000, £25,000 or euros in your life, and you were to work for 40 years, you will have £1 million to spend, one way or the other. That is power. Even in this room, if there's 150 of us, we're into the, you know, £150 million of our money. Our choices. Who is going to listen to us? Where do we invest them? In what? Where will our pensions go? And brilliant magazines like, you know, Ethical Consumer, everything, we can make that choice. Literally everything we do in a day, from the moment we wake up till the moment we go to bed, we can choose to spend everything on our little tools that we use to make a better world. And making a better world, you know, Mark Carney, the ex-governor of the Bank of England, did this brilliant book, Values. He also did the BBC Reith lectures. If you want to listen to it and not read it, it's the same thing. But Values, building a better world for all. And there was one quote in there that really stuck with me. This one: "Profit is no more the purpose of business than breathing is the purpose of living." That's by Sir John Kay. And that's because we've moved. We've gone past the point where it's acceptable for a company just to drive profit and not take into account people and the planet. This little image, I just lobbed this in from debates yesterday about offshore tax and things. You know, I have an opinion that if a company want to make money from society, then they should pay all of the tax made back into that society and they should live there. If people want to live in a tax haven, they can go and live, the British people, in this rather miserable little island, halfway between Scotland and Ireland. It rains a lot, and they can go and stay there. But they don't want that. They want all the benefits of living in an amazing city like this, but they don't want to pay the tax due that they should pay. B Corporation certification, you know, this balance, go and look it up if you haven't seen it. Whether you look at the balance between all of these, and big companies moving this way. And when you go through the B Corp, the business impact assessment, it's a brilliant tool. It'll probably take about 5 hours to storm your way through it. And underneath every decision is this layering of the Sustainable Development Goals. This guy, one of my heroes, I've got 1 minute left, 2 probably. You know, Yvon Chouinard of Patagonia, an amazing man who has now just declared that his company only has one shareholder. It's the planet we live on. Wrapping into a bit of a conclusion, loads of tools are used to sell this version of the world to us, the way that it is. And we need to use every single one of those tools, us, society, the right side. We have righteousness on our side. We have the outrage. We know where we're going to go. And we need to use every single one of those tools and use them better. We need to win. We need to stretch every sinew, buzz every neuron in our brains. And one of my other big heroes, Jonathan Porritt, who's an amazing, long-standing British environmentalist, he wrote this book, and it's set in the year 2050. And he's looking back as a character who was born in the year 2000. And he's looking back and he says, you know, there were some tough bits. Tens of thousands of people did die on the streets of our capital cities in 2023, something that now is scarily possible. You know, New Orleans finally has been abandoned to sea level rise, but we've largely made it. We've created our food systems, our financial systems, our health, all of those things, and we've made it. To conclude, the 21st century needs us, and it needs us massively. The challenges are huge, but if you were to go back to my gran and granddad's time and the lives that they lived, and the challenges of the lives that some of us have lived in this room, and the challenges that people are facing, they will all kind of have that same level of challenge. Tension is good, it drives change, so long as there isn't violence or anything involved. You know, I've jumped over a 10-foot fence before with wetsuit on my head, wetsuit, gas mask on my head, got like this close to Tony Blair when he was the Prime Minister, and the security stopped me and they said, you know, you do realise, Mr. Blair, while you're in Cornwall, where I live, if you do a poo, it's going straight in the sea. And he said, that's very interesting, Mr. Hines, and noted that down. But then he went and spoke to the Secretary of State, and that's how I ended up there. Be light and quick. If we're 70% sure it's the right thing to do and the 30% isn't going to kill anybody or the company, keep moving forwards. We need to keep that energy. Be attractive. Believe that the human species can do anything. Be passionate. Believe. Be optimistic and challenge the norm and believe we're going to go forwards. And if it feels tiring and overwhelming, then remember that a bunch of surfers with no campaigning experience, no knowledge of what we're doing, I even failed my exams at school, we helped turn that into that, and a bunch of dreamers at the Eden Project turned that into that and that. Thank you. Brilliant. Wonderful. What an amazing conference. Thank you so much, everybody. All amazing. I've got to go. Brilliant. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Run.
Mulțumesc. Mulțumesc.
Mulțumesc.
Mulțumesc.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'd say if we were to give awards on energy, I'd say that deserves the most energetic speech. He was also in a bit of a hurry because he also needs to leave and inspire other people around the world. And I'm very thankful for him for taking the time and to bring and give us this energy that I think we all need more and more of. As I was telling earlier, for the guests that are standing, we would love to have you seated as well, if you want. Now, we're rushing through the agenda, it might seem, but in the same time, let's not forget that we also need to cool down, ideally, the planet as well. We now move to a topic that is very dear to me, and it says how environment and business work together. Better said, how they could work better together. We have with us Emmanuel Martinez. He's Chief Environment Economist of Société Générale. He's an environmental expert and a specialist in energy and climate issues with over 20 years of experience. He has worked in various professional backgrounds, administrations, NGOs, business associations, etc. And I'm very happy and honored to welcome him to our stage today. Emmanuel, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. It will be very difficult after the CRISPR performance to be on stage. So, first of all, I would like to start my speech with a memory. This year, 2022, is the 30th anniversary of the Earth Summit held in 1992 in Rio de Janeiro. And we have now 30 years of negotiation to implement global response. And the question is where we are today. But before, I would like to highlight some events during these, you can find in this timeline. First of all is the different scientific events that you can see in the picture, the different IPCC reports, and all those reports urge us to wake up, and they accumulate constantly new evidence on the climate change. The second important events are the international negotiation. Two agreements are important during these 30 years. The first one is the Kyoto Protocol in 1997, and the second is, of course, the Paris Agreement in 2015. And the Paris Agreement is really a turning point in terms of negotiations. And the third events I put in this timeline are all the events concern Europe, because in Europe you can find probably the most comprehensive climate policies and also the most ambitious. So, first of all, I would like to come back to the Paris Agreement to tell you why it's a turning point. First of all, the Paris Agreement compared to the Kyoto Protocol are as a target well defined with a vision, and the vision is to avoid the increase of the temperature to 1.5 degrees or below 2 degrees, whatever. But the horizon is 2100. The second element of this Paris Agreement is the trajectory. This treaty has a trajectory, and the trajectory is the net zero emission trajectory that we need to achieve before the end of the century, or probably it will be before 2050. And the third element, and the most important element in this agreement, it's for the first time in all the negotiation on climate, finance was involved in this agreement. We have in the Article 2 of the Paris Agreement a sentence on the finance, where the ambition is to make the finance resilient to the low carbon economy and to transform this finance to the sustainable finance. So it's a very important point, because with the Paris Agreement there is a big challenge for the finance sector and a big involvement in the climate issues. But 30 years of negotiation, and where we are today? Well, today the global warming has reached 1.2 degrees above pre-industrial levels. The scientists say that since 1979, the average rate of increase is 0.02 degrees. And before 1970 per decade, 0.2 degrees per decade, and before 1979 it was 0.07 degrees. So it means that we will probably reach, according to scientists, the 1.5 degrees between 2030 and 2052, sorry, but probably around 2040. That is, so climate change is shortening. But unfortunately, we are not on track to limit warming, because the green gas emissions are increasing. We are around 50 gigaton of CO2 equivalent. So, and if we look at the IPCC reports, in the various models that is presented in those reports, the peak of GHG emissions is assumed to be reached between 2020 and 2025. But the emissions are increasing again. And to stop these increasing, we need to act immediately and strongly, according to the IPCC. How we can act to reduce the emissions? Here we have the kayak decomposition. It's an equation that is show that the CO2 is a function of the population, the GDP per capita, the energy intensity, and the carbon intensity. And what we see is when we can act on energy intensity of the GDP with to have a policy in terms of efficiency, reduce the consumption of the energy, and also the second possibility is to reduce the carbon intensity of the energy, and in this case is to develop the low carbon energy sources. So that is so the solutions are available today to reduce drastically the emission of CO2 and greenhouse gases. Now, to conclude my first part of my speech, I would like to show you this graph that is it's a summary of what we have to do and what are the risks that we are to face. The blue line, it's where we are going today. The blue range is where we probably are going. And the the green line is where we must go. But there is an issue. The green line, it's the assumption behind the green line, it's a world where there is a great cooperation between all the countries to reduce the green gas emission and to fight against climate change. It's also a world where people are well educated, where people are aware about climate change and environmental issues. So we have here a strong assumption in most of the various scenarios you can find about trajectory, 1.5 degrees trajectory. On the left side of the screen, you can see the transition risk that economy has to face with the you recognize here the Gaia decomposition, and on the right screen you have the physical risk. It's all the extreme events or the consequences of the extreme events like reduction of agricultural productivity or migration. The spread between the blue and the green, represent the intensity in terms of climate policy, or on the other side, the intensity and on the extreme events. And the economy has to navigate between the spread in the figure. And obviously, more the policies are restrictive, less we feel the physical risk. And obviously, if we don't take action on climate, you will have more physical events, and you risk to have more consequences in terms of migration or so on. That is the 2 or 3 messages I would like to highlight here. Is first that the climate is shortening. 2, that's with the green line, that the transformation of the economy will be very deep. And the 3rd message is probably because it's very difficult to have an arbitrage between the policies, restriction, and what could happen with a more strong effect of the physical events. So this transition that we are talking about since for today will not be smooth. And I think the business has to keep in mind this figure and to be aware that the economy will be transformed, but in the way where we are where the crisis, we will see crisis because it's very hard to navigate, in fact, between these different scenarios. I would like now to give you an example with the EU climate policy and what the corporate should watch in order to operate their transformation. First of all, that we know that the climate policy of the EU is began before the Paris Agreement. There is more than 20 years that Europe tried to have a climate policy, but the really transformation of this policy will be probably with the European Green Deal that will launch in 2019, and the idea of this policy of the European Green Deal is to put the environment in all the policy, in all the sector policy of the EU, in the agriculture, in the industry sector, in the energy sector, in the transport sector. Each sector is viewed with a point of view of the environment. That the ambition of the EU. The ambition of the EU is also obviously to be net zero emission by 2050. You can see here the trajectory of the international negotiation agreement, and EU has also a finance strategy in order to go to achieve its target to be net zero emission by 2050. And the finance has obviously a central role to play in this Green Deal project, in fact. So the EU Sustainable Finance Action Plan has 3 pillars. The first one is reorienting capital flows toward a more sustainable economy, and here you can see the target of the Paris Agreement in terms of finance. The second pillar is to mainstreaming sustainability into risk management, and the third is fostering transparency and long-termism. Here, the transparency through, in fact, sustainability disclosure could allow to the investor to understand more what the corporate are doing in terms of transition, and also to make the corporate responsible for their action. So the sustainability disclosure plan put in place by Europe, but also by other countries, it's very important to try to change the mindset. So the EU policy is accelerating, and in 2020, I think, or 2021, I think. The Commission launched its Fit for 55 package. It's all a package of measures in order to achieve the ambition of net zero emission trajectory. And they define a new target for by 2030 that requires a large policy overhaul. I put here some figure on the past targets and achievements and the ambition and in terms of target of the European Union. And for example, if I take the first line concerning the emissions cuts, we can see that the ambition is to reduce annually the emission by 4%. And the achievement was 1.1% per year of reduction of the GHG emissions. That means that the targets are very demanding in terms of emissions. I go faster. I would like to highlight 2 or 3 reforms currently ongoing. The first one is the EU ETS reform. The carbon market of the European Union is the first carbon market in the world, and it's about the industry sector and the aviation. But what is interesting is this one, because this figure, this graph represents what was the European policy during 15 years, where we see that until 2018, the carbon price was very low. It was very low because the policy and the rules in the market was not enough restrictive. Now, with the reform, the ETS is, we can see the carbon price increasing, and because the Commission introduced regulation into the market. That is a very interesting point to highlight, because with the carbon price high, the investor and the corporate can't invest in the right way, in fact. The second element is the carbon border adjustment mechanism. This mechanism is to the ambition of the Commission with this mechanism is to obviously to tackle carbon leakage, but also to try to have 100% of auctioning on the ETS market in order to increase the carbon price in Europe. The consequences of this mechanism on the sector, well, on a macroeconomic level, the consequences are very low, because we expect it to be minus 0.2% of reduction of the GDP by 2030 compared to the baseline scenario. But this mechanism can have positive impact on the sector concerned by this mechanism, the iron and steel, cement, fertilizer, and aluminium. But Oslo, what we can highlight is that this mechanism can generate cost for the corporate in terms of compliance cost, as you can see here. The last one policy I will mention is the reform of the ECB monetary policy strategy. The idea of the ECB is to help the government to fight against climate change and to introduce climate in the monetary policy framework of the ECB. Three headings compose this strategy: is better understand how climate risk impact the economy, include climate change consideration in monetary policy, and enhancement of risk assessment capability operation. The idea of the greening the IC policy is, will shape both bank and corporate. In 2022, the ECB launched a climate stress test, and it was a learning exercise, but we can say that it's also likely to place demands on bank ratio. And the last thing is that the ECB announced the inclusion of climate criteria in their own asset purchase and collateral rules, and that can impact the funding for companies, and it will be a great challenge for the companies that don't report or disclose their climate strategy, and they have not a strong or ambitious strategy in terms of climate. To finish, my conclusion is that that the horizon of climate change is shortening, that the physical and transition risks are accelerating, then the climate change is becoming part of the financial regulation and supervision, and that climate change data is under construction with the sustainability disclosure rules that are taking place today. And I thank you for your attention, and sorry for the time.
I have some questions, but I'll connect a bit to that before we go. I'm not gonna. Can we put the slide back so that we also see it on screen? No, not this one. The conclusion one.
The conclusion, do you want to see? Oops,
yeah. It's the fifth, I think it was. Climate change is becoming part of financial regulation and supervision, and to some extent regulation is probably the only way to actually move forward sometimes. What do you see within your clients, so not just the bank itself, but the clients, how fast can they adapt to these regulations, and not just the big corporates, but in the end, the SMEs, which are the basis of economies?
There is a green divide between the corporate and the SMEs. Of course, for example, in terms of disclosure, the standard on construction for SMEs will be less challenging than for the corporate. But to respond to your question in terms of the adaptation of the corporate and the SMEs, I think we need to accompany the SMEs in the transformation, because the transformation for the SME will be harder than for the corporate.
But that costs money
yes.
for a bank.
Yes.
I mean,
Alors, in terms
to
of
a company,
yes.
where do you get the money from?
In terms of disclosure, if I can come back, there is a assessment of the Commission that is saying that in terms of for the SMEs, the cost of the disclosure will be around 40,000 euro for the SME and 120,000 for the companies that are already reporting today.
I know some SMEs that just don't have that money.
Yeah, I know that.
So where did they get the money from?
Well, I assume that that is the purpose of my speech is to say that okay, we are transforming the economy, but the company have to be aware on those different costs that they have to support today.
I have a question, sort of about the beginning of your speech. I think it was some minutes ago. Two questions. Are EU, US, and China harmonizing their actions to act on the Paris Agreement targets? Do you see this as a room for conversation? And I would add Russia.
Well, so, US and China. Today it's very complicated to talk about those, the China. China was very proactive in terms of climate policy, in fact, and I saw that in the financial sector. They have standards for the green bond. They have a lot of things in place, but obviously they continue to increase their emission, and there is.
And we continue to buy from there, right? So I don't want to. I want to challenge not you, but the idea that we are putting pressure on countries like China. I'm not defending China, but in the same time, on the demand side, we buy.
Of course.
So it's a double
of course we
road.
Buy. But it's why I show the CBAM reform, because it's very interesting to follow this mechanism, because this mechanism, it's a manner to transfer for the EU its policy to abroad, in fact. And also, it could be, if this mechanism is well implemented, it could be, we could see this mechanism like a carbon added tax.
Well, that leads to a question that I don't have in any of the people questioning. But carbon tax is, we had this yesterday as well. We have a study that says that in Romania, at least, Romanians, in theory, would agree to pay more or to have polluted or pollution-related items taxed more. But I'm not going to go into that because I have another question too, really interesting. It's about R&D. It talks about manufacturing, transportation, etc., and how do we reduce the carbon footprint and the methane footprint. I mean, carbon is a big deal, but methane is even more complicated. That means that there must be a lot of R&D expenditure. How could we manage the risks, as we know that not all R&D projects are successful? I think this comes from somebody from a bank.
Well, I think it's not an issue. It's not a climate issue. It's an issue that we see every day.
It's a business issue.
Yes, it's a business issue. but some projects fail, other succeed. That is the life of the business. So, but it's not so different that we are living today in the mainstream development. So.
And one more question about the conclusions. If you can go to the second slide where you have the conclusions. Lovely. And the technology race. This is one of our main concerns. Is how we can also contribute to a more innovative and market-dedicated Europe. In this race, in which we all are. What do you think the role of your bank and banks in general in Europe can be to actually support a more integrated European approach on tech development, considering the competition at global level that we have with our US partners, naturally, and also with our suppliers, which are competitors like China or India, for that matter?
The role of the bank is it's important. Because the strategy of if we want to be a leader in in a sector, you need to support risky projects and in the stage very early stage, in the very early stage, in order to be considered as an expert in terms of finance for the technology deployment, and that's what Société Générale, for example, did with renewables, and we are considered today as a leader in the financing the renewables.
So in the end, the risk pays off, but sometimes probably it's also about understanding that losing is not a loss in itself.
No, of course, because obviously, because if you want to be one of the leaders on financing a sector, you need to take a risk.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to take a risk and ask you one final question, which is a sort of a personal question that we've asked some other speakers before. What is the most difficult and troublesome question that you ask yourself as a leader in your sector these days?
Well, I mean, I try to stay optimistic because I try. No, because if we don't have any more hope, we will fail in this transformation. Why I'm optimistic? It's because I feel that the people today believe that the climate change is already here. I start to work on climate in 1996. I assure you that few people believe on climate change. And now, because it's also the economy, if in the economy people have no faith in something, the economy will fail also, and we need to this belief in order to transform this economy, and that is very important. If we think that we will achieve the target, probably will not achieve exactly the same target, but we have a vision and we have a trajectory to achieve this vision.
And
that is very important.
I don't have a question.
Because in terms of for the corporate, for the industry sector, if you have not a trajectory and a vision at long term, you cannot invest in the right way. Sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to connect it in the end as a sort of a comment. Your colleague Goku Agboboloa yesterday said something about a train. So he's saying that we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, but the question is that a train coming towards us, or is that the outside? So I think we also need to be. It's important to have a trajectory, a plan, because this is how also money needs to flow, as predictable as possible, but to also have enough capacity and capital to adapt constantly. Because if we're too stuck in what we need to do, most likely we will actually, and this is when we actually fail. Planning is useful. Being flexible is actually what they do.
It's why the involvement of the finance sector in this issue is very important, because if we transform the finance on sustainable, it's only redirect, in fact, the finance in the right way. It's only that. Obviously, you need, few billion more investment than we usually we need for the mainstream economy. But we can achieve this target in terms of finance if we redirect all the finance on the right way. It means on the sustainable development.
Good. I think we're on the right track. It was a very lovely conversation, by the way. I wish you, well, maybe we'll have time in the lunch break, by the way. Lunch break is off. Thank you so much, Emmanuel, for your messages.
Thank you all.
So, I think we're about to take a lunch break, if I'm not mistaken. I want to thank you for staying with us, also the online people. Thank you so much. We're going to take a 15-minute break. So, as you know, lunch, if you've been here yesterday, lunch is served at Stadio restaurant. This is behind the theater. There's going to be volunteers to pick you up, take you there, but actually come back here. We will begin, as the agenda says, 14:45. By the way, in the climate future stage, we have Romanian Ministers of Economy, Environment and Digitalization showing up and starting the panel at 14:45. Thank you so much.
În lumea nouă, oamenii au curajul să-și imagineze un viitor mai bun. Urmărește și tu platforma Climate Change Summit. BRD. Tu ești viitorul.
The scientific consensus is clear. The world has a huge carbon problem. Humans have released more than 2 trillion metric tons of greenhouse gases into the Earth's atmosphere since the start of the first industrial revolution. And the vast majority of these emissions have occurred since the mid-1950s. This is more carbon than nature can reabsorb. And every year, humanity pumps out more than 50 billion additional tons of greenhouse gases. This blanket of carbon in our atmosphere is heating the planet and changing our climate. And this isn't a problem that lasts just a few years or even a decade. Once excess carbon enters the atmosphere, it can take thousands of years to dissipate. Already, the planet's temperature has risen by 1 degree Celsius. And if we don't curb emissions and temperatures continue to climb, science tells us that the results will be catastrophic. In fact, scientists agree that if we don't do anything, temperatures could rise somewhere between 1.5 and 4.5 degrees Celsius. So what can we do? Well, it starts by understanding and getting real about carbon math. Scientists account for carbon emissions by classifying them into three categories or scopes. Scope 1 emissions are the direct emissions that your activities create, like the exhaust from the car you drive. Or, for a business, the trucks it drives to transport its products from one place to another, or the diesel generators it might run. Scope 2 emissions are indirect emissions that come from the production of the electricity or heat you use, like the traditional energy sources that light up your home, or power the buildings owned by a business. Scope 3 emissions are the indirect emissions that come from all the other activities in which you're engaged, including the emissions associated with producing the food you eat or manufacturing the products that you buy. For a business, these emission sources can be extensive and must be accounted for across its entire supply chain, from the materials in its buildings, the business travel of its employees, to the full life cycle of its products, including the electricity that customers may consume when using something like a phone, laptop, or gaming console. Given this broad range, a company's Scope 3 emissions are often far larger than its Scope 1 and 2 emissions put together. And this accounting is important because if we're going to avoid the worst aspects of a rapidly changing climate, then the world must reduce its carbon emissions and reach net zero across all scopes. Now, net zero doesn't mean that there will no longer be any carbon emissions at all, but it does mean that the world will need to remove as much carbon as it emits. This will require two things. First, we'll need to reduce carbon emissions very substantially over the next few decades. And second, we'll need to remove carbon from the atmosphere, starting with nature-based removal approaches, but ultimately through including new carbon removal technologies, like direct air capture approaches that literally remove carbon from the air. And while the world will need to reach net zero, those of us who can afford to move faster and go further should do so. That's why Microsoft is committing to become carbon negative by 2030, meaning that we'll reduce our emissions by half and remove from the atmosphere more carbon than we emit, including all of our Scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. It's why we're also committing to remove, by 2050, all of the carbon Microsoft has emitted, either directly or by electrical consumption, since it was founded in 1975. Simply put, the stakes are too high for us to not make bold changes now. The world is counting on all of us to act.
În lumea nouă, oamenii au curajul să-și imagineze un viitor mai bun. Urmărește și tu platforma Climate Change Summit. BRD. Tu ești viitorul.
At MasterCard, sustainability is core to our business. It's about us doing well by doing good.
Lovely, thank you very much. So I would kindly invite the people in, so from the hallway. We're back online, I think, as well. Hello and welcome back to Climate Change Summit. Very happy to have you here with us, especially in these complicated times sometimes. We're very happy to be present on Twitter, YouTube, and the event app of Climate Change Summit. You can find out more on climatechange-summit.org. We have a special ending of the summit with some really amazing speakers joining us, but also a special moment at the end. I hope you can manage to watch online and also be present offline. We will have a special moment from a Romanian choir of children that will sort of guide us into the light, and you'll catch the point once we start. Now, we continue our sessions with Andreas Kipar. He's a landscape architect and land co-founder. He's the founder and creative director of the international landscape architecture studio Land, with offices in Germany, Italy, and Switzerland. He is the inventor of the Raggi Verdi, I hope I pronounced it approximately, green rays model in Milan, which connects up the various areas of the city to favor a new slow mobility from the center down the suburbs. We would like that in Bucharest if possible. He is also, and his team supervised the landscaping for Expo 2020 in Dubai. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for Andreas Kipar.
Thank you very much. I understand the time is really difficult, but let me say again, thank you for being here. My best compliments for the summit. And what I want to talk with you, let's break it up. We have no time, but it's the right time to act. So I want to give you a short lecture about what's going on. My company is Land. Everything starts by landscape and finished by development. But in the middle, we have energy. Energy between culture and nature, architecture and nature. That is our energy field. And we need to work so hard. And we do this since more than 30 years. And with a lot of young people, next generation, more or less 32 years we have age, and we do this, and we try to do this by all the problems, by all the words about joyful, in a joyful way. Because that's the time, that's the 20s, that's the ecological transition. And it's time to act for us. We do this all over the world, and so we do this in a very sharing way, together with our partners, with our students, with our land research lab, and we are always thinking about this kind of narrative. What does it mean? What are we doing? So it's not business as usual. What are we doing? So stop, think about it. We tell us our story, and we try to understand today's challenges. And we try to understand this in a very, very special time, because emergency, yes, it's emergency. Climate emergency is a new normality. That's maybe so surprise for us on the one hand. On the other hand is that we have really this big, large, productive fields that we are looking for the environmental regeneration. And so we have so much challenges, and we have so much fields we need to work with, that we need energy, we need power, we need the young generation, and really it's time to act. Jeremy Rifkin, a lot of years ago, it's time to act, stop war on nature. So, why I will come back with you to our landscape? Why? Because all of us here, we are asking us, what can we do at the end? We all are part of it, but we all are part of our own landscape, because landscape is people-orientated. I mentioned it short in the morning today. That is our own landscape. That is people-orientated. We are the landscape. And we build our own landscape. Not only our mental landscape, but also our physical landscape. And that makes it so holistic, because everything what we are doing at the end, we will see in our landscape, everything. And on the other hand, we have nature. And that is maybe a surprise also for you. 96% of your citizens say we all have a responsibility to look after nature. So we are looking for a new relationship, with nature, but first of all with our own nature. So that gives us an idea why we think that coming back to landscape, and by landscape we said also that the city is more and more an urban landscape. And when the city starts to get an urban landscape, then something happens. Then we see it in different eyes. And we have all the tools, and that's incredible. We have all the tools. We have so much money. We have the green infrastructure for Europe. We have innovating with nature. We have the European Green Deal. And we have a very, very strong commitment for bringing nature back into our lives. Nothing else we need. Bringing back nature into our lives. And that's the question. Why we do work with nature? Because we are looking to 2030, we are looking to 23, we are looking to tomorrow. So we have not only a main goal, but we have small steps to do. So there's not only one project, but there's a big process where we want to cultivate. So it's not anymore a question of building. It's a question of cultivating. Cultivating relationships. Cultivating the urban landscape. Cultivating our streets. And we will come back to learn from nature. We will come back to understand the vocation of our cities, the vocation of our regions, the vocation of our own. We will come back to this, learning from nature. Yes, we understand so much about biodiversity, about cooling, about climate change, retention, cleaning, infiltration, everything. But at the end, we will find this water-sensitive design. That seems so easy. That seems so easy. So normally you start with a building and then all the things comes down to the earth. But we need to change it completely. Let us start by earth. Water-sensitive design is an integrating green-blue infrastructure. So any kind of new building and architecture will be a green-blue infrastructure. Not only will be, needs to be. And that is in our land research lab in Milan, we are very, very hard looking for what we can do when the city is in transformation. Yes, we need to do something like that. We need to work with nature, and so the street will be a new ecosystem. There are challenges for the future. And we know how to do it. Not only we, there are a lot of people who know how to do it. So we can do this. But we need to be radical again. And I want to show you two platforms Very easy, 2 platforms. One from my hometown, Essen in the Ruhr area in Germany, old industrial city, getting then European Green Capital. And when we start there, long time ago, in 2005, and that was, it's like an organism, it's a city like an organism. And we start with our green ray model from Milan, and the mayor asked us, can we do it here? Yes, we can do it. And there are rays north, south. And every time you will give a line, then happens something. See what happens. You will find projects. You find people want to connect. You will find opportunities on the left side, on the right side. You will find something that we call participation. And something happened, and from a linear thinking, you come in an informal thinking. And that is, I think, so important, that our cities will come back for an organic form in smaller parts. And by the way, back to water in the underground, back to water. We find a strategy with more than 100 projects, public-private partnership, to bring back water in the surface. Let's break it. And that is, for me, so interesting to understand that is a process. Even if it's 10, 20, 30 years, it doesn't matter. But people understand that they are part of a bigger process. In a city like Essen, 600,000 inhabitants, now more than 250,000 have an immediately access to water. It's great. And you can see what does it mean to have a strategy. Yes, a strategy is a vision, it's a flexible vision, but then working day by day and coming out with this kind of framework we are working for, you see that the city comes back like an organism. And that is, after our pandemic time, so important. The city of 50 minutes, that's a city of 50 minutes. So that's a city with a lot of neighborhoods. And there are small projects, small projects, there are medium projects, and there are XXL projects. That's normally. But it's important that everything is in one family. So it's only one process. And even if we have a large brownfield like here, we start in 2007, and it starts with a green-blue infrastructure. And what is a park? It is a green-blue infrastructure. So all the water from the roofs come into this park, and we start with younger people to plant trees. The best way to come back to your own city. Plant a tree when you are young. So then you will come back and you will see that under the tree you find the right shadow for you and for your whole family. So it is a question not for building but for cultivation, and then some new aesthetic comes out. Ecological transition in our time needs a new ethical approach, and this kind of ethical approach will bring out a new aesthetic approach. So we are looking for wilderness. We are looking for this kind of green-blue infrastructure that comes in and gives us an idea what can be our future urban landscape. What we need is space, space, space. Yes, for your own. Yes, for our own healthy. So what we need are green-blue infrastructure that works day by day, and that we can find in a dynamic way thinking about the process in 10, 20, 30, 50 years. Because today building, more or less, have a time for 25 years. Then they will come back in a cycle economic, if you want. Our green-blue infrastructure will have a time 100, 150 years. So it makes sense to invest a lot of money. So that is the green transition is lit by nature. And that is the way why we are so convinced that it is a right, good approach to work with urban nature, like here with our urban nature labs in Genova, where we have 500 kilometers of blue lines in the underground. 500 kilometers. That's crazy. So obviously we need to break it. Obviously we need to come down and to make European projects to break it and to find a new way to bring water out and to make it in a joyful way. So for people understanding day by day. And if it is raining, people will come out and will see what's going on. So again, it works. Again, it works when we come to break it. Let's break it. That's a good statement for me. And we try to do this next week. We start with the mayor of a city we call Vercelli in North Italy. And we are so excited to break it. To come there, and there's a vision. Everybody was against it. And now everybody said, great, great. So you need time. 6 months, 12 months, you need time. But then we will come back. So, we learn that if you have, like here in Milan, a big green ray idea, we start 85, 90, we start in an informal way, talking and walking in a city like Milan. And now there are 21, 22, tomorrow maybe 23 big projects that are involved in this strategy. And the urban regeneration law bring it on the board, Raggi Verdi. And obviously we start in 85 with this kind of brownfield, waiting for industrialization, waiting for new settlements. And then somebody said, stop, be radical. We need here something else. We need a green-blue infrastructure. Nobody talks 35 years ago about green-blue infrastructure, but somebody talks about parks. We need a big park, 600 hectares, 6 million square meters. So we need to plant small trees. And knowing very well that this kind of small trees are growing up. And understanding what does it mean when you create open space for open society. Open space for an open democratic society. And it's growing up. It's still growing up. So that is maybe the most exciting thing to understand, that our nature is dynamic and is growing in a dynamic process. And we are so static, but somebody in the first invention of the green race, you see it here, 8 kilometers coming out, then coming back 8 kilometers. That's great. By bicycle in a city, in a car-dominated city like Milan, that's crazy. But a lot of people choose this way, new way of green race, and we understand that that is related, correlated with the buildings. It's not something extra. Everybody needs to collaborate. It's not a question of vertical and then we have a horizontal, but of connecting it from the horizontal into the vertical. And there are squares, there are fields, small intervention, but so exciting intervention, and there are bicycle paths that seems normal today, but only 10 years ago it was not normal. And then there are old industrial areas, like here the former Alfa Romeo area. We asked a very important designer, unfortunately he passed away, Charles Jenks, to design with us this park, Portello Park. And you see what does it mean if you make a half, 50% like a statement of a brownfield is a park. And then happens something. And then happens something that the whole real estate world said, okay, that works. We need iconic design also as normal design. We need both in our cities. We need iconic design to show, yes, you can do it. You can do it because we want to work in a circular way, like here in the Portello Park. And we want to bring it in a connective with the whole city, like Porta Nuova in the center of Milan. We started 15 years ago. And you can understand that is not only Milan. There are a lot of European cities that are waiting for, maybe 70 years waiting for. And by the way, you are waiting for time change. And again here, Jan Gehl from Copenhagen teach us. First people, then space, and then architecture. And in the middle, if you want to deal with people, what you need a common ground. And the common ground is a park. And you see here 9-hectare common ground. 9-hectare common ground and a lot of green fingers connecting to the common ground. So nobody wants to go like this way in the city. Normal people are going this way. So you need this kind of common ground. You need also there situated the famous, very famous Bosco Verticale from our friend Stefano Boeri. That is an iconic design. It doesn't matter if it is what it is, iconic design. That is something special that shows, yes, we are looking for a new future. And we are looking for a new future where our urban nature can be coming near to us. Next week we want to speak in Amsterdam with Bloomberg City Lab about immersive nature. Immersive nature. So it's like an underground immersive nature in our cities. And that's the way where we think that the integration between horizontal and vertical works very well if we will be able to bring in our cities this kind of long dimension, this kind of perspective, this kind of green ray, to see not only 50 meters and then you have a wall, but you need to, that is urban regeneration, but that is also human regeneration. And human cities without human beings are not possible. So we need this in our daily way, going to the railway station, going to the working place, going back to home. So I myself, I'm without car, coming back to home. Now I use only my feet coming back, and then after half an hour, I come back in another way. That's because regeneration. And so, by the way, if you feel free in a city, you move well, the city will get attractive. And the green infrastructure is a city infrastructure, that is a region infrastructure, that is a national infrastructure. So everything linked. Last but not least, let me finish with a very important project for us. You know maybe the G40 Reinventing Cities. We work very hard in a pandemic time, a lot of time, thinking about what does it mean, let's break it up. What does it mean? What does it mean in a city like that, like Milan, and in a very, very famous place in the city of Milan, we call Piazzale Loreto. And it's not a place, it's not a square, it's a roundabout. It's nothing, but a very famous name. So from gray, that was the question, getting to green. How we can do it, how we can deal with it. And we try to deal in a very radical way with a group, of architects, urbanists, with a very important investment from France. And he said, let's break it. Let's go 6 meters down and 9 meters high. So from 10,000 square meters, you will have at the end 50,000 square meters of surface for what you need. And you can see it here, that to cut it, to link it with the whole city, to go in the underground and to bring it on the top and to work with all this kind of relation that at the end you have not only one surface, but you have 3, 4, 5 levels. And these 3, 4, 5 levels are so interactive that on the ground we can plant trees in full soil. And you know that is very important in cities, in full soil. So, like, go deeper, go deeper, go deeper. And at the end you will find again the urban soil. That is for us so important to think that this kind of breaking urban soils, of multiplication, of opportunities, that makes sense. So it's not only to bring more green and less something else. We want to bring in more green for more life, for a new urban landscape. So we will build it. And in 26, Olympic Games in Milan, you all are invited. We'll come there, then we will go in our Let's Break It Piazzale Loreto, and we will see what does it mean to multiplicate our surfaces and our all opportunities. So let's break it. We are welcome a new nature in our cities. We are all looking for biodiversity and resilient. And by the way, we need to go new ways. We need to go new ways with artistic installation like here, but at the end, we need also find our own process in an ethical, democratic process. Ethical will create a new aesthetical approach. And that is what we learn in the last 30 years and what we want to push now so strong for give a small contribution in climate change, in all things what happened here, first people, then space, then architecture, and at the end, only leading with landscape. Thank you so much, and come back and see, let us walk together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I had too many questions, and that's very good, including some from other continents. But I will try to, with apologies to our friends from Brazil and other countries, I'm going to focus also a bit on Bucharest. We had 2 mayors. Bucharest has many mayors. 1 general mayor and 6 district mayors. And we had 2 of them yesterday and today. And I think what you do, not just Bucharest, Warsaw, and many other cities that need to be reconstructed, or better said, need to be built for the people of tomorrow, not just for the people that we have today. Now, I'm going to start with more of a technical question from a structural engineer. Is it enough in this day and age to be iconic, bosco verticale, or should we rather focus on creating buildings that are truly sustainable and not just green looking?
Yeah, that's the right question. Obviously, it isn't enough. But we need it. People love it. Iconic design, that shows the way. Yes, in Germany we call it, if you have a Leuchtturm, a building that nobody wants to go to a Leuchtturm, but the Leuchtturm shows the way where you can come in. So it's not a question about the absolutely right way. But in an iconic design, you make something that happened, that people from far away want to see it, want to have a look. And by the way, they understand what's going well and what's going wrong. But we build it. And I think we need transition times, need always something special. Think about only 100 years ago from the first European Bauhaus, das deutsche Bauhaus. Now we are in the second European Bauhaus. So again, the same, but in another time.
Could you call it the green Bauhaus? Or?
Yes, it's a green Bauhaus. It is that Ursula von der Leyen, our president, she's so fast, no? And she don't find the right name. But she understands that we need something by not only money. A lot of money needs a new approach to think about it.
You talked about money, but I need to ask you about votes as well.
About?
Votes.
Votes?
Yeah. You said something about patience.
Yeah.
And cities, to redesign, rebuild cities, we need time. We need money, of course. We might have money, but we don't really have patience for large cities to be reconstructed. And this leads to elections and votes. So what would you say to a mayor that wants to change, but knows that it takes too much time?
I understand it. We have so much mayors, 5 years, 5 years, 5 years, 5 years, but 4 years here.
Worse.
So again, make a small example and have a big, big, big plan. You need to create a destination. You need to create desire. And it doesn't happen that if you realize everything, but you need to create something to do. And by the way, the canalization of all these desires for the future, you have small examples. We can realize it immediately. So in our big strategy, obviously, there are steps. There are steps year by year that at the end, the mayor can be happy that something is done and something will be done in the future. So that's the only reason to vote him.
We have a question about citizenship now. Do you think mayors are what they need, what cities need, and whether you think the population should have a right in what happens, not just in who makes it?
Well, it's, for me, really easy. I always asked the mayor to come out with me for a half a day walk. Half a day walk. It's enough. Try to bring him out. And you will understand that normally a mayor, normal mayor, obviously not your mayor here, but a normal mayor don't know what does it mean go out in very, very dark parts of the city. But after half a day talk and walk, he can decide. You want it or you don't want it. It's a choice. So we don't need to lose time. And we have no time. So we don't want to lose our own time, and we don't want to lose the time for the mayor.
Yeah.
So bring him out.
Speaking of time, this, well, looks a bit Greek, let's say, right? Like an agora. And the purpose of these common spaces, these shared spaces, is to foster dialogue and democracy.
Yeah.
How do you, do you have any ideas? You showed us some of them. How do you create these spaces for the people when there's no space in the city to do that? How do you, what's the best angle?
The best angle is try to make it simple with meanwhile uses. The former mayor of New York makes the first example when with only 2 policemen, Times Square, one here, one there, in the morning, stops the traffic. What's going on? So you have a huge space in 1 minute, 2 policemen, and then he bring out 500 chairs. Meanwhile uses. And after 1, 2, 3 weeks, nobody wants to come back to the former situation. So make surprise. So obviously it needs a little bit of power, no?
Yeah. We don't have time for all the questions, and thank you so much for all the questions. We will send them to you, and whenever you have time in the next weeks, we will try to find a way to get the people that ask the questions. I have a final question. Do you have a favorite city that you would like to live in at the end of your life?
It's the end of the life. I need to ask my wife where I want it's the end of my life. I hope that until the last day I will be able to talk and walk. And that's talk and walk is not only for the mayors, not only for our clients. It's more or less for me to feel good in the town where I'm living now. And maybe tomorrow is my last day, so I'm thinking about today and tomorrow by talk and walk.
Thank you so much, Andreas
Thank you,
Kipar, everyone.
Thank you again. Bye-bye.
Now, we talked about landscaping and changing the way cities look. I think another conversation that we all need to have more is how do we also support the change and transformation of the rural areas around the world. But speaking of cities and speaking of landscape and changing, we also try to have a small contribution to how our city, Bucharest, Romania, looks like. So I'm going to ask the tech people to show us the movie, and I think it's a very short but very inspirational moment. I'm not going to share too much about what it is, but if we can play the movie, that would be great.
My name is Serhii Țâmbăluc, artist named Normsky. I came here to paint a mural for the Climate Change Summit. About myself, I like to paint murals, paint canvases, to draw. The most source of inspiration is people, like their gestures, poses, and stuff like that. The clothing they're wearing. It's centered around the human, but the theme can be different. For example, this one is themed about what we can do with the climate change ourselves. Like everybody can participate in that. The image is around the human. I build up the image around the human. Basically, the visual of the mural is a girl painting with special paint, solar battery, panel paint, something like that. So you can see that she's trying to do something with like transferring to more renewable energy sources, something like that. And also there's a lot of symbolic stuff flowing around on her clothing, like the bucket with the paint also. I hope people can see that, to do something, at least to think something. That's the point, I guess. Like, to make people do something is really hard. It can inspire somebody. It can make somebody think for a bit, like in different way. Because while you're inspired, you it's like a shock, a little shock. So probably you can put some information in that period to the people. If it's so powerful, maybe it can change somebody's mind. Probably, yeah. The thing is, sometimes art is going a little bit further than the most of society thinking at the moment. And that's why artists sometimes are not understood in the period they creating. Afterwards, yes. So the question is if the art can change. I don't know, it's a hard question. I think everything is happened on purpose. Like if you do something, at least.
So you can see here Caparol, Vinci, and our friends from Bucharest, actually a winner of one of our incubators. We're very happy and proud. And I apologize to Oliver for taking a bit of his time, but you will have exactly the same time like everyone else. If you're in Bucharest now or in the future, remember this address, Puțu lui Zamfir 17. This is where you can find the mural for as long as the building holds, we hope. And we hope we also contribute to this landscape change that Andreas was talking. Now we stick to cities, and we have a special guest from Oxford University, Oliver Harman. He's a cities economist, a spatial economist and economic geographer with more than 8 years working on urban issues in the multinational, private sector, government, and academic. He has a personal website where you can check oliverharman.me, actually him, not me. Interests and skills lie in sustainable urban development and regeneration, devolution, local government institutional strengthening, as well as international development, research, and policy. Oliver, thank you very much. You have the floor.
Hello, thank you very much. Yeah, that is appreciated. It's interesting you actually brought up the columns, right? Because I was looking at them earlier, and I thought they were actually more like Roman Doric columns. And I was reflecting on like the last days of Rome and some of the dialogue that we've had.
It's multicultural.
Well, of course, depending on your perspective, right? But I was thinking, yeah, the kind of last days of Rome and Hans at the very beginning saying, you know, it's not, we're not necessarily saving the planet, but we are saving the people. And this kind of had this wonderful but scary, like dystopian, post-apocalyptic, like regrowing of plants. And I was thinking, will it just be the plants that are left, or will it be us as well? Another thing I just wanted to say, you know, I think I see I'm on the agenda for talking about the past and future of climate change, and you'll see behind me that this is slightly different, but I think there's some parallels there as well with, you know, climate change in cities in the past. Again, as Hans kind of touched upon, we're looking at kind of these solar stocks, and I think the Industrial Revolution cities were the very first ones who started using these solar stocks in a certain way, and they were, you know, these trading hubs, but they were also some of the most polluted places on Earth at the time. And the future of cities, I think, is going to be a little bit closer to these things around green global value chains, right? They will both, you know, they'll still be, the cities will still be these kind of industrial trading hearts in a way. They'll still be where a lot of this production and consumption happens, but I think they're going to be doing it in a greener way. I'm going to get rid of this in a moment, but I kind of want to touch upon a couple more things and try and draw a few bits and pieces. So yeah, I also think green global value chains for local development are a solution for the future as well. So I was trying to kind of draw that thread through. What I'm going to talk to you about, I see I have 20 minutes, so I'm going to talk about, yeah, what is a global value chain? I'm making sure I'm on the right one, yes. How can we harness them? How do they relate to climate change? Why should, you know, how do Central and Eastern European countries interact with them? How would I make them greener? I think that's an important, and there might be some minor audience participation, and I know it's late on the second day, and well, you know, we're having that little fatigue, but I think with that kind of pumping dance music, we're pumped a bit. And then there'll be a little bit of question and answer. I'm keen for some from the web, but I'm also keen for anyone here, because I quite like being challenged on my work. A lot of what I'm talking about today is drawn from this kind of forthcoming book that I'm writing on, because if you come from university and someone asks you to talk about anything, you somehow tie it to your forthcoming book. That's kind of the general rule of thumb. No, but I think it's like very relevant, of course, and there's a bunch of other kind of publications that this draws from. So there's going to be 3 takeaways. I try and tell these to people at the beginning before I talk, because then you can switch off and then you feel like you've learnt it. What is that thing the youth supposedly say today? TLDR, too long, didn't read. I think there's like a too long, didn't listen. So if you take anything away from today, this is hopefully what it's going to be. And I think there's some links as well from what some of the other panelists have said earlier. I think global value chains can be an important climate solution for the future. I think, and that was actually Ingmar on one of the videos this morning, there were some people talking about value chains as kind of the new creative way that we need to think in this way. There is no one way of harnessing global value chains, and local development will differ for each country. And I think Linda spoke about that a little bit earlier, about locally appropriate and locally generated solutions. And then finally, you know, cities must find these new environmental comparative advantages as places to work. And I think, yeah, these green global value chains are one way of achieving this. And Again, there was something in Ingmar's videos about kind of competitive advantage and new environmental competitive advantages, and I think Mark said something about, you know, industry and economic activity is going to relocate based on different energy sources. Who has these different energy sources? So I think there's a few parallels there. And with that, I can litter this great green landscape and get on. So what is a global value chain? I think some people probably don't necessarily know that. I didn't necessarily know before I started working on them. We've been nattering on about them in academia for quite a while. This is a graph that shows the rise in global value chains in kind of books published. So you can see there's quite a bit of interest, but as universities, we often just talk amongst ourselves and don't necessarily share that information with the wider world. And you can see this here in the kind of this is showing Google Trends, so how much global value chains is, I suppose, searched for in Google. And you can see this kind of steady rise, but it's not necessarily as clear or apparent. And they've become much more interested over the pandemic as things like, you know, some of these value chains broke down around getting protective gear to certain areas, or I think lots of people with PlayStations were annoyed because semiconductors weren't coming out of China and therefore their PlayStations were delayed. So they're becoming a lot more popular, and I think there's a bit of an interesting time for them. The way I like to think about it, this is kind of the poster child of global value chains. In a way, it's the bicycle. A global value chain is not a bicycle, of course, but the way that you try and think about it, this is the kind of final good, but of course the bicycle nowadays is produced in so many different parts, in so many different locations, that where it actually is finally put together represents nothing of the fragmentation of the value chain. So you can see here you've got saddle exports in China, Italy, Spain, and you've got the brakes, you know, primarily from Japan, Singapore, and Malaysia. So you've got these totally kind of different broken up pieces, and you know, these cross borders in different ways. So I hope that was kind of clear. It is this kind of breakup of the way that we produce goods and services now. And upgrading through them, you know, we don't want to necessarily as cities be stuck doing the same thing all the time, right? Because that's, at some point that's going to become irrelevant and no one's going to want it anymore. So taking the example of the brakes in, of the bicycle, right? We can upgrade, or we can look at changing our economic trajectory in certain ways. Either horizontally, which is by, you know, say we currently produce bicycle brakes, it's going to be by producing car brakes as like a slight change, doing something slightly better. Or vertically upgrading, which will be, you know, rather than producing bicycle brakes, we're going to start designing them. And designing bicycle brakes has a much higher value-added activity than producing them. So I think that's quite exciting for people, and it's important to think about. But it's, yeah, and this kind of touches upon it a little bit here. It's not all about the production, it's about these different aspects. It's about design, research and development. It's about the kind of logistics and marketing and services that are associated with this kind of whole value chain of production, right? And I think we don't often think about that, and we don't often contemplate that. And I'll get to the climate stuff in a bit. This is some work that we did in Slovenia that kind of links with that smile curve that shows, you know, how much investment was going in each of those different sections. So you can see there was a lot going in that production. There was an increasing amount in this higher value added of sales, but, you know, not so much in some of these high value activities in headquarters and R&D. So some of this work and what the book kind of talks about is how to generate more investments there. And what I think is important in this narrative, which you see I've kind of started alluding to, is rather than thinking about the green or any sector of old, it's not necessarily just commodities, manufacturing, services. That's kind of the old paradigm, and moving from these low to high value added sectors with this focus on final goods is kind of the old thinking. The new paradigm and the new thinking is thinking about these tasks and activities within these sectors. So it's these intermediate goods, and it's whether you're producing them, designing them, it can be done in any way. And yeah, you know, this happens, and the reason this links to cities is this is where that activity works, right? This is primarily where the production and consumption of certain goods and services are. So, are we vaguely happy with that brief overview? And silence I'll take as a yes. Good. So how do they relate to climate change? Now, I think this is quite interesting evidence, and this is a little bit contrary to what people often believe and people's priors, I think. Because trade in these intermediate goods actually has environmental benefits. You know, it's much better for a certain city or location to focus on doing the one thing they do really well and then trade that with someone else rather than trying to do everything in your location. And there's some nice evidence in Africa that shows exactly that. You know, once we split these goods into more intermediate bits and trade them with each other, because shipping is generally quite a low carbon activity, there's kind of a net global carbon good. And we're seeing that more and more now. We're seeing that through firms are kind of deciding that they need that across their whole value chain. I think we've probably seen I think it's the MasterCard advert like 15 times if you've sat in this room by now. And it's rung through to me, and the reason I say that is because they talk about the scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. And I think, you know, these firms are important actors now because a company's, I need to make sure, this is the numbers that I need to make sure I get right, so excuse me while I look at the screen. But a company's supply chain emissions are 5 times larger than its direct and indirect emissions. So these global value chains are like huge kind of parts of the emission system in a way. And if companies want to make those changes, these changes, like for environmental regulations, ripple down through the value chains in a way, because if you want to stay connected to MasterCard, you're going to do what MasterCard tell you to do most of the time, right? And there's lots of wonderful evidence that shows this in terms of kind of environmental certification and things like that. So, Central Eastern European countries, where do they kind of sit? And why do they matter? And this is kind of linked to Linda's message, mine as well. You know, everyone's a little bit different in global value chains, and that's totally fine. I think what it matters is how you harness them and that like trajectory we go up through, right? You can see, we don't have to go into too much detail, but this kind of says everyone's a little bit different. You've got Czechia and Slovakia very highly integrated into them. Romania here is kind of got this is a net sender of a lot of value added, so it has a certain position. And they move, right? These countries move in certain directions, but sometimes it's intentional with this kind of drive to harness them and to get value added, and sometimes it's unintentional. And this is the kind of thing that I think is important for us to try and do, is think about the intent and think about how this links through to local development. This is Romania here, right? And you can see it's quite substantial. It's one of the biggest movers, I think, from 2005 to 2015. And you know, how much value is getting generated from that trend, I don't necessarily know from this graph, but I think it's quite important to think. So how can I make them greener, right? I think we've already somewhat established they are a useful way to conceptualize and think about the future of trade, because ultimately, and I kind of wanted, I suppose, to touch upon this at the beginning, global value chains represent 50% of global trade. They are not kind of some small little thing. You know, 50% of what we do with each other in terms of our economic activity flows through global value chains. So they are crucially important to our whole economic system. And if we want to sustainably develop, if we want to be having the jobs in the future, you know, we can't just be all building seawalls against rising seas, right? There's got to still be some economic activity. So how do I make this greener? There's 2 ways that I think about this, because I think this is the easiest way. You can either do new sustainable things, or you can do existing things more sustainably. There's more thinking behind that, but I think that's like a really useful way of framing it. So, new sustainable things. Now, this is where we're going to have mild audience participation, I'm afraid. Because I'm kind of intrigued, based on what I've said and what we've sat through the past day and a half, what these new sustainable things might be. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to stand here, and I'm going to go through every one of these until we have enough new sustainable things. And this might be painful, so if people want to start shouting out, that would be wonderful. And I think we can start with, like, I've got 2 there, right? So one is, for example, like these new lead-acid electric accumulators, which provide energy storage for off-grid photovoltaics. Like, that's an interesting new thing that we need in this kind of new 1.5 or net zero economy. And that second one is what's needed for kind of wind energy systems. And I was just told backstage that people don't necessarily like interacting so much, but please shout out, because I've got another 7 or 8 to go. But like, what do we think these new sustainable things are going to be that we need to be producing or designing? And if not, I'm going to stand here for the next 6.5 minutes. Anybody, save me from my painful walk of the plank. Thank you. What are going to be like the new sustainable things that we're going to have to be producing in the future, right? I think mobility, right? But what exactly within that mobility? Okay, thank you, Ciprian. So we're on number 3, mobility. But what are they going to be? I mean, we spoke about electric cars, right? So I suppose that's one. But what within an electric car? Because an electric car is that kind of final good. But we want to be seeing what we can break down within that. Yes, nice. Let's go for that. Cool. What else have you heard over the past few days that you think are going to be these new sustainable things, but at that intermediate good level? Absolutely. But solar panels is like that final bit, right? So it's sort of I suppose, I often think about some of the wiring between it, or the kind of the glass is going to be something. Because if everyone produces solar panels, then there's not going to be then I suppose there's no kind of point in trading. So we need to find these bits within that. But I'll take it. Okay, nice. Well, I'll take that, definitely. And then I also think, like, when we think about this smile curve of value added, right, it's not all about the production. So I think we can also think about, who's going to be designing these new batteries in a way, right? That's kind of something that exists already. I'll spend another 10 seconds standing here, and then I'll carry on. Yes. Nice. Tires, thank you. Is that from Tech? Big up Tech for listening the entire time, if that's okay, but you kind of get the gist, right? I think this is the important, these important ways in which we try and think. I hadn't realized there were so many tree stumps when I sat down there, but so this is where the green production potential is in the world, and this is data for Mealy and someone's surname who I should have practiced saying out loud before I got up on stage. But what I think is quite interesting, you see quite a lot, Europe seems to be quite good at this new green production potential, but when we look at Central and Eastern Europe, we can see quite a bit of kind of variation between some countries are like really ready for that green transition in terms of these new kind of green goods and services. Both, this is more the production rather than design, but of course the design and distribution and research is second. But I think this is like quite fascinating. You kind of got Poland doing, let me go back, wrong one. Poland doing at least very highly kind of potential ready for this, and I think the cities within that infrastructure are all going to have their own new environmental comparative advantages. You've got some kind of countries that are somewhat ready, but there's a role for public policy to kind of push those forward. And you get maybe Albania at the bottom sort of still trying to find its new niches within these green global value chains. But I think that's kind of interesting information and interesting to, of course I put it in a slide, but to think about when we think how we're going to kind of move through these sort of things. This I'm going to have to skip because the website wasn't working. Okay, and the final, almost final bit for me, so this is the other aspect, right? How do we move within green global value chains? And this is the sort of doing existing things more sustainably. I might not use I might start halfway. No, and I think this is a nice, so this is Romania, and this is everything that Romania currently exports. And for example, insulated wire, I wrote down the city earlier, now I have to return. But, insulated wire is very much, most of that's produced in Turmarven, I believe I was told how it's pronounced correctly. So that's very much like a local good in a certain city. And I'm kind of going to do this painful exercise again, but like, what are the ways that we think we can produce these goods? So this is, these are all the exports, right? That are kind of part of global value chains. And I've drawn them out. So you've got insulated wire, hot rolled iron, rubber tires, sawn wood, rolled tobacco, and motor vehicles parts and accessories are all these kind of quite major bits that are part of global value chains. What do we think we could do differently to do these, to still produce these goods, but produce them more sustainably? And I think, again, we can think of some of the concepts we've learned over the past, 36 hours. Nice, exactly. Like, I think for me, this kind of hot rolled iron and the insulated wire, we've spoken about things like carbon border taxes. If we can start producing these with a lower carbon intensity or with higher energy efficiency, then they suddenly become like environmental goods. And suddenly the city of Turmarven is going to be linked up into kind of greener global value chains, right? Because suddenly the insulated wire they're producing or designing is going to have this kind of more better environmental accreditation, and they're going to be able to generate higher value added. And this is going to be the kind of the cities linked with climate change of the future. I'll allow someone else to give a shout. Own source carbon capture. Okay, nice. Yeah, I suppose it is nice. Again, sort of energy-related way of doing that. I have 1 minute. So I think the other thing, I think there's a lot about this, like decarbonizing the energy sources in which these goods are used in. And this is something I've been saying to a few people throughout the conference. We often look at renewable energy and think about it powering households. But I do think we also need to think about it how we're going to kind of power industry in a new way to make sure that the green global value chains we compete on, we can somehow benefit. I think the other one I often think about is environmental accreditation as well. You know, with rolled tobacco and sawn wood, how can we show that those are sustainably sourced in a certain way that's going to be generating more value, and thus, and also how can they, and how can we then design more sustainable products with them? You know, linking back to some of the architectural stuff, we can both be sourcing the wood in a more sustainable way and designing the products with it. Okay, so I think that's sort of my 20 minutes up according to the clock, and I think we're going to have a little chat at the end, I believe. But I'm keen for questions for you. So yeah, 3 key takeaways. We'll go back to the beginning. Global value chains can be an important climate solution for the future. There is no one way of harnessing. There's no kind of one size fits all, so to say. There is no silver bullet, but you know, every local development strategy will differ, and that's across the world, and particularly in Central Eastern Europe. And yeah, I think cities need to find these new environmental comparative advantages as places to work, and I think green global value chains are one way of achieving that. So, thank you. I hope we got a little time for questions.
We do. But I have a question. So let's give him a big round.
Thank you.
So I have a question for the audience, not the online audience, but the physical audience. Who would like to take a class with him in Oxford? Okay, I see some that are, no, really? Like first row is like,
first row is
Cambridge people.
Well, what can
you do? Right?
I can shoo them out if you want.
Yeah. Let's do a tour of Oxford. So next year, Climate Change Summit takes place in Oxford. No.
I do a good walking tour of Oxford, actually.
Lovely.
A bit of architecture and weird urban economics. But,
so we have some complicated questions, actually. I'm not sure if I can read all of them. The flying geese. Do you think the flying geese model is still a relevant framework within the sustainability context?
I can't comment on the model now, I'm afraid.
Me neither.
Flying geese model. Maybe I should read up more on that.
I think it's a Cambridge...
yeah, maybe Cambridge scholar. I don't read Cambridge scholars.
As a Cambridge graduate, I can only congratulate you on this. Now, another question. How do you see the role of blockchain in making these GVCs greener? And we have actually after you, Alastair Marke with blockchain, so it's a good intro.
I don't know much about blockchain. I kind of find it a bit scary and unknown, so I would probably like to withhold comment on how I think. I'm not very good kind of, unless I've read the evidence or there's some decent theory behind it, I kind of try and reserve comment too much.
Because you do play with the public, so let's. Is there a question in the audience? Shout if you can.
Yes.
Lovely.
Okay.
Can you come back?
I will say that again. How does the circular economy change global value chains? Yeah, I think that's a very good question. It's something I'm thinking about, right? I think we now so remember the smile curve I was kind of talking about? You got the production and you got that post-production kind of sales and aftercare and things, and I think that's where the circularity is going to come in, right? There is discussion about how to regenerate value, I suppose, in global value chains, and I think about the like the e-waste as one example, right? We see there's a lot of value in creating mobile phones with all these good rare earth metals and everything else, and then at some point they end in some electronic waste dump in Ghana or Nigeria, often the case, and this is where the kind of circularity post green global value chain can start linking around again. So there's stuff there. I need to probably do some more thinking and writing on it. But yeah.
We're looking forward to reading.
Thank you.
There's also a funny question. I mean, and then we go to some other more serious questions. Do you have a favorite economist? We had Mazzucato and Adam Smith earlier.
Yes.
It's a tough question to ask.
That is a very tough question. Yeah. My favorite economist. It's like picking from your favorite idols, you know, or your favorite bands. It's quite tricky to choose.
Pick a woman.
There's one. I mean, I'm like contractually obligated to say my boss, who is Professor Paul Collier at Oxford. But he's magnificent. He kind of distills quite complex theories into wonderful metaphors that stick with. He does a lot of stuff with kind of world leaders and presidents, but the way that he can describe quite complex economics, and then we'll be talking to the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, and we're using a metaphor about rabbits and hutches when he's talking about local economic development, and everyone just goes, "Oh yeah, I get it now." And it's just kind of beautiful way of communicating these ideas.
What you've seen or heard in Climate Change Summit, there's a lot of metaphors with animals. We had metaphors with, well, it's a theory apparently, a model with the goose, but we had elephants and cows today as well.
Okay.
So I have a question about the elephant. When you talk about this value chain transformation, what's the elephant in the room that we're not really talking about? What is the big problem that we don't really know how to solve?
Yeah, that's good. The elephant. So I think when I've sort of spoken about this stuff before, it's how do you move from, I spoke about comparative advantages. How do you move from competing with other cities to like collaborating with other cities on a global scale? Because there's always going to be these sort of national interests and localism and kind of people wanting to do everything in their backyard. But it's how do you move, and we saw this a lot after the pandemic. Lots of countries were saying, we want all of our enterprise, we want to do everything within our national borders, which environmentally and economically has some negative effects, but there was this kind of want for control in a way, which is somewhat understandable after the uncertainty that existed. But it's kind of showing that everyone can win if we all find these little micro-specialisms and trade with each other's benefit, rather than how is London going to beat Paris? It's like, how can we find these things? Because London's very good at doing certain things. Bucharest is very good at doing other things. And it's how we can have those kind of conversations so that both cities, with their different capacities, with their different locational advantages, with their different geographies, can collaborate rather than compete, I think. And
we do have some questions from the online people.
For sure.
But let's see if there's another one from the audience. You started this new wave now. So.
Yeah, sorry, I know.
Anybody else? Shout, because we cannot hear otherwise. Yes, please, you.
Hi. Ooh, there's a wire there. I almost did go into the front row who didn't want to see me, so I will stand here. Sorry, yes. Yeah, no, I was just, yes, I can, yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, so if the new regulatory landscape on sustainability can be a catalyst, yeah, I think that's exactly like what I was trying to drive at, I suppose, because I think, the global value chains are global in their nature, understand? I mean, you have these global actors, and I think a decision that is made from a multinational, that does ripple down through the supply chain, because the supply chain often want to stick with that firm and be able to continue that kind of value or continue, that valuable enterprise and upgrade through it. So I think these are exactly the kind of frameworks that if you tap in to this 50% of global trade, particularly that is driven by global value chains, I think then you can see this, you can see these ripple effects, and that's what the kind of evidence showed, I think, with ISO 1401, some of those ISO ones that came around. As soon as these big multinationals said, we want ISOs with our supply chains, sure enough, everyone kind of complied. Environmental compliance went up, everyone was kind of happy, but also everyone was generating more value, and therefore jobs were higher paid in a way, because what people were doing was a better economic value.
maybe one small question. If not, 1, 2, 3. No. There was a question. Okay. No. Do you have a question for all of us?
My question, I suppose, so yeah, if anyone was interested in that, reach out, because the book is just about to come out, and I've got some copies, not with me, but I'm happy to share it with genuinely interested parties, because it is something that's been a real labor of love. And yeah, I would I just want the research that I've spent hours to at least influence 2 people's decisions.
It's 1.
1, okay, and 1 at the back. Yeah, nice. Okay, 2.
So
well, that's,
2. You said 2. You didn't say 200.
That's the life of the joy of someone in university, is to have your ideas somewhat translate. So, yeah, generally, if anyone had if any of that resonated, reach out to me. It would be.
And don't forget, joyous. Oxford is just a plane away, or a train, walk, bike.
Yes, I think that's said on my last slide. If people are in the city and fancy a cup of tea, I'm always willing. I have to live that, English stereotype to be willing to have tea with anyone at any point.
Yes, there's also coffee in Oxford.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Olga.
Thank you, that's all right, it's a pleasure.
Now, we've seen and heard about cities, and we actually got a question about blockchain. So that's a very good excuse me, introduction for the next speaker. This is not a metaphor, I'm just... we have Alastair Marke with us. He's Director General of the Blockchain and Climate Institute, which is a think tank supporting governments in the deployment of blockchain and emerging digital technologies to achieve climate change policy goals. Alastair chairs the Energy, Climate Change and Green Finance Committee of the British Blockchain Association. His forthcoming book, so another book, will be on blockchain and emissions trading law. Ladies and gentlemen, Alastair Marke.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alastair Marke. I'm the Director General of the Blockchain and Climate Institute based in the UK. So I'm not sure whether we play the video behind me first. Okay. Let's watch this video introducing the BCI, then I'll start speaking.
We are at a defining moment in the fight against climate change, where drastic action is required to find a solution. The adoption of emerging technologies such as blockchain and AI has never been more crucial, but understanding how to apply these new technologies effectively can be challenging. The Blockchain and Climate Institute, or BCI, is a progressive think tank providing leading expertise in the deployment of innovative solutions for climate and sustainability actions. BCI's international network of scientific and technological experts advocates for and advises on innovation in climate policy. Aligned with the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change Technology Mechanism, BCI provides concrete mechanisms for the climate policy community to cross technological boundaries and enter a new era of innovation. In facilitating capacity building, BCI heightens the ability to apply these technologies by improving technological know-how and skills. BCI drives understanding by amplifying the flow of information among significant stakeholders in the climate change policy community. Through the creation of enabling environments, BCI advocates and advises on establishing the conditions required to support such technologies. For example, the removal of regulatory barriers. By demonstrating how these solutions can be applied in the form of pilot projects, BCI provides actionable insights for their effective deployment. BCI's expert network fills critical gaps in aggregating and distributing new technologies that organizations and governments can take advantage of. From the better tracking of emissions to increased transparency of climate financing, there is enormous potential for these technologies to enable more effective climate action. The Blockchain and Climate Institute, enabling technology-driven solutions for a cleaner and greener future.
Okay, thank you for your patience for this very short 2-minute video introducing what we do as a think tank.
We are
I don't know what's going on there. But welcome to my session on leveraging emerging technologies to accelerate climate action in Central and Eastern Europe. Climate action is impossible without trust. This is the key word throughout my session today. If we are to speed up global or regional climate actions in Central and Eastern Europe or anywhere else in the world, we have to recognize that there's still a almost complete lack of trust in the climate markets at the moment. As you know that over the last couple of years, we have been talking about mobilizing $100 billion a year pledged by developed countries to cope with climate finance demands around the world. But we still have not reached that target yet, unfortunately. The $100 billion a year pledged by developed country is still far from sufficient. So there's some analysis says at least before 2030, we need around $500 billion a year for climate finance if we have to speed up the climate action. I would like to start with two gaps that underpins all my talks in the next 20 minutes or so. The first one is transparency gap, which is to be filled with a robust climate asset tracing and tracking system in order to avoid greenwashing and the interest of stakeholders' abilities to witness the entire journey between between where they've invest their money and where they see the results. And the next gap, efficiency gap. We definitely need to be smart enough. We need to do things a lot faster because, as everybody have said, we don't have time to deal with procedures, paperwork, that dictates almost all our international climate governance architecture at the moment. So if we are to look for a new solution, then I would say that as a Director General of the Blockchain and Climate Institute, of course, it is my role to promote blockchain technology, or officially we say the distributed ledger technology, to become combined with artificial intelligence and also Internet of Things and many other complementary technology to speed up climate actions. Okay, now on the behind me on screen, you see that there's a lot of social movement about climate emergency. In the first three pictures, these campaigners block the public transport network. They block the streets. They block a museum. Yeah, and then there's another group of protesters chaining them with the fences of some politicians' homes in order to probably speed up the climate actions. However, these blocks and chains, they are not blockchain. I hope that none of you believe this is a blockchain. Blockchain is more advanced than that. So let me brief you about the concept of blockchain before I talk about how blockchain can be used to speed up climate actions. Back in 2008, there is a person, I would say, maybe a group of people called Satoshi Nakamoto. And his identity is still unknown at the moment. He created a white paper about a Bitcoin back in 2008, which designed the first blockchain database underpinning the first peer-to-peer electronic payment system. And then we still don't know what its name is for some reasons, but actually the white paper released in 2008 actually have caused a tremendous impact on how the electronic cash system is implemented. Okay, but exactly what is blockchain? So for simplicity, throughout this talk, I'll just use the term blockchain, although conceptually we should call it distributed ledger technology, under which we have quite a lot of types of such as hash graph, holochain, DAG, tempo, etc. But for simplicity, I'll just use the term blockchain for this session. Okay, yeah, and then if you want to buy something using your bank card that everybody has, that everybody has in your wallet or purse at the moment. So you show your bank card to the seller of the product, such as those on the market or on whatever your trading plate is. Then, for example, if you buy a bag of apples, then you show your bank cards to the seller. Then sellers have to check with the bank whether you have enough money in your bank account in order to pay for the bag of apples. You don't give your bank card you don't show your bank card to the sellers, and the sellers automatically believe that you have enough money, because in this human world we don't have sufficient trust among people. So traditional bookkeeping methods of banks as our trusted middlemen actually record the in and out of your money from your account in the same approach over the last 100, 200 years. So once the transaction is gone, or we do the transactions in a normal way, there are a lot of hiccups with this middleman, which is called a bank. They could be about high charges because of the high transaction costs involved in the verification of transaction. Or when something's gone badly wrong in the banking process, then you need to spend hours and hours talking to someone on the phone in order to put things right. Imagine if we want to remove the bank as a costly, expensive middleman in the entire electronic cash transaction process, who would you trust? Probably you won't trust her, you won't trust him, he won't trust you, but we would trust everyone working together. So on a blockchain system, it is a distributed ledger or decentralized database without a central registry, but with an immutable, unchangeable records. So for example, if we use a cryptocurrency or a coin to buy that same bag of apples electronically, and then we no longer, in the blockchain environment, we no longer go to the bank to ask them, hey, if this buyer has enough money in their bank account to pay for the bag of apples. Instead, the system will ask all the bookkeepers on the blockchain network whether this buyers have enough money in the account in order to verify whether he has the ability to pay for the bag of apples. So when all the bookkeepers or network says yes simultaneously, then the transaction goes through. And one of the bookkeepers will be rewarded with a cryptocurrency generated as an incentive to keep this decentralized electronic peer-to-peer cash payment system going. However, all these bookkeepers I've showed on the distributed network actually are not humans. They are lots and lots of millions of computers on the distributed ledger network. There is no central registry and no there are unchangeable records. Once you put numbers or whatever details on the blockchain, you cannot change it for the rest of your life. That actually results in a tremendous amount of trust that we could claw back into the whatever market we want to operate in. So each transaction from blocks, and blocks comes after blocks, and lots of blocks becomes a chain. That's why we call this technology a blockchain. Back in 2015, the Economist gave a very meaningful nickname to blockchain called the trust machine. The trust machine is quite self-explanatory, which is to build up, rebuild or rebuild the trust between the buyer and seller, various stakeholders in a particular market system. Okay, now throughout this very simple, non-technical introduction to blockchain, we have already touched on 2 out of 3 blockchain key concepts, including cryptocurrency, which we've just talked about, and Bitcoin is one of the first cryptocurrency on the system. And distributed ledger, or we call it decentralized database, which is the second key concept in blockchain. But I would like to introduce you to a very important functionality of blockchain called smart contracts. So when we have a smart contract, it automates the entire transaction between the buyer and the seller. And smart contracts are agreements that are coded in a computer program and automatically executed upon certain criteria being met. So improve the efficiency and the transparency of all the transactions. And once we've got the smart contracts, for example, if we use smart contract to automate the cash payout of a disaster risk insurance when the farmers are suffering from drought, hurricane, flooding, etc., then the insurance payouts will no longer need to go through paper-based claimed application procedures. Even assessment may not be needed. Instead, the smart contract will automate the cash payouts from the insurer to the farmers who suffer from a lot of economic losses after natural disasters. Therefore, the major advantages of blockchain technologies, if you have at least roughly digested the key concept that I've shared, will include transparency, cost effectiveness, efficiency, stakeholder integration, and enhanced creation of global public goods. However, in the real world, climate action is impossible without trust. There are quite a few pain points among climate markets at the moment. It includes the lack of transparency of climate data. It could be about green bonds. It could be about the lack of data for renewable energy trading regime, the lack of traceability among the climate finance pledged by developing countries, etc. It's also costly at the moment because there's a lot of paper-based admin work when it comes to carbon markets, disaster risk insurance. It's also time-consuming at the moment to exchange PDF via email still. And the most importantly, all the data are in silos. And then there's no coordination mechanism globally in order to, for example, streamline the internationally transferred carbon markets between carbon market A to carbon market B, which leads to a lot of double counting and again result back into the trust issue in the carbon market. William Edwards Deming before he passed away in 1993, when he was still an American professor in mathematical physics, he said, "In God we trust, but all others must bring data." In God we trust. All others must bring data is a very quotable quote. It refers to the importance of data measurement and analysis when doing business. So actually, the use of the term big data nowadays actually is quite timely when we describe how sustainable our carbon markets are in the near future. The value of blockchain can support the MRV, which stands for monitoring, reporting, and verification of various climate actions. So if we are to enhance the transparency of the climate actions, so blockchain combined with the AI, IoT, etc., can produce greater transparency of how the data is collected and reported and how the combination of parameters leads to determination of greenhouse gas reductions through the use of shared ledgers, or what we call decentralized database, displaying the relevant MRV parameters among the stakeholders. And there's use of smart contracts and also Internet of Things, remote sensors that feed in data even unartificially can significantly reduce the amount of time we spend to process transactions in the climate market and the transaction cost. And then if we are able to make available a distributed ledger or a global carbon registry available for equal access in every point of the network, avoiding a single point of failure in terms of the verification of, say, a carbon offset credits arising from a forest protection project. It will help us resolve the problem of double counting. So there are a few categories of use cases which we in BCI have been focusing on. If you have, again, digested a few key concepts that I've just talked about, then you probably start to understand how blockchain could be used for peer-to-peer renewable energy trading, enhanced climate finance flows, more effective regulatory enforcement for environmental data transparency, including boosting the supply chain transparency in the interest of a circular economy. And it also leads to better tracking and reporting of greenhouse gas emission reduction and avoidance of double counting, and even improved carbon emission trading process that we have currently in the EU ETS or elsewhere. So ever since we move our data which locked up behind a fortress to a decentralized registry, we can easily turn the current transaction paradigm into different types of open blockchain-based registries, including the climate finance, renewable energy, etc. So in Central and Eastern European region, of course, I would like to give you an example on the use of blockchain for energy sector. So in Romania now, as you know, the policy of the governments which have been introduced have not been compatible with the 1.5 degrees threshold that the world aims at scientifically. And then now the Romanian government's climate policy portfolios set a target of 42% by 42% reduction of GHG emission by 2030, and actually the current policy seems to do a little better than 42%. It amounts to 49%, but it still falls short of 79 to 83% of emission reduction if we adhere to science-based targets. So what are we going to do about it? So if we take a look at the energy strategy for Romania 2020 to 2030, a clean energy is a major clean energy is a major focus in order to speed things up. So in the interest of time, let me just play a video introducing how blockchain could be used for renewable energy, and then we'll continue very briefly. Do you know how I can... Yeah, sorry.
Current energy markets worldwide face some major challenges as population and electricity demand is growing much faster, leading to blackouts, unstable supply, soaring prices under the traditional one-directional energy grid system. Nowadays, while many governments are shutting down some fossil fuel power plants and deploying renewable energy in local communities to plug the energy gap, we need new infrastructure which allows for bi-directional electricity flows among millions of producers and consumers, or prosumers, making it possible for smaller suppliers offering renewable energy and even householders to enter the energy market and, hence, for countries as a whole to transition to renewables. Blockchain is a transformational technology that can help democratize the energy markets through optimizing the energy supply model. As blockchain allows for P2P trading without an intermediary, it can turn consumers into prosumers, allowing them to sell excess renewable energy to other households, or even export it to the main grid. Standalone microgrids embedded with blockchain-based P2P trading platform and serving remote villages, for example, can be completely disconnected from the main grid and operate autonomously. Smart contract on a blockchain can also offer a secure, lower-cost digital platform for settling energy transactions with data fed by smart meters almost in real time. Blockchain can also facilitate the financing of renewable energy projects by tokenizing renewable energy investment, leading to much broader investor base. In short, blockchain can help democratize the energy market by making it more accessible to smaller energy suppliers or even householders, by lowering the barriers to entry and distributing benefits more equally.
Okay, yeah, and then in the interest of time, I would like to go through very quick examples of how blockchain can be used to address the blind spots of the current net metering and feed-in tariff system. So if there is a village of households who form a community of to use a microgrid, then instead of using net metering feed-in tariff, where people produce their own electricity and send it back to national grid for some money, the feed-in tariff actually has the problem of overcompensating for the prosumers of electricity when it pumps electricity back to the grid, because the electricity is not necessarily used by the other household at the same time. It means that there's a waste of public money, taxpayers' money, to buy the electricity which is never used for whatever reasons. So the use of a blockchain-supported cryptocurrency could let a prosumer to be compensated only when the smart contract detects that amount of green electricity produced through their solar rooftop panel is actually used by another household, so that the electricity produced is not wasted. And once the smart contract detects all these criteria being met, the household will be rewarded with a coin, which is equivalent to 1 kilowatts per hour. And then the coins can travel through the entire network, while the smart contract will pay the grid fees and taxes to the distributed supplied organization in the network. And then the coins will could also be exchanged for real currency in order for them to pay for their green energy in the future. So when the coins circulate over time in the blockchain network, then it helps balance the grid that we have by only allowing the compensations to go to the household produced electricity whenever the electricity really used by another member of the community. So this is just one of the examples in our first book, Transforming Climate Finance and Green Investment with Blockchains. And then if you are very keen to look for some more examples of use cases that we've produced, you can take a picture of these two books, which we have published recently. The new book is no longer new, actually. It was just released last week, called Governing Carbon Market with Distributed Ledger Technology, which is the first book-length exploration of this carbon market, a heated topic, targeting not just the academics, but also policymakers, industry stakeholders, so that we can start the discussions in the international community. Okay, thank you very much. And then I think this is all I would like to share with you today. Thank you.
Just a bit so that we have a chat. So there's a lot of questions. I have a lot of questions because although I've been connected to blockchain for a long time, I might even have some crypto. Not that much.
Hope you've earned
these
a lot.
days. Not a big deal these days. There is a trust issue. You said, I mean, not you said, but the blockchain is seen as the trust machine. But usually blockchain is associated with crypto, which by itself is not a very trustful environment, especially these days, but especially that you need to say especially. So how do you increase the level of trust in blockchain regarding ledgers and contracts? What are the ways that we can do that?
Yeah, the current challenge for widespread adoption of blockchain, of course, is ironically not lack of insufficient trust on the blockchain network. Yeah, mainly because there haven't been any industry standard on how a blockchain governance system should be designed in order to prevent any participant on the blockchain network from manipulating the system for personal gains, which will fundamentally undermine the credibility of a blockchain network as a distributed ledger. And also, there are a lot of work that stakeholders need to do, particularly around revision of the regulatory framework. As you know, if we put on a smart contract to regulate the current transaction process in any market, the role of the current government authorities will be changed. Traditionally, the governments like to see the lots of application form, paperwork. They need to monitor step by step in order to ensure that there's no issues such as money laundering arising. However, in the blockchain era, with the smart contract already self-regulating the transaction system, the role of the regulators is subject to change. For example, now we urgently need to look at how we're going to standardize what data we need to input on the blockchain, the granularity of data we need, and also the actors which will need to regulate under the new regulatory norms. So the governments could potentially look at whether they should regulate the data flow instead of the transaction procedures from now on.
Yeah, there's a couple of questions. There's one with supply chain. When do you think blockchain will become mass adopted? I would rephrase this into at least a bit adopted. And the supply chain, namely, when will consumers be able to track the production journey of a product?
Okay, yeah, so if consumers are keen to track the carbon intensity of the commodity buy from markets, of course, there are lots that blockchain can offer in terms of tracking and tracing the originality and the production approaches, manufacturing processes throughout the entire global supply chain. But as regards when we can see the mass adoption of blockchain, this is crystal ball questions. Yeah. So I think that while
can you give us let's there's also examples in Romania. I think Sebastian from Tailpath is here with us as well. Do you have an example in mind when we talk about supply chain, not management necessarily, but tracking that you want to share with us?
Okay, yeah, sure. So let's take fishery as example. So if we would like to ensure that the fish that's not caught from the moratorium area where we intend to leave the ocean ecology there in order to generate or to keep sufficient fish for us to produce seafood products sustainably, then the satellite imagery or GPS system could be used to feed in data about the locations at which those fishes are caught in specific sea area onto the blockchain. And since the blockchain is immutable, and everybody, from sellers, processors, or NGOs who would like to monitor the flow of the fish stocks from place A to B, C, D, E, F, G along supply chain will be seen quite transparently how and where the fish were caught in order to ensure the sustainability of the fish stock supply and also the credibility of all those labeling that we see when we get the seafood products in hand in supermarkets.
I think it's a sign. I asked you, for example, and you gave one regarding fishes, and the speech after you is about a 65 million year-old fish that can be our future. Now, coming back to you, you also look at other emerging or strong digital technologies. We're launching next week a global report on trends in automation and AI that support end use cases, automation and how automation and AI are actually pushing the envelope on SDGs. How do you see the relation between blockchain and other types of technologies like automation and artificial intelligence in relation to climate?
I would say blockchain or distributed ledger technology is meaningless unless you combine it with other technologies such as AI, IoT, because blockchain is just a database. So without good quality data that could be generated or even analyzed by AI algorithms, or collected through Internet of Things devices like the remote sensors, which could be attached to some crop products inside the soil, or even high carbon emissions installations, then blockchain can be useful. So I would, in my personal opinion, I would say AI, IoT, and blockchain are a golden triangle of technologies that would fundamentally change our current consumption, also current manufacturing and retailing model.
I really like that metaphor with the golden triangle. I think what we need more is golden circles in which everything really connects more seamlessly.
Of course, you get a lot of things in that triangle that it could become a circle.
Well, every triangle can become a circle, but not every circle can become a triangle. Now, thank you very much, Alastair Marke. Let's give a big round of applause to Alastair from the Blockchain and Climate.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Now, our next speaker he likes to go up. And I think we all like to go up. His name is Alex Găvan. He's a leading Romanian high-altitude climber. Alex uses the best stage possible, the summits of the world's highest mountains, to advance environmental and social causes. He reached 8,000-meter summits in the Himalayas by fair means, meaning without supplemental oxygen and high-altitude borders. After surviving the earthquake and the Everest avalanche, in April 2015, together with his team, he initiated Joy for Nepal, a humanitarian campaign where about 37,000 donors answered the charitable cause, and basically they built 3 schools for 300 children. He's deeply involved in a series of environmental causes in Romania, and not just against illegal blogging, protecting and conserving Romania's virgin forests, the Bucharest Natural Park, cyanide-free mining, Bucharest Green Belt, which is a big topic these days, or saving asprede, probably the world's rarest fish. Thank you, and we will be waiting soon enough, I think, for Alex to join us.
Vârful Gașerbrum 2, 35 de metri. Apărata mea încercare asupra acestui vârf. Gașerbrum 1 aici, care l-am urcat în premieră românească în 2007. Și panorama munților Karakorum. Ce goliță chiar. Gașerbrum 4, Mustang Tower. Și revenim iarăși la Broad Peak, pe care l-am urcat în 2014 și ca 2. Alex Găvan, ca de obicei, fără oxigen, fără șerpași. Nici nu știu ce zi este astăzi.
The place where I have touched the heaven with my hand, and then the heaven touched my soul with his infinity. And now I'm bringing down the energy, the high vibration and spirit of that place to you. And thus, I further share the gifts that I've been blessed with. And all of this are getting more and more enriched as I'm forward paying them. For 7 times, I have stood without using supplemental oxygen on the very top of the highest mountains in the world. The 8,000 meter larger than life giants. That was a story about how, for me, climbing mountains outside is actually climbing mountains inside. And now, it is a story about how I use the best stage possible, the summits of those very same world's highest mountains, to advance environmental and social causes. Why is that? Because for me, those summits are the greatest place where I can be seen. And while I'm there, I just become the greatest billboard possible. Today, from the summits of the Himalayas to the very bottom of a fairy tale-like but endangered valley deep into the Carpathians, I'm using this billboard to making you all part of an unfolding journey. None of us have seen living dinosaurs. But you'd be surprised if you'd find out that among us, there is someone who might have seen them. Can you believe it? Please, meet our brother, the Asprete. Coming from the very depths of time, the Asprete is staring at us with his huge, hypnotizing eyes. A truly ancient being, the Asprete is. A living fossil, he might have been contemporary with the last dinosaurs walking on this earth. By some estimates, he has an age of over 65 million years. If he thought of the Asprete as an 100 years old human, our species would be almost 4 months old. Merely a toddler who cannot even stand on its own feet. And contrary to what you'd be tempted to think, this is not a story about the fish, but rather a story about us all. His very name includes us all. Asprete. The fragile and priceless barometer of the sanity of our society and the health of our civilization. He was a witness of our birth as a species on this planet, and now, in complete silence, he's a baffled witness of what might be our own extinction. Biologists held him as probably the rarest fish in the whole world. And right now, there are only between 10 to 15 of its kind remaining, according to the last official estimates of the Ministry of the Environment. He lives in Romania, and his finding was considered so unique that was given the name of this country, Romanichthys vulsanicola. To date, his habitat has shrunk to a time capsule of only around 5 kilometers along the river of Vlsan in the Transylvanian Alps. When in 1956, the Asprete was discovered by Nicolae Stoica, a student of biology, he was still roaming the waters of 2 other rivers, Argeș and Doamnei. He's now completely extinct out of those 2. The fish has been declared a monument of nature,
and he's also included by the Berna Convention on the list of critically endangered species. His habitat is under 2 forms of legal protection: a Nature 2000 site and Valea Vâlsanului Nature Reserve. But despite all this, and mainly because of the unsustainable way of running the hydroelectric power plants by not letting the proper water flow along the river, but far from exclusively to it, Diasprete is living now the last second of his existence on this earth. How can this even be possible? We are in full speed era of Anthropocene, the time of human beings that by their actions became capable of globally influencing the ecosystems and the climate. Overwhelming scientific data testify to the fact that we are just now in the middle of a new mass extinction. And this time the extinction is started and accelerated by Homo sapiens. And this includes us all. By our own attitudes toward the planet, by our own habits and consumption behavior. Over the last 40 years, 60% of the vertebrate animals have been wiped out. As I'm having this speech now, while you're watching me now, somewhere, one species become extinct. Every hour, 3 species disappear. Every day, up to 150 species of plant, insect, bird, mammal are gone forever, according to scientists. And getting back to rivers and to fish, freshwater ecosystems are the most threatened ecosystems in the whole world. Freshwater species populations have declined by a staggering 83% in the past 50 years. It was Thursday, July 28, 2022, when we as mankind finished all the resources our planet could generate for the year. No earlier than 20 years ago, this date was about 2 months later. But globally, we are all now eating up 1.75 planets. And this year for Romania, the date I was speaking about came even earlier, on June 11th. So as of 2022, if we would all live like Romanians, we will require the resources of 2.3 planets Earth. We are living on a credit, basically, and as any credit, we cannot refinance it indefinitely. And will eventually become hopelessly overdue. And maybe we would not even be the ones forced to pay it off during our lifetime. But the very next generations will certainly do. And they will pity us. They will pity us for our greed and for our collective ignorance. No man is an island. And neither Diasprete is. He cannot longer survive by himself. Scientists say that if the proper measures will not be right away taken, he will probably be gone within a few years. Losing Diasprete is losing ourselves, thus deepening the disconnection to our Mother Earth. So the question is, how do we save Diasprete? How do we save the planet? The answer is Diasprete does not need salvation. We do. The planet does not need salvation. We do. So, where do we start from? We start by asking for forgiveness to the Asprete. We start by asking for forgiveness to the planet. You know, the Asprete is a temple. And so the planet is, with everything the planet holds, including you and me. This temple is us all. We start by asking for forgiveness to every tree, every animal, human mountain, to every hill, and to every river. We start by asking for forgiveness to the air we breathe and to the farther sky. We start by manifesting gratitude for everything there is. And to reverse the tide, we then continue with conscious and responsible concrete actions. In autumn 2020, there was a breakthrough moment. Our team reconfirmed the existence of the Asprete in the river by identifying no less than 12 individuals. This was such a huge find that the news made it to the first page at the BBC. And even more, as for our knowledge, we also managed to shoot the first ever video of the Asprete in the wilderness since its very discovery. Being a species that is active mostly during the night, he likes to hide under big boulders during the day. And getting face to face with the Asprete during daytime was almost like an otherworldly encounter. It was like he especially came out for us to say, hey, I'm still here. I'm still standing. Show me to the world. Do the right thing. Do what really matters. Here's for you to experiment the raw sequence.
Avem Asprete, încă trăiește și trebuie să o facă și în viitor. Pentru că dacă a supraviețuit 65 de milioane de ani, poate omul în 50 de ani să îl distrugă complet.
Our vision of conserving the Asprete and saving it from extinction stands on 4 pillars. The creation of the Asprete Sanctuary on the shores of the Vâlsan River at Galeșu, that is the research and breeding base in captivity. And this will also double as a green, experiential, immersing visitor center and community hub. Second is the ecological reconstruction of the Vâlsan River, followed by the Argeș and Doamnei rivers, the historical habitat for Asprete, in which the fish to be later restocked. Third is having a firm but kind and efficient advocacy voice, cultivating a hand-extending approach toward Romanian state institutions at all levels to ensure that the environmental laws are followed and enforced. And fourth, the continuous education, involvement, empowerment of the local community. Acknowledging that having the Asprete among them and the presence of the protected area is a privilege and a key to the Vâlsan Valley's regeneration and sustainable economic growth. Since the beginning of our project in spring 2019, we have been actively advancing with our work on all these 4 pillars by putting countless hours into planning, scientific research, field work, and advocacy. And within a blink of an eye of 5 to 7 years, there will be bred enough individuals to take the Asprete outside the risk of extinction and create the premises for a future where he will continue his odyssey started so long ago. And as I speak now, there is a great team of people we assembled to the help of our brother, ranging from academics to official bodies to media and relevant public figures as ambassadors. But of course, we are always looking forward to making new friends and welcoming new supporters, bringing along their love for nature and humanity. Now, it is our dream to not only save the Asprete, but for the project to become a beacon in conservation worldwide and an inspiration for everyone to start more grassroots environmental initiatives to reconnect the people with the planet. We're all custodians of our planet, not its owners, not its conquerors. And the role of being a custodian comes with great responsibility. This planet means abundance. But for abundance to manifest, each and every one of us should take mindfully, should take only what is necessary, should take only what one really needs. We're all connected. The suffering of every living being, it is the suffering of each and every one of us. The joy of every living being, it is the joy of each and every one of us. I feel the largest form of exploration one can make, it's not on the top of the highest mountains, and not even in the farthest reaches of the outer space, but exploring our own consciousness towards expanding it to the point where in our hearts and souls and minds, peace can reign supreme. My beloved, we are at the steering wheel of the most boundless and priceless of the ships possible, our life. Let's make it count. Love is a life to be lived.
Well, I would take my shoes off in front of you because I don't have a hat.
It's Greek grass.
Well, it's real. And I think much of what you said is also real. Even if we were not there, I think we were also or felt there with you. Now, it's difficult to ask questions after a speech like this, but nevertheless, I have a lot of questions from the online section and from the web app, so it's easy for me. But I will actually start with a question that I actually wanted to ask you for a very long time. When you go up, really up, and I'm not just talking about mountains, I'm talking about, excuse me, doing the things that you really, really like, with the Green Belt for Bucharest and other projects that when you really go up, how do you stay up? Because sometimes working in, it doesn't matter, banks, NGOs, sometimes it's not easy. We get down. It's tough to always be up. So how do you stay up?
I think it's very simple.
Yeah?
I just know the answer of the question, why?
True.
If you know the answer of the question, why, then afterwards everything will fall into place together.
Yeah. How do we transform, how do we move from inspiration, this is inspiration, to action? And practical terms, because action is about doing practical things, not talking about doing practical things.
I think it's about dreaming, daring, doing, but ultimately I think it's about being. When I have climbed my first 8,000 meter summits, long ago, I believe that 80% I've climbed from doing and 20% I've climbed it from being. And when I descended my 8,000 meter, and I reached the base camp safely, I had this feeling and this pressure that I haven't felt it anymore from anything. That last summit, I climbed 80% from being and 20% from doing. You know, people nowadays are a lot focused on doing, but this doing is not really representing who they really are. They are just doing things because they are in that, how you say it, in that will that is running and running, okay? It's like climbing on a mountain, reaching Camp 1, starting to see the landscape, continuing the ascent, spending time, spending energy, and when you almost reach the dead zone at 7,000 meters, that's the altitude where, you know, it's your biological limit of acclimatization, you just realize that your summit, your summit is in the very distance.
My summit?
Your summit, whatever that summit might be.
So
but you are not on the mountain you wanted to climb, but your summit is over other 10 mountains and 10 valleys.
So I actually have a question. We have some questions about high altitude climbing, which are a bit technical for me, so I'm not going to go into that. What is your next summit? You can say Climate Change Summit 2023, okay? But what is your next summit about from a climate and biodiversity protection perspective?
You know, I just try to, you know, I've said previously that the planet doesn't need salvation, we do salvation, you know. Because the planet, on the long run, guys, will be, how the Romanians are saying, bine mersi. The planet, on the long run, will be okay. The question is, will we be here in the next 100 years? It's not a given. In the next 1,000 years, to still get a lot of joy from the experience of being on this planet, on feeling this, you know, green grass under your feet and so on. Because this is a great school. And this summit, it's a great school. And we are coming here on the stage, and you know, we are speaking about the asprete, about business, about the truth. Guys, the truth is that nobody really knows. And we almost have no clue about anything. We just think. It's our ego, you know, to give us importance, to think that we know, we say. We are just tiny human beings trying to figure out why we came here. So no, I don't think that myself I can save the planet. But what I do know is that I can put all my heart and all my soul and all my energy in doing what I feel most to do, what gives me meaning. It's everything about meaning. So if in the end the outcome will be one or another, I just know that me, you, many in this room just did our best.
Everyone in this room.
Everyone. So guys,
yeah.
It's not about putting pressure, but it's not about standing relaxed.
Yeah. You talked about tiny people, after the session that we have after Alex, we have a special moment with really special children from Cantus Mundi. They're going to sing for us. So stick around. This is something I promise you, you do not want to miss. Much like his speech, something that we do not and did not want to miss. What is something that you think the business community is missing on in terms of climate action?
I think it's missing accountability. In my opinion, businesses should be, I would not say judge, should be sanctioned by the customers in a positive or not so positive way, according not only to the bottom line related to the profits, but also according to the footprints, negative footprints that profits cause to the planet. We still have a long way to go. We are on the path, definitely, but the question is, are we on this path having a fast enough speed to go over the tipping point of our extinction or not? That's a question that every one of us might have our own answers.
Speaking of accountability, everything you see here and all the work that we've done in the past months and the work that we will do in the following months, we also try to take accountability for it. And we're very happy to work with Carbon Expert and Angajament pentru Mediu to actually measure the negative outputs that we've had throughout the last months, and to actually try to, I wouldn't say buy time necessarily, but to actually invest the negative various types of emissions that we've had. So thanks to Carbon Expert for helping us measure. Now, the last question, I have about 5,000. But the last question is, it's very philosophical and very deep, and I think we need to, I don't think we spend enough time in really thinking about the future. We just think maybe too much in Excels.
You know, when you are up there at the altitude,
well,
and it's a bad weather,
me, no,
you have a
not.
lot of time to think about a lot of subjects. So please.
How do you measure your life?
I think I might have answered before by that search for meaning. So basically, if I'm coming here now and my mind is aligned with my heart and with my soul, this means that I am in the right place. And at least in this definite moment, it's a full body yes. Now I know I am in the right place. So I think I measure my life by the numbers of moments when myself in my life, I have fully lived in the present. This doesn't mean, of course, lack of foresight, lack of strategy, lack of planning for the future.
So, thank you so much, Alex, and let's see how we can be better at being present, not just thinking about the future. Thanks so much.
Simple. Love is a life to be lived. This is the answer.
I think so too. Now, what more can we do now? Well, we can actually talk a little bit more about action. The last panel of the Climate Change Summit is dedicated to solutions in the end, and solutions for the future. And what better way to do that than to actually connect with what I would call future makers, the entrepreneurs that actually make the future. So while the setup is being made, and can I have you guys come over? For the people in the audience, I'm very happy to introduce Luca. I'm very happy to invite on stage two entrepreneurs, two young entrepreneurs. Excuse me. Cristina Brizio, co-founder of Urban Cultor, and Alexandru Petescu, co-founder of Eco3. And you can encourage them as well.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, guys.
I'm actually very sorry you're here, because you're the last people to actually have a speech or a conversation on the stage of Climate Change Summit. So, no pressure.
The last but not the least.
Definitely not. We talk about a lot, actually, these days about solutions for climate, but sometimes we were abstract, and we need to be abstract. But sometimes we need to take that, abstract or methods or inspiration into action. You're living proof of that. I would like to, let's do a pitch, because to some extent you're used to that. So let's see in 1 or 2 minutes, what do you do? And what Ecotri does, and then let's get a conversation going. So, Christina, what do you do? What is and why? Speaking of what Alex was talking about.
Yeah, I'm all the time working with people, plants, and soil, mainly. We've been trying at Urban Culture to bring solutions for urban gardening and urban composting in Romania for the moment.
Lovely. I think that's very important. Alex, what do you do? What is Ecotri and why?
So we are a digital platform that tries to connect the players within the industry, the generators of waste, and the collectors. And the why is, well, from my personal experience, one day I saw a recycling truck, let's say, that was coming to our neighborhood and took all the previously arranged materials and put them all together in the same place. And we thought maybe we can help that improve. So,
are you?
well, small steps, but I guess we are. Yeah, with every day.
Very happy to say that Ecotri is one of the winners of the Future Makers Incubator that we're running for 5 years already. Now let's start to not to understand just what you do and why, but what else is not there on the market. So obviously we've talked a lot about climate change these days. And when we talk about a country like Romania, there's a lot of things that could be better. So we're going to start with the challenges and then move towards opportunities. What do you think are some of the main challenges in creating these types of solutions in Romania? And what are some of the opportunities for the next years, especially for people that just, I want to start something, I want to create something. So let's focus on challenges and opportunities. You want to start?
Yeah. So mainly when trying to implement an urban garden or trying to implement an urban inside composting system, the main barrier is legislation, which is outdated and needs improvement. So improvement of this legislation can be made by putting together the administrative, the legislator, let's say, and experts from the field discussing the subject, taking feedback from the user, and after improving this legislation. For instance, when we try to put our composting boxes in the city, together with a block of flats administration, they say, okay, do I have the right to do it in the garden in front of that block of flats? To whom shall I who shall I contact to do it? So they don't know. They don't know if they have the right, when they can do it, in which conditions, and if we manage to make compost, what are the qualities of that compost that they should respect, let's say, in order to use it after.
Something very unfunny had happened in the past months. I've realized that we have a language, and most of the other people have another language. People don't really know what recycling is. They can collecting, recycling, same thing. Compost, what is that? So what is that actually? And not for the people in the room, but for everyone around. Can you briefly explain what it is? How can you make it, and what it is used for?
Yeah, okay. So we've all seen during our travels in a rural area the soil and the harvest we are having. So the soil is very poor in organic matter because we've been using it and we gave nothing in exchange. So we are harvesting year after year without bringing to this soil any organic matter, any food for it. So it is directly exposed to the sun, to the heat, to the drought. So this soil needs compost, which is an organic matter. The organic matter is obtained by composting biodegradable waste, let's say banana peels, rotten fruits and vegetables we cannot use anymore, and let's say wood and grass and leaves mixed together in a process, very easy, naturally. As we can see in the forest, right, with the leaves, they transform into the humus. So the compost can be made on platforms by people, collecting in the urban areas these waste, which is a resource for the agricultural fields from where we take our food.
Can I have the tech people close one of the mics? There's a sound that is very disturbing. Now, coming back to, now it's easier, and I think people understand more how easy and useful it is. Now, going back to you, when you look at the variety, let's call it, of startups and NGOs that have climate solutions, why do you think, I mean, what are the challenges to having more, and what are the challenges for these startups to grow and scale better in a country like Romania, for that matter?
Well, I guess one of the challenges that we had was to get financing, right, for our project, and that occurred, you know, with the help of you guys. Thank you to we got it started, and then we found venture capital that was, you know, interested in our solution. And after that, the challenge was to grow the business and kind of like maintain it in a rhythm of increase. So I guess there's a lot of opportunities in Romania. The recycling numbers don't look very well, and so there's a lot of room to improve, definitely. And not only in Romania, as we are looking to expand to other countries, we found out that other countries have struggles with the recycling numbers as well. So I guess it's, as me and my team call it, our generation challenge, right? To make sure that this problem is solved in a number of years, and we're trying to do so, right?
There's a recent study that we did, a national study, and we asked many questions about climate change. One of them was about why do we collect, well, not enough, let's call it. And there was the two main answers were about we don't know how to do it, and there's no infrastructure for that. So, and you're both, to some extent, working in these sort of similar fields. How do you see, as young entrepreneurs, a solution to raising awareness on knowing how to become more sustainable in the end? It's not just about what you do with your waste, but what you buy, how much you buy, etc. So there is no magical solution.
Yeah.
But if you were to put on the table one or two.
Well, I guess that awareness is being raised for a number of years now in terms of recycling and how important it is to keep our planet clean. So I guess one of the solutions is for everybody to realize that you know, a small amount of money should go to this part and to this problem that we're facing now, and to you know, help and encourage people and companies to find new solutions. So when it comes to solutions, I guess transportation of the waste from one point to another is important, and also the technology used to give it a second light or to recycle it. So in terms of glass and steel maybe and cardboard, there are technologies out there that are working. Of course they could be improved, but there are some you know, other materials where technology should grow. And I guess the only way is to finance that. Finance good ideas and yeah, keep it going until the solution appears.
We're working and founding this summit with the bank, so if the bank can hear us,
yeah.
And all the other banks, I think there's a growing need of capital, but perhaps in the next years a different type of capital that looks also at what a company or what the impact of a company could be, not just in terms of numbers, but also in becoming a model for other companies or other startups to join the stage and say, you know, maybe I should give it a go and invest time and energy in a solution that is a business solution, but with a climate and sustainability perspective in mind. Don't want to skip you, so.
I was thinking about, on this subject, I was thinking about people that don't have access to these resources. People from the rural area, children from the public schools. We've been working with private kindergarten, private schools, private companies who afford to pay the training, the awareness program, how to collect this and that, how to put it. Still, it is an urgent need to give access to even more people and of all ages and of all environments, access to this education about ecology. And I'm referring here to the kindergarten schools and high schools and the classes they follow. I mean, during the weekly program, maybe 1 hour per day to go to visit some gardens, some companies dealing with waste management, to understand how things work and also to be faced to the environmental problems, to bring them to the landfill, to smell that smell, to see that what goes into the earth, what goes into the air, and people will say, okay, this is a huge problem, how shall we react? So awareness and education at all levels is very important and goes hand in hand with these efforts of improving the waste management and the climate, to fight the fight against climate change.
Many of you were here yesterday, and I started the Climate Change Summit by saying that one of my daughters turned 7. She turned 7. She's 7 years and 1 day now. Why I say this, but thank you. Why I say this and why I put her and her sister on the table to some extent is that what I see in them and other children is that not something that I saw in myself in the 90s. It was fashionable to care about climate. Captain Planet, for some of you that might remember that, and other types of Michael Jackson and other types of cartoons or leaders that showed climate change or caring about the planet is cool. Now, it seems like it's normal. So this gives me optimism about the future. What gives you optimism when you look at climate change, which in itself is quite depressing? What gives you hope?
Well, I guess maybe what you said is that there's a lot of awareness being raised on this subject lately, and there's a lot of people that speak about it. So it seems to be of a concern for a lot of people around the world. And I've listened, when I was building EcoTree, I was researching for kind of like motivation to put the effort every day into it. And I know that Jeremy Rifkin, which is a very famous person around the world, was giving a solution. And he was actually saying that we people are very good at solving a problem once we get into it. So I think that step has already happened. It's on everybody's lips almost every day. So I guess that's the first step. It's been done, and from now on it's just hard work to achieve it.
Optimism.
Yeah, optimism is when I receive a call and people say, okay, I have food waste, I want to recycle it, to compost it. Okay, I have a patch of, let's say, herb in front of my garden, I want to transform it into a vegetable garden so that the resource I put in it, water and everything, gives me also food and local food. And I'm optimistic about children who are very sensitive to this subject, and they only need our support and our time in order to create with them projects about the environment. But attention here, not putting pressure on them. They are not responsible of everything is happening today. So they should not be oppressed on this subject or stressed, but let's say, support it in their actions.
Yeah. You're both part of this, let's call it the new generation of entrepreneurs, but there's always a new generation that has the pressure of fixing the past. I'm not going to ask you about the mistakes that you think our generation is making or will make, but what are some of the things that you would say to people in their 16, 17, 20 years old that are thinking of, I want to do something. Maybe I don't want to start a business, but I want to do something. Then later on becomes a business. What are, let's pick one or two pieces of advice from each of you. It's easy question.
Yeah, easy but still difficult to implement the answers. Well, if I understood well your question, the idea is that people that have the decision in their hand, let's ask them to say yes to new projects. Let's ask them to adapt to different projects of improving these solutions, and to join the project also, to be interested, to have eyes wide open, to hear, and try to be more open to the solutions they are proposed.
Yeah. Also get a good accountant. That's also I would put on the table. Alex.
So I think from our experience as well is, not to give up. Once you get a challenge and you want to achieve it, some challenges are very difficult, so you might have ups and downs, and just put effort into it. Not every day is gonna come up with good results, but at the end of a given period, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, if you put good effort into it, you will succeed. And what we've made in our business, to look up to people that have already succeeded in their line of work, right? So good mentorship might be a blessing for the company and for the entrepreneurs in terms of success. So
we have 1 minute and 42 seconds. I'm gonna ask you each to leave yourself with a question. So you should ask him a question and the other way around, and to continue to actually answer these questions outside of this circle, and to create a better type of collaboration between startups. In the end, it's not just competitors, but we need to work with that. So let's get a question.
So you'll hear us speaking on the way out, guys.
Yeah.
Right. Well, Andrea, I would ask you what motivates you to make this happen, make your project happen every day.
And?
What?
Okay. Yeah, you should ask him a question, and then you continue on your own.
How do you manage to find the whole energy your project needs?
It's renewable energy, by the way. Good. Well, it was lovely to have you. It was a short but intense conversation that we really wanted to have, to showcase not just to Romanians, but to the thousands of people watching us from all over the world, that sometimes it's not just about having a good business model, but knowing why you do it. And when you know why, and I think this is an answer that you will both give to each other, when you really have a good why, you really get a good how. You don't really have a good why without that. I want to thank again Christina and Alex for joining us. Congrats on your projects. I think they're very important to inspire others as well too. So let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you so much.
Ciprian. Thank you, guys.
Now we are slowly approaching the end of the Climate Change Summit. This is the first edition, and it actually feels like we've been doing this for a long time, and that's only good news. I'm very happy to introduce in the next minutes on stage Flavia Popa from excuse me, from BRD. But before that, I have a logistic request for the people in the room. I would really like you to sit down, all of you. There's some spots in the front, so I will be silent until you sit down. Thank you. In the meantime, for the people in the online world, we will have a closing of the Climate Change Summit, and then I will present in Romanian a choir that will, a children choir that will really, I think, give us opportunity to actually see beyond the space that we are. Cantus Mundi was founded in 2011 by conductor Ion Marin, and it's the first national music program of its kind in Romania. It teaches Romanian children to sing who do not have the financial resources for the training. Now, I see still some people standing, so I would very much like for them to sit, and I will, as mentioned before, will not commence until you sit. Thank you very much. It's important you sit, and you will really understand why in the next about 10
and
minutes.
He's stubborn, I think.
I'm very stubborn.
Yes, so
I think we all need to be a bit stubborn. You remember Flavia, she's Secretary General of BRD, Groupe Societe Generale, and I think we're about done. I think we can start. So we've had 2 days. It felt like a second, and it felt like a lifetime in the same time. And I said it's the first edition, but it feels like we've been doing this for a long time. So I want to thank you for making this much easier than I thought at the beginning.
In fact, I want to thank you also, because when yesterday we start the discussions, I told you about the dream of BRD. We have that dream to organize the most important event in Romania on climate change, and not only to be the most important one, but to bring the greater people and to create the community or to enforce a community related to people that are concerned about themselves and about the planet. And our dream, I think, we used to dream big in BRD teams. But I think this time, together with you guys, we did a great job. It was, there was amazing meetings, there were amazing people here on the stage, or even there was amazing discussions all around those 2 days. I talked with my colleagues, and the first target was to find out answers to our questions, and we did it. And the second target was to emerge and meet and exchange with people that cares, and apparently we did also. So first of all, in the name of BRD team, I would say, I dare to say, because I talked with them, thank you, sis, for partnership with us, because we did it. Second, thank you all my colleagues, because apparently I felt, even they were not here, they were online, all my BRD colleagues supported this event and enjoyed. And now it's important to say that thank you, you people that are present here at this hour, you people that are following us for 2 days online, because you help us to feel that we are part of the community. And community, comunitatea este primul cuvânt și cel mai important pe care îl simțim, îl gândim și îl simțim. We are a community. We start to build a community. And this is the greatest achievement of these days. After that, yes, it's also about another idea that we felt profoundly these days. It's about time. It's such important to understand that this 100 years in front of us is not a given. And we should do something. And speaking of doing, you have here the image and the imagination of 3 people that are drawing feelings, are drawing ideas. The name, I will, if you allow me, I will introduce, these are the drawings of Georgiana Chițac, Adrian Tudor, and Sorin Soroshan. Thank you guys, because you did a great job. In fact, these drawings,
wow, Sorry.
Yeah, are trying to tell us what they feel these 2 days, watching, hearing, discussing. It's about, for sure, you will interpret it based on your feelings. But what I feel looking at this, it's this sentiment of community, togetherness. It's colorful, it's joy, it's life. It's people around there. And we can discover here topics like how bees can help the green transition. You can discover mountains with ice, which is one of the targets. We spoke about summits. We are together with animals, biodiversity. It's a sentiment of courage and action. And you know, I would, if you allow me, I would be curious if some of you can tell what you are feeling looking at these images. But
I can start. So
yes?
The gentleman with the beard.
Sorry.
The gentleman with the beard, I think that's me.
Yeah, okay.
And I wanted to pick up on something that you said, and I think we all have feelings of you know, thankfulness and so on. But I think there's something that we need to do more of, what we need to do, I think, is to actually connect more, not just to our Excels, which we should maybe do better, not just to connect with our businesses,
but with our this grass.
We need to connect with the planet more, we need to connect with the future, and we need to connect, if you're hearing something, then you should sit down. I think we need to connect to what's up there as well. And what's up there is well, what's in here as well. I think we need to connect more with the sky and to actually look with trust towards the future.
And probably these drawings, it's showing you that each and every one, and maybe this is the second most important idea, each and every one of us, we should do something, and we can do something. Then there is hope. And maybe you can tell more, because you're here with us. What are you feeling after these 2 days? Optimism, possibilities, gratitude, motivation, hope. It's such a nice word. There is hope, guys, but we should do each and every one something, and together. And we can do it. Another word? Courage. And enthusiasm. Bucurie. Ne trebuie bucurie. Avem nevoie de curaj. Avem nevoie de entuziasm.
To be more. So joy, courage, and I think, as I was telling you at the beginning, right? I think you all know Mara by now. I think we also need more children in our lives, if somebody gets the pun on that. On this note, I'm very happy to invite a special group with us that is here to show us in the next minutes that the most important thing that we can do, I dare to say, is to dream. Sometimes at events like these, some of us, especially in our daily routine, we forget to dream, and we become probably too focused on our operational side.
And if you allow me, we forget sometimes to breathe, să respirăm, oameni buni. Apropo de ce ni se întâmplă, e atât de important, luați-vă 2 secunde, vă rog, și respirați. So let's breathe a little bit, because we have the sky above us. And we have the grass here with us, so everything is possible.
So, in the next minutes, I'm very, very happy to introduce a choir that will help us dream better and actually help us to, because we get more inspired, to actually act more on the climate issues that we are so concerned. I'm going to, I briefly presented the choir earlier on, in English, but I will do it in Romanian as well, if you'll allow me to. I'm not sure if I can speak Romanian anymore. Urmează un moment muzical special. Credem cu multă emoție și sensibilitate atât de necesară tuturor în vremuri cum sunt acestea, în definitiv. Ne bucurăm să-i avem alături de noi pe o parte din copiii din programul național Cantus Mundi, corul Vocea Copilăriei, dirijor Crăița Ghilerdea, corul Floare la Ureche, dirijor Adela Gălățeanu, corul Heruvimi, dirijor Mirela Crăciunescu. Programul național Cantus Mundi este cel mai mare program de integrare socială prin muzică din România, inițiat de reputatul dirijor Ion Marin și derulat cu implicarea membrilor Corului Național de Cameră Madrigal Marin Constantin. După 11 ani de activitate, programul reunește sub umbrela sa peste 1800 de coruri. Mai spun o dată, poate n-ați auzit? 1800 de coruri. Peste 63.000 de copii, alături de dirijorii și dirijoarele lor, participă la promovarea cântului coral pe întregul cuprins al țării, depășind barierele legate de etnie, condiții sociale și capacități fizice sau psihice, construind astfel nuclee culturale complexe, atât de necesare pentru revitalizarea societății noastre. Mulțumim foarte mult pentru prezență. Foarte mult.
There's a place in your heart, and I know that it is love.
And this place could be much brighter than tomorrow. And if you really try, you'll find there's no need to cry. In this place you feel there's no hurt or sorrow. There are ways to get there if you care enough for the living. Make a a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. The world we live in and for save it for our children and for heal the world we live in and for save it for our children and for me. Save it for our
You seem emotional, so I'm gonna make a joke. Don't worry, I'm not gonna sing. Thank you so much. It was really, really important.
Mulțumim copiilor foarte tare. Vă mulțumim copii. Mulțumim mult.
Thank you to our online participants. We will soon close the online session. We are extremely honored to have been, and I need to check the numbers for yesterday. We don't have the numbers for today, but we have had roughly 545,000 people watching this. So that is really amazing. La anul o să fie mai bine.
Exact. Și toți acești oameni vor vorbi cu încă atâția. And they will speak with others and others. And we will be...
So, in this Romanian English.
Yes.
Why not?
Why not?
I don't know what you're doing in 19th and 20th of October 2023, but I think I have a guess. So we're very excited to welcome you to Climate Change Summit 2023 in October next year. But this message is not just about that. This message is about the people that made this happen. And it's not just you, it's not just the two of us. We were on stage a lot, but I mean, I will speak on my behalf. I'm not that important.
Exactly. First of all, I'll start, if you allow me, with thanking to Teatro Odeon and Mrs. Dorina Lazar. Thank you for having us here. And speaking of the grass and speaking of what the green we have around us, thank you a lot, Adrian Damian, pentru scenografie. Mulțumim foarte mult.
Acum sunt foarte mulți oameni cărora trebuie să le mulțumim, așa că e destul de greu să le mulțumim tuturor, așa că ce o să facem este că o să-i chemăm pe scenă alături de noi, nu e neapărat opțional, așa că o să invit pe Flavia să spună câteva nume și după aia spun și eu câteva nume.
Mulțumesc enorm de mult echipei BRD. Mulțumesc Cosmina Frâncu. Cosmina, te rog să fii cu noi. Mulțumesc Oana Bistricianu, mulțumesc Traian Traicu. Vă rog, haideți cu noi. Hai să începem așa, vă rog.
Eu nu vă rog, ați înțeles.
Da. Mulțumesc Petronela Coșa și Roxana Ungureanu, mulțumesc întregii echipe comunicare pentru tot ce a făcut, mulțumesc colegilor mei din echipa de sustenabilitate, sunt aici cu noi, și Claudia, și Andrei, și Tibi, mulțumesc foarte, foarte mult. Profund recunoscătoare și mulțumesc colegilor care s-au uitat din birouri, colegilor care au fost cu noi în toate zilele astea și au răspândesc vestea asta. Asta e extraordinar. Mulțumesc foarte mult.
O să mulțumesc și eu cuiva?
Te rog.
Ție, că nu ți-a mulțumit nimeni, și lui François, extraordinar.
Mulțumesc, François Bloch.
Bun.
Și Maria Ruseva și întregii echipe care a gândit să ne susțină în acest proiect.
O să se întâmple ceva în minutele următoare, care va însemna că o să fiți aproape nevoiți să veniți aici, în spatele meu. Așa că o să rog în minutele următoare, dacă ar putea, următoarele persoane și toate celelalte pe care s-ar putea să uit să le chem. Aș vrea să mulțumim cu toții voluntarilor noștri care au făcut o treabă absolut extraordinară de lea. Și să invit și să le invit pe scenă, în spatele nostru, o să facem o poză de grup, așa că o să rog toate voluntarele și toți voluntarii care mai fac și treabă pe acum acolo în spate, să vină pe scenă. Maxim 30 de secunde și e toată lumea aici, cred.
Mulțumim foarte mult!
Și aș vrea de asemenea să invit pe scenă echipa Social Innovation Solutions. Vă știți, nu trebuie să vă zic eu cine sunteți, așa că vă rog să începeți să urcați aici și să ne bucurăm împreună. Roxana, două, Raveca, Alexandra, Corina, Victor, Diana, Daria, Ștefan, Smaranda, Paul, Codrin, Elena, Mariana, Maia și dacă am uitat pe cineva,
și
o să avem ședință. Avem ședință
mâine. Colegii noștri de la Golin.
Păi nu, că nu mai aveam un slot.
Mai aveam un slot, da, ok.
Și partenerilor de comms, de comunicare și PR de la Golin, dacă vreți să veniți și voi aici, facem o poză cu toată lumea. Aș vrea să vă spun ceva tuturor, că v-am aici. Mai sunt niște oameni care n-au venit încă, dar o să vină curând. O să vă aduceți aminte toată viața de iarba asta verde. De ce? Pentru că mie îmi pare că sunt acasă. Mulțumesc mult!
Vă mulțumim tuturor pentru zâmbet și pentru forță și pentru energia pe care ne-ați transmis-o și ne-ați arătat că ați stat cu noi aici în sală sau de acasă, online. E foarte important. Duceți vorba mai departe, e important. Mulțumim foarte mult!
Mai facem o poză, nu eu, mie îmi plac pozele.
Cred că ar trebui să urcăm toți pe scenă, să simțiți iarba asta verde și mirosul ei.
Bine. Spunem ceva? Summit! Sper că nu mai suntem în live. Și ultima mulțumire, dar nu cea din urmă, nimic din toate astea nu s-ar fi putut face fără echipa tehnică în frunte cu Răzvan, care muncește undeva prin spate. Felicitări, mulțumim foarte mult, băieți! Și dacă nu faceți asta des, puteți să faceți mai des, veniți la teatru. Ei, Dan acolo, care face o treabă absolut extraordinară și toată echipa Teatrului Odeon. Mulțumim foarte mult, o seară minunată. Ne vedem 19-20 octombrie 2023. Unde ai fost, mă?